grandniece chose chocolate goo goo cake. The event coincided with National Ice Cream Day, which is celebrated every third Sunday in July. This was established by President Ronald Reagan to honor the popular treat enjoyed by a vast majority of Americans.
American Pistachio presents Cracking News of the Hour.
Home Minister Amit Shah chaired a security meeting yesterday, and all of this in wake of the terror attacks that have been happening in Jammu and Kashmir. We will be back with our rolling coverage on this. Stay tuned. We'll come right back after this short break.
A grateful nation thanks Vice President Joseph R. Biden Jr. for his lifetime of service on behalf of the United States of America.
Best Vice President America's ever had, Mr. Joe Biden. This also gives the internet one last chance to talk about our bromance. We can end this shutdown. A whole bunch of families, not just here in Washington, but all across the country, will have the certainty that a patient.
Welcome back, viewers. Now let's take a quick look at some of the sports stories that we're tracking for you. Tiger Woods has made a disastrous exit from the British Open Championship that was held in Scotland. A second round 6 over 77 improved upon an opening 79, but left the 48-year-old well short of the projected cut line for the top 70 players at 14 over par overall. Woods has, however, promised to make a comeback at next year's major tournament. Take a look.
Tiger Woods made an early exit from the Open Championship. The 15-time major missed the cut at his third straight major tournament, finishing at 14 over par. Woods wished he was more physically sharp in the game. A third-time winner of the British Open, he started his day with a par on the first hole, but faced problems afterwards. He then clinched number 5, 9, 12, 14 and 17 to finish the round at 6 over, birding only 3 holes during his 2 rounds. The last time that happened was in 2015 when he failed to make the weekend at the US Open, the British Open and the PGA Championship.
But I just wanted to make sure that I was able to play the major championships this year. I got a lot of time off to get better, to be better physically, which is been the case all year. I've gotten better, even though my results really haven't shown it. But physically, I've gotten better, which is great.
The golfer has, however, vowed to be back for the 2025 major.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
And viewers, an alert from the world of entertainment now, where rapper Sean Kingston has been indicted. He and his mother Janice Turner both were indicted in South Florida on federal charges of fraud exceeding $1 million. The duo allegedly participated in a scheme involving fraudulent documents to obtain high-end specialty vehicles, jewelry and other goods without proper payment. Now, Kingston and his mother faced their initial court appearances recently after a Miami grand jury indictment. The rapper had previously been detained on related state charges following an arrest in May at a military base in California. The indictment claims they falsely represented executing monetary transfers for items and retained over $1 million worth of fraudulently obtained goods.
Well, we're just standing outside the Terminal 3 of the Indira Gandhi International Airport, and there has been a major flight disruptions across the airports globally, and this is what the latest what we have on this story. So stay tuned for more updates on Republic TV. We will be back after a short commercial break.
Welcome back, viewers. Now, a major fire broke out on a container cargo merchant vessel about 102 nautical miles southwest of Goa. The two Indian Coast Guard ships have been sailed with dispatch from Goa to augment firefighting efforts. Further details are still awaited.
Home Minister Amit Shah chaired a security meeting yesterday, and all of this in wake of the terror attacks that have been happening in Jammu and Kashmir. We will be back with our rolling coverage on this. Stay tuned. We'll come right back after this short break.
In the India Today Best Universities 2023 survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
Creating a world using sapphire to power change. Manufacturing semiconductors by resident Indians. India, pushing boundaries of possibility and innovating a brighter tomorrow. Semiconductors from India, now from Polymatic.
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
American Pistachio presents cracking news of the hour.
To visit Jammu and review security, Jammu and Kashmir DGP R.R. Swain to brief him about the situation. Union Home Minister Amit Shah to chair a key meeting over the security situation in Jammu and Kashmir in the national capital. Protests turned violent in Bangladesh. Nationwide curfew imposed. Army pressed in to restore law and order situation. 245 Indians, including 125 students, return home from Bangladesh as job quota protests intensify. Microsoft outage hits the world. Long queues witnessed at Mexico-US border. Flight operations continue to bear the brunt. We'll have a breaking up. Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in this Saturday morning. And we go all the way to Bangladesh, where there's a lot of chaos in that country. The government has imposed a nationwide curfew after protests turned violent, leading to over 100 people losing their life. That is the top story that we're tracking right now on Republic TV. And let's take you through all the details that we're learning of. Now, what we see, viewers, is that the protests over government jobs in Bangladesh have turned deadly, prompting the imposition of a nationwide curfew and the deployment of army to restore order. The curfew comes amid a telecommunication blackout that has left the country of 170 million cut off from the world. Bangladesh has announced the imposition of a curfew and the deployment of military forces after days of clashes and protests against government job quotas across the country. And we see that those visuals coming in on your screen of what is really happening. You can see that after deadly clashes, even 1,500 people have been injured. Now, the decision to impose a curfew comes hours after the police and security officials fired bullets and lobbed tear gas on protesters and banned all gatherings in the capital. The protesters, mostly students, have been holding protests in Dhaka and other cities against a system of reservation in public sector jobs, including that for the relatives of war heroes who fought for the country's independence from Pakistan in 1971. So that's a big update coming in. And even though Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina has defended the quota system, saying that the veterans deserve the highest respect for their contributions to the war, regardless of their political affiliation. And viewers, let's have a look at exactly what is happening in Bangladesh. Here's a report filed by our bureau, helping you understand what the event transpired as Bangladesh has now imposed a curfew. Take a look.
As anti-quota protests rage in Bangladesh, 39 people have been killed. The rage among students against the Sheikh Hasina government has not calmed yet, which led to a nationwide curfew. Meanwhile, as many Indians remain stranded in the neighboring country, the Indian High Commission issued an advisory amid the violent tensions. The Indian High Commission advised the Indian community members and students in Bangladesh to avoid travel and minimize movement outside their living premises due to current circumstances. Further, it offered multiple emergency numbers and 24-hour Indian assistance to around 7,000 Indians in Bangladesh as per the High Commission's website. Following this, at least 70 Indian students have been rescued and brought back to India through Meghalaya's Dauki integrated checkpost along the Meghalaya-Bangladesh border. The protests, which started over demands for reforms in the government job quota system for descendants of the 1971 Bangladesh war, have seen widespread clashes, including attacks on police and the burning of public property. In response to the escalating violence, Bangladeshi authorities have imposed a day-long ban on public rallies in Dhaka. Further, in Dhaka, authorities heightened the security measures in and around the Indian High Commission as violent clashes escalated. Meanwhile, a media center in Bangladesh has been set ablaze by the student protesters. The situation has led to a near total internet blackout in the country, with significant impacts on communication and daily activities as the country remains in turmoil.
Let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us from a Republic Bangla sister channel, Mayuk. Mayuk, if you could take our viewers through what the situation looks like in Bangladesh right now. After the government has imposed a nationwide curfew, is the situation under control?
Exactly, not yet. As you have already know that the military, the army, the Bangladesh army is enforced and in several parts of Bangladesh, specifically in Jashore, in Mymensingh, in Dhaka, and parts of rural Bangladesh, military is in action, and military deployments are there in each and every corners of the street. We just got a press conference from the military chief of Bangladesh where he said that they are doing everything to restore peace. But the fact is that in spite of the curfew, there are several instigations from pockets where students are being instigated to flock the streets. They are instigated to rush and go and meet assemble at a particular point, and this becomes one of the biggest challenges.
ट्रीटमेंट के लिए मम्मी के साथ आया। अच्छा। ट्रीटमेंट करने के लिए आया, पढ़ा ही नहीं, मैं बिजनेस करती हूँ। अच्छा, तो आप बांग्लादेश में रहते हैं मगर इंडिया मम्मी के ट्रीटमेंट के लिए आया। तो देश में अभी जो कहाँ से आ रहे हैं आप बांग्लादेश? पास में ही ठाकुरगांव जिला। तो क्या देश का पूरा स्थिति कैसा है? अभी बहुत प्रॉब्लम में है देश, बहुत तकलीफ में है। अच्छा, कोई खबर ही नहीं है, नेट नहीं चल रहा है ना, इसलिए मतलब क्या चल रहा है देश में पता नहीं है। अच्छा, यही है। ठीक है, थैंक यू।
Well, Mayuk, you'll keep taking us through all the details because, what are these protesters saying? They're saying that the system is discriminatory and they want that there should be a merit-based system when it comes to these job quotas. Just take us through what these protesters are saying, and are they being led by some kind of a leader, some political leader in Bangladesh?
Well, according to our sources, what we are getting in is it's a clear hand of foreign forces. That is what the Bangladesh government is saying. First of all, it was primarily a students' protest against the quota or the reservation system. But gradually, this entire protest movement has been hijacked by some shadow people who are actually trying to man this entire protest, create an anarchy, and this anarchy is being created. It's been manufactured in a style which we have seen in India also. In time and again during the anti-CAA, anti-NRC protests, we have seen this kind of anarchy in several streets of India, specifically in Delhi and parts of Uttar Pradesh. And similar protests are happening in Bangladesh against the quota system, but primarily this movement was of the students, by the students. But now there are elements which are primarily anti-Indian forces who are joining in, and they're creating an atmosphere. There is a scene of anti-India waves across Bangladesh, which is really harmful for both the nations. But the fact is that Bangladesh government is aware of the facts. They are also believing that there must be some foreign hands, or specifically some foreign country who are actually funding, who are actually amplifying and trying to make this an issue of international stature. But right now, what we are getting in, the military is in every streets of Bangladesh. Right now, there is no specific pockets where live protests are happening. This is at around 9 a.m. I'm saying this, Bangladesh time 9:30. But in spite of the precautions that are being taken, there will be specific instigations, and most importantly, they will be trying to break the barricades and violate the curfew and do some kind of a protest. And today we are also keeping a close eye on Bangladesh.
All right, Mayuk, thank you for getting us with all those details. We'll be coming back to you to get an update of what is happening in Bangladesh after the government has now imposed a nationwide curfew. For now, we have to move ahead, viewers, and see what else is happening across India in our next segment, Bharat in 5 minutes. Let's get started. Union Home Minister Amit Shah will kickstart the election campaign for the upcoming assembly polls in Jharkhand today. He will address over 25,000 BJP workers at a time during a day-long extended state working committee meeting. According to a BJP functionary, Amit Shah's visit will prove to be more morale booster for the BJP workers. Shah will arrive at the airport in Ranchi on a BSF plane and will then proceed for the meeting venue. He will also be meeting a senior BJP leaders and party officials, MPs and MLAs at the party's headquarters in the capital city. This will be Amit Shah's first visit to Jharkhand after the recently concluded Lok Sabha polls. The release of Chief Minister Hemant Soren from jail after 5 months. Getting some big breaking updates coming in right now. India stance at the UN. In fact, we're getting the big update on Republic TV, where we are learning India's stance at UN crackdown on terror funding. So India on the international forum has always taken a stance against terrorism. It's calling out nations using terrorism as the state policy, viewers. And remember that India has also called out Pakistan, saying that they should stop sponsoring terror on the soil, saying no tolerance, no mercy in fight against terror. This is the big update that we're getting for our viewers right now. And as we keep getting our viewers more updates, let us tell you what is happening. Now, India is calling out nations who are using terrorism as their state policy. And India has never been shy in the international forums to call out terror, and speak against terror. They've said many times that terrorism must be stopped in all forms, including the ones who finance terror. This has been India's stance for the longest time right now. And some powerful statements coming in. Remember that India's Deputy Permanent Representative to the UN, R. Ravindra, has called for a crackdown on terror financing and targeted sanctions on terrorist individuals and entities to counter terrorism effectively. Short while back, delivering a statement at the UN Security Council briefing on the cooperation between UN and regional, sub-regional organizations in the maintenance of international peace and security. India has said that certain nations use terrorism as an instrument of state policy, and added that this approach has the potential to affect cooperation in multilateral platforms, including the SCO. Let's go ahead and play out that powerful statement.
Excellencies, when we talk about international peace and security, you will agree that terrorism constitutes one of the most serious threats. We must therefore shun double standards in our fight against terrorism. Certain countries are using terrorism as an instrument of state policy. Such an approach has the potential to affect cooperation in multilateral platforms, including at the SCO. We must reaffirm our resolve to fight terrorism in all its forms and manifestations, and we must crack down on all forms of support to terrorism, including its financing. There is a need for full implementation of UNSC resolution and targeted sanctions on terrorist individuals and entities to counter terrorism effectively. In this regard, the leaders of SCO agreed in the recent Astana meeting with a declaration that was adopted on 4th July that the international community must isolate and expose those countries that harbor terrorists, provide them with safe haven, and condone terrorism.
And even as the services hit by Microsoft's global outage are in fact grappling with coming back on track, some services have been resumed, at least partially. I'm being joined by my colleague Saqib from Republic Business Desk to help us understand what the situation is like right now. Saqib, over to you. What is the latest status?
Good morning, Shivangi. There are news reports pouring in from different parts of the world. So as far as the global status is concerned, there is some easing out. There are reports coming in, there's some easing out of the situation. What we're getting to hear is that the Hong Kong International Airport, which had seen flight disruptions out and out yesterday, has seen some restoration of flights now. I like to tell our viewers that yesterday, out of the 110,000 global flights across the world, as many as 5,000 flights had been cancelled yesterday. So we are also hearing from tech companies, we are hearing from other services sectors such as shipping, we are hearing from finance. There is some respite, and services are limping back to normal gradually, but not completely. But yes, services are globally limping back to normal. As far as CrowdStrike is concerned, I'd like to tell our viewers that the CrowdStrike is not a household name per se. That's where the glitch occurred from. It's a $83 billion company with more than 20,000 subscribers around the world, including Amazon and Microsoft. In fact, CrowdStrike CEO George Kutz went on to social media and to social media platform X and said that a defect was found in a single content update for Windows host that affected Microsoft customers. Meanwhile, security experts have said that CrowdStrike's routine update of its widely used cybersecurity software. So the problem apparently is that it did not undergo adequate quality checks before it was deployed. So apart from the tech part of it, as far as the travelers are concerned, as far as routine flyers are concerned, they have been impacted, they have been hit big time. But what we are understanding, what we are picking up is now that globally we are witnessing some sort of a respite, not much. We'll keep an eye out on these global reports which are pouring in. With that, it's back to you, Shivangi.
American Pistachio presents cracking news of the hour.
Home Minister Amit Shah chaired a security meeting yesterday, and all of this in wake of the terror attacks that have been happening in Jammu and Kashmir. We will be back with our rolling coverage on this. Stay tuned. We'll come right back after this short break.
In the India Today Best Universities 2023 survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
go to the next story we're tracking. Amazon India is gearing up for a Prime Day event on July 20th and 21st, featuring exclusive deals, new launches, and a lineup of entertainment. Let's have a look at this report to understand what you can expect.
Amazon India is gearing up for an extraordinary Prime Day event on July 20th and 21st. This eagerly anticipated event promises to deliver exclusive deals, reveal exciting new launches, and present a blockbuster entertainment lineup that will captivate shoppers and entertainment enthusiasts alike. From exclusive savings on top brands to thrilling new product releases, Prime Day 2024 is set to redefine your shopping experience. Stay tuned as Amazon India unveils more details on this year's Prime Day, when excitement meets unparalleled savings and entertainment.
Let's have a look at this raw footage that you see on your screens. Coming up, a major fire broke out on a container cargo merchant vessel about 102 nautical miles southwest of Goa. 2 ICG ships have been sailed with dispatch from Goa to augment firefighting efforts. Further details are awaited on this development, but those visuals coming in on your screen where you can see that a major fire broke out on a container cargo merchant vessel just 102 nautical miles southwest of Goa.
Home Minister Amit Shah chaired a security meeting yesterday, and all of this in wake of the terror attacks that have been happening in Jammu and Kashmir. We will be back with our rolling coverage on this. Stay tuned. We'll come right back after this short break.
In this week's edition of Get Me Right, we always thought that it's the Kashmir Valley which is the terror hotbed. But it's the Jammu region which has gone hot this summer. With 6 of the 8 terror attacks happening this year, happening after Prime Minister Modi took oath for the 3rd time. Is there a China angle also? And conspiracy theories galore in the United States on those 9 seconds of Donald Trump's brush with death. Let's take a deep dive.
American Pistachio presents Cracking News of the Hour. Pistachio presents Cracking News of the Hour. American Pistachio presents cracking news of the hour.
Viewers, top headlines are tracking right now. Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi to visit Jammu and review security. Jammu and Kashmir and DGP R.R. Swain to brief him about the situation. Home Minister Amit Shah to chair a key meeting over the security situation in Jammu and Kashmir in the national capital. Protest and violent in Bangladesh. Nationwide curfew imposed. Army pressed in to restore law and order. 245 Indians, including 125 students, return home from Bangladesh as job quota protests intensify. Microsoft outage hits the world. Long queues witnessed at Mexico-US border. Flight operations continue to bear the brunt. And viewers, let's go straight across to the top story that we're tracking right now on Republic TV. I am Shivangi Shukla, getting the latest this Saturday morning. We go to Bangladesh, where there are violent protests happening over job quota. In the latest, Sheikh Hasina government has now imposed a nationwide curfew. Here's all that you need to know.
As anti-quota protests rage in Bangladesh, 39 people have been killed. The rage among students against the Sheikh Hasina government has not calmed yet, which led to a nationwide curfew. Meanwhile, as many Indians remain stranded in the neighboring country, the Indian High Commission issued an advisory amid the violent tensions. The Indian High Commission advised the Indian community members and students in Bangladesh to avoid travel and minimize movement outside their living premises due to current circumstances. Further, it offered multiple emergency numbers and 24-hour Indian assistance to around 7,000 Indians in Bangladesh as per the High Commission's website. Following this, at least 70 Indian students have been rescued and brought back to India through Meghalaya's Dauki integrated checkpost along the Meghalaya-Bangladesh border. The protests, which started over demands for reforms in the government job quota system for descendants of the 1971 Bangladesh war, have seen widespread clashes, including attacks on police and the burning of public property. In response to the escalating violence, Bangladeshi authorities have imposed a day-long ban on public rallies in Dhaka. Further, in Dhaka, authorities heightened the security measures in and around the Indian High Commission as violent clashes escalated. Meanwhile, a media center in Bangladesh has been set ablaze by the student protesters. The situation has led to a near-total internet blackout in the country, with significant impacts on communication and daily activities as the country remains in turmoil.
Viewers, there is a big breaking updates coming in right now. Let's go to that. After the arrest of Manorama, the Pune police have now searched her residence and seized a high-end car, licensed pistol and 3 bullets. That is right, viewers. Remember that the Pune police had arrested Manorama Khedkar, mother of controversial probationary IS officer Pooja Khedkar, for allegedly threatening a farmers at gunpoint. In the latest that we are getting for you in this case is that the Pune police have searched her residence, and after searching her residence, they have found a couple of things. They have found a high-end car which now has been seized, a licensed pistol and 3 bullets. That is the big update coming in right now. Remember that Manorama Khedkar was arrested. She was produced before a local court, and after that she was remanded in police custody till July 20th. I want to go straight across to my colleague who's joining us, Satya Prakash. Satya Prakash, what is the latest we are learning? This looks like after Manorama's residence was searched, we see that a couple of things have been recovered, including a pistol.
देखिए शिवांगी, कल पुणे पुलिस ने पूजा खेड़कर के घर पर गई थी और जहां पर एक पिस्टल के साथ साथ 3 कारतूस को बरामद किया है। साथ ही जो कार था उसको भी सीज किया है। पुणे पुलिस इस मामले की जांच कर रही थी और पूजा खेड़कर की मां मनोरमा खेड़कर को 10 दिन के लिए नोटिस दिया था, क्योंकि जिस तरह से किसानों को धमकाने का मामला था, किसानों को जिस तरह धमका रही थी, इस मामले को लेकर पुणे पुलिस ने नोटिस दिया था कि जो पिस्टल था आपका, इस पिस्टल को गैर मतलब अवैध तरीके से इसको यूज किया गया है। तो इसको लेकर पुणे पुलिस ने 10 दिन पहले ही नोटिस दिया था और इसी को लेकर पुणे पुलिस ने कल पिस्टल के साथ 3 कारतूस बरामद किए हैं, साथ ही एक कार को भी सीज किया है। दूसरा ये कि आज पूजा खेड़कर की मां को, मनोरमा खेड़कर को कोर्ट में पेश किया जाएगा। मनोरमा खेड़कर को 2 दिन पहले ही पुणे ग्रामीण पुलिस ने अरेस्ट किया था और 2 दिन को उनको रिमांड मिली थी। आज फिर से पूजा खेड़कर की मां को, मनोरमा को कोर्ट में पेश किया जाएगा। तीसरा ये है सबसे बड़ा कि पूजा खेड़कर की मां का जो मनोरमा के नाम से कंपनी था, उसको भी पीएमसी पुणे महानगर पालिका ने सील कर दिया। तो लगातार पूजा खेड़कर के परिवार के साथ साथ पूजा खेड़कर पर कार्रवाई शुरू हो चुकी है।
All right, thank you for joining us there with all those details. Satya Prakash will be coming back to you as we get more updates on this development. For now, we will move ahead to all the other stories we're tracking across India. This is the next segment, Bharat in 5 minutes. Let's get started. Union Minister Amit Shah will kickstart the election campaign for the upcoming assembly polls in Jharkhand today. He will address over 25,000 PGP workers at a time during a day-long extended state working committee. And according to the BJP functionaries, Amit Shah's visit will prove to be a morale booster for the party workers. Shah will arrive at the airport in Ranchi on a BSF plane and will then proceed to the meeting venue. He will also meet senior BJP leaders, party officials, MPs, MLAs at the party's headquarters in the capital city. This will be Amit Shah's first visit to Jharkhand after the recently concluded Lok Sabha polls and release of CM Hemant Soren from jail after 5 months. BJP National President JP Nadda targeted the Congress party. He called Congress over a political parasite that stands on the crutches of other voters and weakens alliance partners. The Union Minister said that ones who have heard the Constitution the most are today teaching the ruling dispensation on how to protect democracy. He claimed that the Congress has dismissed elected governments 90 times in the past, while the Modi government at the centre has never dismissed the government of other parties in the last 10 years. Days after he claimed in Jharkhand that the state's Muslim population spiraled due to infiltration from neighbouring Bangladesh, Assam CM Hemanta Biswa Sarma has claimed that Assam will become a Muslim majority state by 2041. Assam CM claimed that the Muslim population in his state is growing around 30% every 10 years and they will become a majority by 2041. He said that the Muslims have now become 40% of Assam's population as per statistical sampling. Hemanta said that the Muslim population in Assam was at 36% in the 2011 census, but it's growing at 29 to 30% every year, every 10 years. He also added that the population of the Hindu community is rising by around 16% every 10 years and warned that if this trend continues, the state will become a Muslim majority by 2041. Delhi CM Arvind Kejriwal's wife Sunita will today launch Kejriwal's guarantees for Haryana, where the polls are scheduled later this year. She will make the announcement of Kejriwal ki guarantees in a town hall meeting in Panchkula. She will be accompanied by Punjab CM Bhagwant Mann, Aam Aadmi Party National General Secretary Sandeep Pathak, and Rajya Sabha MP Sanjay Singh. Meanwhile, Aam Aadmi Party has declared it will not form an alliance with the opposition parties for Haryana Assembly elections. This means that the Aam Aadmi Party will contest all 90 assembly seats in Haryana, claiming that the people want a change in the state. Arvind Kejriwal is currently in judicial custody due to a money laundering case linked to the excise policy. His wife, Sunita Kejriwal, actively campaigned for the party's candidates in Delhi, Haryana and Gujarat during the latest Lok Sabha elections and has taken charge in his absence. NTA will today publish the results of the NEET UG candidates on their website. This will include city-wise, center-wise results, masking the identity of the aspirants. This comes after the Supreme Court directed the NTA to publish the results. Meanwhile, the Central Bureau of Investigation will file a status report in the Supreme Court regarding the ongoing investigation in the Hazaribagh case of Patna. even before this, CBI has filed 2 status reports. The Patna police will also file its investigation report in the court, in which they have to tell what evidence they found in the initial investigation and what action they took. Supreme Court will hear the matter again on Monday. We're getting some big breaking updates coming in right now, viewers. And what we are learning of is that an alarming incident in Bengaluru has sparked outrage as police has reportedly ignored an accident. Victim in dire need of help. The victim, injured and abandoned on the streets, was left without a crucial aid. And after that, this raised many concerns about police conduct and accountability. Eyewitnesses reported that the victim lay on the roadside of an extended period, visibly distressed and in pain, while police officers present at the scene chose to turn a blind eye. So those are the visuals. In fact, we'll play the visuals in just a minute, but those are the top updates. A victim was injured and abandoned on Bengaluru street, but as the accident victim was lying there, the Bengaluru police turned a blind eye, denied crucial aid and transport to the hospital. So that is the update coming in on this story. We'll be joined very soon by my colleague Deepak to help us understand what really happened. But this is what we are learning of. Deepak is joining us. Deepak, this is very, very concerning, because when an accident victim needs help, the police cannot turn a blind eye. Cannot turn a blind eye to a victim who needs help. If you could take our viewers through what exactly happened and what is the details of this story.
Yeah, Shivangi, now what these visuals tell is a clear story of police apathy, inhumane behavior, humanity. Police have lost humanity in, saving this accident victim. In the visuals, you can clearly see him, that accident victim who is bleeding, he is writhing in pain, and this happened in Yeshwantpur late last night. And this victim, the onlookers have also told the police to take this victim to the hospital in their patrol vehicle, but completely turning a blind eye and, babbling while standing near this accident victim. The police have completely exposed themselves. Recently as well, even in Bengaluru, we came across an incident where a police, after helping a victim, they told him to post it on Twitter, give them the credit. But with the cops doing, with the cops now turning a blind eye to such victims who are battling life and death, this clearly shows the shocking state of affairs and how the police is completely, turning a blind eye, deaf ear to the cries and calls of these people, because this man, he met with an accident. He's battling, he's battling death, and you can see him completely bleeding on the streets, lying down unconscious. And what the police had to do was take him to the nearest hospital, but instead they were posing for the videos that were being recorded. There you see, Shivangi, look at all these police officers. These are the so-called police officers in Bengaluru who are standing around this accident victim doing nothing. So Siddaramaiah, the Chief Minister, and the Police Commissioner must take cognizance of this matter and make sure that action is taken against these apathetic police officials.
Well, Deepak, thank you for getting us all the updates. We'll be, of course, coming back to you as we get more developments and updates on this story. And viewers, let's move ahead to what is happening in Jammu and Kashmir. Today, we'll see that after back-to-back terror attacks, which Diwali has been seeing for the past few months, the army chief is going to visit Jammu today, and he'll be accompanied by other high-level officials, including the CCS. In fact, including the other high officials after the CCS meeting led by PM Modi, where clear directives were given to address operational flaws. The army has been instructed to investigate why troops have repeatedly fallen into a similar ambush trap since 2021 and to ensure relentless time-bound operation against terrorists in 7 Jammu districts, aiming to neutralize threats within 3 months. General Dwivedi will be briefed by top army commanders and will also meet with Director General Jammu and Kashmir, R.S. Swain, and entire army leadership in Jammu. And let's go straight across to Gursimran, joining us live from Jammu. I'm coming across to you, Gursimran. When can we expect the army chief to be there, and what would be on the agenda? Now, we understand in the past few months we have seen an uptick of terror activities in Jammu and the adjoining regions.
Yes, good morning, Shivangi. And Army Chief General Dwivedi will be landing Jammu roughly somewhere 1:30. It was expected to be around noon, slight delay, and 1:30 is the time when General Dwivedi will be in Jammu. There will be a threadbare discussion on the ongoing counter-terror operations in the Jammu region. He will be co-chairing a meeting along with the Jammu and Kashmir DGP. It is also expected that if the meeting begins roughly around 3:30, then it will be chaired by the J&K LG Manoj Sinha, who will be taking the inputs from all the agencies. Now what all will be discussed includes the operational flaws, because there have been clear directions that have been given after the CCS meeting, the Cabinet Committee on the Security meeting that was chaired by the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, that the army needs to ensure that the operational flaws that are there, because we have lost more than 40 brave hearts to similar fashion attacks that have been carried out by the Pakistani terrorists, and also a time-bound elimination of the Pakistani terrorists who have infiltrated inside the Indian territory. That needs to be done, because there has been a large-scale infiltration, irrespective of which force says what. There has been a large-scale infiltration from the line of control as well as from the international border. The international border figures, they are really concerning for the security agencies, because it is that Jaish has come up with multiple groups of them entering the Indian territory, and now they have occupied the heights in the Kathua, Udhampur and the Doda district, of which the terrorists are carrying out the terror attacks on the security forces. So this meeting that will be roughly around 2.5 hours, this will have the discussions on the overall scenario and also the additional troop deployment that needs to be done in the Jammu region.
Right. And if you could take our viewers through, what the high-level security review meetings have come to a conclusion. We know that Amit Shah and PM Modi have held high-level security meetings with senior security officials. If you could take our viewers through what was the conclusion of that and how will that be implemented?
See, it was very clearly conveyed to the army leadership that there needs to be a thorough discussion and a threadbare application of the resources, that how this situation can be tackled. Because what has happened, that morally the terrorists, they are carrying out the back-to-back attacks, and soon after the attacks they are getting disappeared. That is a real concern for the security forces, that soon after the attack there is no retaliation and the terrorists manage to get back. So those operational flaws that the Indian army is now seriously deliberating upon, that how this can be tackled. Yes, there are some suggestions that are being worked upon, including the small teams that have been formed by the Indian Army along with the Jammu and Kashmir Police that will be carrying out the operations. And we will be continuing with this rolling coverage right after this short break on the other side on Republic TV, as Indian Army intensified its operation against terror.
viewers, let's get to all the top updates we're getting from the world of sports. In the opening match of the Women's Asia Cup T20 2024, India defeated Pakistan by 7 wickets. Pakistan, opting to bowl after winning the toss, were restricted to 108 runs due to India's strong bowling performance. In response, India's opening pair, Shafali Verma and Smriti Mandhana, are set to solid foundation, leading to the team to victory after 35 balls to spare. The win marks India's first in the campaign. They will face UAE on Sunday at the same venue. Tennis champion Alexander Zverev continues his quest to defend his Hamburg title with a confident performance against Shi Zhang of China. The top seed in world number 4 secured a straight sets victory of 6-4, 6-3 in just over an hour. Zverev's win not only delighted the home crowd, but also extended his impressive run at the tournament to 8 consecutive victories. With his result, he has surpassed the world number 1, Jannik Sinner, for the most tour-level wins this year, now standing at 43. Zverev will face Spaniard Pedro Martinez in the semi-finals. Following Hamburg, 27-year-old German is set to travel to Paris to defend his men's singles Olympic gold medal. 7th seed Nuno Burgess has now advanced to his first ATP semi-final, defeating Kazakh qualifier Timofey Sakitov 6-4 and 6-3. The Portuguese player, currently ranked number 51, demonstrated a strong performance throughout the match. Now set to face Argentinian Thiago Augustin Tirante in the semi-finals, aiming to continue his impressive run at the tournament. Practice for the Hungarian Grand Prix, Lando Norris led the timesheets, outperforming Max Verstappen, who's looking to extend his championship lead. Norris' McLaren was swift, but Ferrari's Charles Leclerc had a significant setback, crashing heavily at turn 4 and causing a red flag. Despite the crash, Leclerc has now downplayed the damage to his car. Meanwhile, Red Bull's upgrades were on display, with Verstappen aiming to capitalize on his 84-point lead over Norris. Ferrari's Carlos Sainz has showed strong performance with the fastest lap in FP1 and third in FP2.
Yeah, I think we had a good day with it. Of course, there's still a lot to learn and optimize, but I think it was a solid start to the weekend. And yeah, now we'll try to look into the details to try and make it a bit better. Of course, also FP2 was a bit interrupted, so we didn't get the full long runs in like we wanted to. Of course, it was the same for everyone, but. Yeah, we'll look into things. I think it wasn't a bad start to the weekend, and yeah, work from there.
Let's go to this big other sports story that we're tracking right now. And for all our sports lovers, at the Swiss Open, we saw Stefanos Tsitsipas secure a very commanding win over Fabio Fognini. Here is what happened. Take a look.
In a commanding display of skill, Stefanos Tsitsipas secured a decisive victory over Fabio Fognini at the Swiss Open in Stade, Switzerland. Tsitsipas, currently ranked the 12th in the world, asserted his dominance early in the match against Fabio Fognini. With precise shots and strategic play, Tsitsipas claimed the first set 6-4, showcasing his prowess on the clay courts of Stade. Maintaining his momentum, Tsitsipas continued his impressive performance in the second set, securing a solid 6-3 victory over his Italian opponent. Fognini, on the other hand, known for his tenacity on the court, struggled to counter Tsitsipas' aggressive yet controlled gameplay. With this triumph, Stefanos Tsitsipas advanced to the semi-finals of the Swiss Open, where he awaits the winner of the match between Felix Auger and Matteo Berrettini. The Greek athlete's path to the championship match promises to be fiercely contested as he continues to demonstrate his form and determination on the international tennis stage. The Greek tennis star's straight set to victory catapulted him into the tournament's semi-finals, setting the stage for an exciting game.
Let's move ahead to the other story we're tracking. We go to what is happening from the world of golf. Tiger Woods has made a disastrous exit from the British Open Championship, which was held in Scotland. Here's a quick look at what transpired from the world of sports.
Tiger Woods made an early exit from the Open Championship. The 15-time major missed the cut at his third straight major tournament, finishing at 14 over par. Woods wished he was more physically sharp in the game. A third-time winner of the British Open, he started his day with a par on the first hole but faced problems afterwards. He then clinched number 5, 9, 12, 14 and 17 to finish the round at 6 over, birding only 3 holes during his 2 rounds. The last time that happened was in 2015 when he failed to make the weekend at the US Open, the British Open and the PGA Championship.
But I just wanted to make sure that I was able to play the major championships this year. I got a lot of time off to get better, to be better physically, which has been the case all year. I've gotten better, even though my results really haven't shown it. But physically, I've gotten better, which is great.
The golfer has, however, vowed to be back for the 2025 major.
CrowdStrike, a cybersecurity firm integrating with Windows for enhanced security, recently faced BSOD issues following an update. President CEO George Kurtz assured that the company is collaborating with affected customers and partners to restore systems. Kurtz committed to full transparency about the incident and promised a technical update and root cause analysis to prevent future occurrences. Yemen's Houthi rebels have claimed responsibility for a drone attack in central Tel Aviv, targeting an area near the U.S. Embassy, which resulted in 1 fatality and 10 injuries. The UN further addressed the strike, following which the escalation has coincided with ongoing ceasefire and hostage negotiations between Israel and Hamas in Cairo. UN further addressed how Israel has intensified strikes in central Gaza amid worsening conditions, with international courts accusing Israel of war crimes and genocide, claims Israel denies. However, Gaza will face severe humanitarian crisis due to ongoing conflict and restrictions. U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan stated there are no specific threats from adversaries currently, but the country remains vigilant. Speaking at the Aspen Forum, Sullivan highlighted the U.S.-led NATO summit's role in strengthening alliance and preparing for future challenges. He acknowledged ongoing adversarial action against American interests and allies with coordinated efforts to counteract them. Sullivan also previewed President Biden's upcoming meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, focusing on ceasefire and hostage deal, with Netanyahu scheduled to address the Congress. Hundreds of demonstrators in Lima, hundreds of demonstrators from unions, social organizations and political parties protested for the president's resignation on Friday. They also called for increased wages and pensions and demanded a thorough investigation into the deaths of 67 people and thousands of injuries during unrest. And the Ombudsman's office reported that most fatalities were civilians killed by firearms, with significant violence occurring. A brush fire in the East Fork area of Angeles National Forest has led to an evacuation order. Aerial footage shows significant smoke and flames near a highway. Meanwhile, firefighters from the National Forest are on the scene to understand the cause of the fire.
American Pistachio presents cracking news of the hour.
Home Minister Amit Shah chaired a security meeting yesterday, and all of this in wake of the terror attacks that have been happening in Jammu and Kashmir. We will be back with our rolling coverage on this. Stay tuned. We'll come right back after this short break.
Asia's largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
American Pistachio presents cracking news of the hour.
Viewers, top headlines are tracking right now. Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi to visit Jammu and review security situation. Jammu and Kashmir DGP are sworn to brief him about the situation. Union Home Minister Amit Shah to chair a meeting over the security situation in Jammu and Kashmir in the national capital. Protest and violence in Bangladesh, nationwide curfew imposed, army pressed in to restore law and order. 245 Indians, including 125 students, return home from Bangladesh as job quota protests intensify. Microsoft outage hits the world. Long queues witnessed at Mexico-US border. Flight operations continue to bear the brunt. We'll have a breaking up. Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. Now we have a big update in the Jitin Sahani murder case. Now 3 additional suspects have now been arrested. That is what we are learning of right now, Republic TV viewers. Remember, the investigation is on in this case, in the Jitin Sahani murder case, and what we can tell you is that all are found to be associated with the main accused, Kazim Ansari, who's already in police custody. So that is the big update coming in. The arrest marks a significant development in the ongoing investigation as authorities work to piece together the full extent of the conspiracy and the roles played by each suspect. So all 3 accused are hand in glove with the main accused. Let's go ahead and play out the reactions coming in from the police.
तीन लोगों का गिरफ्तारी हुआ है। उनका नाम है सितारे, छोटे लहरी और मोहम्मद आज़ाद। ये तीनों जो काजिम अंसारी के साथ घटनाक्रम में संलिप्तता था इनका। गिरफ्तार अभियुक्त मोहम्मद सितारे उर्फ छेदी द्वारा मृतक के पास 20,000 रुपये सूद लिया था। उसी के एवज में मृतक पैशन प्रो मोटरसाइकिल एवं कागज़ रखे हुए थे। कांड में गिरफ्तार छोटे लहरी जो थे 6,000 रुपये सूद लिए थे, उसमें उसके एवज में ज़मीन का कागज़ रखे हुए थे। और मोहम्मद जो आज़ाद है, ये इनका सहयोगी है, इनके सपोर्ट में था। और घटनास्थल में जो सीजर लिस्ट बना था, तो उसमें जो संदूक था, उसमें जो 23 कागज़ था, उस 23 कागज़ में 2 ज़मीन का दस्तावेज था, बाकी शेष ब्याज का जो दस्तावेज था। और घटनास्थल पे 38 प्लास्टिक का खाली पाउच मिला हुआ था। तो हम लोग उसको प्रथम दृष्टता शराब का सेवन मानते हुए उसको FSL के लिए टेस्ट के लिए भेजा जा रहा है।
Let's move ahead to what is happening in Bangladesh, where we are getting you top updates. A protest over government jobs in Bangladesh has led to chaos in that country, where we saw the latest coming in, where the Sheikh Hasina government has now imposed nationwide curfew. Now this is coming in as many people have been killed in those protests. Here's a report.
As anti-quota protests rage in Bangladesh, 39 people have been killed. The rage among students against the Sheikh Hasina government has not calmed yet, which led to a nationwide curfew. Meanwhile, as many Indians remain stranded in the neighboring country, the Indian High Commission issued an advisory amid the violent tensions. The Indian High Commission advised the Indian community members and students in Bangladesh to avoid travel and minimize movement outside their living premises due to current circumstances. Further, it offered multiple emergency numbers and 24-hour Indian assistance to around 7,000 Indians in Bangladesh as per the High Commission's website. Following this, at least 70 Indian students have been rescued and brought back to India through Meghalaya's Dauki integrated checkpost along the Meghalaya-Bangladesh border. The protests, which started over demands for reforms in the government job quota system for descendants of the 1971 Bangladesh war, have seen widespread clashes, including attacks on police and the burning of public property. In response to the escalating violence, Bangladeshi authorities have imposed a day-long ban on public rallies in Dhaka. Further, in Dhaka, authorities heightened the security measures in and around the Indian High Commission as violent clashes escalated. Meanwhile, a media center in Bangladesh has been set ablaze by the student protesters. The situation has led to a near-total internet blackout in the country, with significant impacts on communication and daily activities as the country remains in turmoil.
And viewers, let's move ahead to the other story we're tracking right now. We have to go all the way across to Karnataka, where we have been tracking the Karnataka Treasury loot scam. And as we are getting you top updates, let us tell you that the Congress MLA Basanagowda now is going to be facing 2 days of questioning in this case. Now, this scam has led to the lens, radar, or a lot of leaders in the state being involved in the huge scam. Authorities are also probing Basanagowda about his personal assistance receipt of 55 lakhs, seeking to uncover potential links and what really happened. Now, I just want to go across to my colleague Deepak, who's joining us. Deepak, the Congress MLA Basanagowda, he was missing for a while. He tried to run away, when the investigation was on. SIT, CBI and ED are all investigating this case. Now he's facing 2 days of questioning. Take us through what is the latest coming in.
Right, Shivangi, when the ED and the SIT had issued notices to him for appearing before them for questioning, Basanagowda Daddal was missing. He was missing soon after the Enforcement Directorate searches ended at his residence in Bengaluru, and after that it ended on Friday. And the previous week, Saturday and Sunday, Basanagowda Daddal was nowhere to be seen in Bengaluru. In fact, he was spotted in Raichur. That's what one of our correspondents told us. He was spotted traveling in Raichuru, and now it looks like the Enforcement Directorate is cornering him as far as the funds which are transferred are concerned, because the Enforcement Directorate has now interrogated him for 2 consecutive days, and previously they had questioned him for about 37 hours, and now he has not been called today but has been given instructions to appear before the Enforcement Directorate if he is summoned once again. Now, what is under lens is that Basanagowda Daddal's transfer of funds to individuals in Raichur. Remember, our correspondent had told us that he was spotted in Raichuru when he was missing in Bengaluru. So all of this is now under lens. And what's more is that his personal assistant, Pampanna, was also accused of receiving money to the tune of 55 lakhs in 2 tranches. The first one included 50 lakhs, which was received by Pampanna once near the slum board in Bengaluru, Seshadripuram. And the second one was 5 lakh rupees. So in 2 installments, Pampanna, who is the PA of Daddal, received about 55 lakh rupees. So all of this is now under the scrutiny of the Enforcement Directorate. And when they summon him next, he will have to appear before the probe agency and respond to their questions.
Right. And, Deepak, as we're getting our viewers all the top updates in the Karnataka Treasury scam, this has been something which has an astronomical amount of money which was embezzled. And there are a lot of players which have been involved and they're being investigated. If you could take our viewers through who they are and why this story hit the headlines.
Now, Shivangi, first of all, there are three players. One is B. Nagendra, who was the former minister in Karnataka government. He is also facing the heat of the Enforcement Directorate. His house was also searched consecutively for about 2 days. And his wife, Manjula, is also under the scanner. Her bank accounts are under scrutiny. And the third person is Basangowda Daddal, who we told you about just a few moments back. Basangowda Daddal is also a Congress MLA, and he is also under the scrutiny of the Enforcement Directorate for illegal transfer of funds. So we'll have to wait and watch where the probe heads and what the probe will throw up in the coming days, whether Basangowda Daddal's involvement, which is a larger picture that the Enforcement Directorate is involving, comes to the fore, or whether Daddal claims that he is very clean in this entire scam, and whether that will be established or not remains to be seen.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us there. In fact, we're getting some more breaking updates coming in. Let's go to that. Getting big breaking updates. UPSC Chairman Manoj Soni tender resignation due to personal reasons. His resignation has not been accepted yet. That is what we're learning of right now, viewers. A big breaking update coming in on Republic TV. Now, this is through the Department of Personnel and Training, DOPT sources. And Deepak, of course, it says we don't know why he has, we don't know exactly what is the reason, but it's personal reasons. That is what the UPSC Chairman Manoj Soni has said when he tendered the resignation. What else do we understand about this development?
So Shivangi, in the recent past, we've seen cases like Pooja Khedkar coming to the fore. The UPSC board is under severe scrutiny because forged documents, forged caste certificates, forged certificates of disability have all been used to secure a spot, like Pooja Khedkar did. Like that, there are several other cases in the state of Chhattisgarh under the former Chief Minister's regime. So all of that is now under scrutiny, and the UPSC board is now, cornered into a very tough spot and facing so much, outrage and also scrutiny from the general public, has probably forced Mr. Soni to now resign. But now DOPT sources have confirmed that his resignation has not been accepted yet. But what is interesting here is that he still had 5 more years in office, and now he has resigned prematurely, which indicates that there is something going on. Whether the UPSC officials, including Mr. Soni, are under the scanner or not, that will come out in the coming days. But right now what we know is that he has resigned in 5 years advance from him exiting the office. But sources have said that his resignation has not yet been accepted.
All right. Well, thank you, Deepa, for getting us all those details. We have to move on right now to some more breaking updates coming in. Let's go to that. Now, what we're learning, viewers, a Congress MLA from Sonipat has been arrested by the ED. That is what we're learning of. This is one more big breaking coming in. Now, this is an illegal mining case. That is what we're learning of. The arrest marks a significant development in the ongoing crackdown on corruption and illegal activities in the region. So, Congress MLA arrested by the ED in illegal mining case. And we will be trying to go across to my colleagues to understand what the latest is on the story. But as of now, what we have learned is that this Congress MLA has been arrested by the ED, and this is in connection with the illegal mining case. The arrest marks a significant development in the ongoing crackdown on corruption and illegal activities in the region. So that is what we're learning of on Republic TV, and we will be soon joined by my colleagues to understand what is happening. We are seeing that this is the illegal mining case in the Yamuna Nagar area, and the ED will be taking this Congress MLA later on. He'll be taking him to the special court in Ambala, Haryana for remand. This is a matter pertaining to illegal mining by syndicate in Yamuna Nagar area worth approximately 400 to 500 crores. Let's move ahead, viewers, to all the other stories we're tracking. Starting off with Union Home Minister Amit Shah will kickstart the election campaign for the upcoming assembly polls in Jharkhand today. He will address over 25,000 BJP workers at a time during a day-long extended state working committee meeting. According to BJP functionaries, Amit Shah's visit will prove to be a morale booster for the party workers. Shah will arrive at the airport in Ranchi on a BSF plane and will then proceed to the meeting venue. He will also be meeting senior BJP leaders, party officials, MPs and MLAs at the party's headquarters in the capital city. This will be Amit Shah's first visit to Jharkhand after the recently concluded Lok Sabha polls and released CM Hemant Soren from jail after 5 months. BJP National President JP Nadda targeted the Congress party. He called Congress a political parasite that stands on the crutches of others' votes and weakens alliance partners. A union minister said that the ones who have heard the constitution the most are today teaching the ruling dispensation on how to protect democracy. He claimed that the Congress has dismissed elected governments 90 times in the past, while the Modi dispensation at the centre has never missed the government of other parties in the last 10 years. Days after he claimed in Jharkhand that the state's Muslim population spiraled due to infiltration from neighbouring Bangladesh, Assam CM Himanta Biswa Sarma has claimed that Assam will become a Muslim-majority state. By 2041, the Assam CM claimed that the Muslim population in his state is growing around 30% every 10 years, and they will become the majority by 2041. He said that the Muslims have now become 40% of Assam's population as per statistical sampling. Himanta said the Muslim population in Assam was at 36% in the 2011 census and is growing at 29 to 30% every 10 years. He added that the population of the Hindu community is rising by around 16% every 10 years and warned that if this trend continues, the state will become Muslim majority by 2041. Delhi CM Arvind Kejriwal, Vice Minister today, launched Kejriwal's guarantees for Haryana, where the polls are scheduled later this year. She will make the announcement of Kejriwal ki guarantees in a town hall meeting in Panchkula. She will be accompanied by Punjab CM Bhagwant Mann, Aam Aadmi Party National General Secretary Sandeep Pathak and Rajya Sabha MP Sanjay Singh. Meanwhile, Aam Aadmi Party has declared it will not form an alliance with the opposition parties for assembly elections. This means that the Aam Aadmi Party will contest all 90 assembly seats in Haryana, claiming that the people want a change in the state. Arvind Kejriwal is currently in judicial custody due to money laundering case linked to the excise policy. His wife Sunita Kejriwal actively campaigned for the party's candidate in Delhi, Haryana, Gujarat during the latest Lok Sabha elections. Has taken charge in his absence. National Testing Agency will today publish the results of the NEET UG candidates on their website. This will include city-wise and centre-wise results, masking the identity of the aspirants. This comes after the Supreme Court directed the NTA to publish the results. Meanwhile, the Centre Bureau of Investigation will file a status report in the Supreme Court regarding the ongoing investigation in the Hazaribagh case of Patna. Even before this, the CBI has filed 2 status reports. The Patna police will also file its investigation report in the court, which they have to tell what evidence they found in the initial investigation and what action they took. The Supreme Court will hear the matter again on Monday. Let's move ahead to the story that we're tracking. It looks like that the police have now gunned down 12 Maoists, including 5 women rebels in jungles near the Vandoli village on the Maharashtra-Chhattisgarh border. Here is a full report on what happened.
Just a couple of days after our forces neutralized 12 Maoists in Gadchiroli, Republic Media Network went to ground zero to bring you the story from the thick forests where Maoists have long asserted their dominance. The journey began in Pendhari.
In a big win to the Gadchiroli police, 12 Naxals have been neutralized. Right now we are in Gadchiroli and here you see this is Jara Vandi, which is 8.3 kilometers away from here. So Republic Media Network's team is moving there towards the Vandoli area where at that actual spot the encounter took place in which 12 Naxals were neutralized.
The biggest question after the successful operation by our forces: are there any more Naxal pockets in northern Gadchiroli?
The Naxal operation took place on Wednesday afternoon, and what we have been told by the senior officers that it's a very tough terrain, so it's very tough to go over there. But the Republic Media Network is the only media network which is going to the spot to bring you the exact version that what actually led at that point of time and how that incident took place. Here you can see, I would like to request my Vijay to pan and show you the visual of my car. So from beyond this area we cannot take the car. So what we will have to do, we will have to follow that probe, to follow that investigation. We'll have to go barefoot and cross this Nala.
After a tumultuous journey spanning hours and crossing over 5 water crossings, Republic finally reached the spot where the encounter with Maoists took place.
We had to cross 5 different nalas as per the inputs received by our sources, and then what we did, we took help from the Vadoli area village people over there, and then we took a bike to reach to the spot in the forest where that actual encounter took place, in which 12 Naxalites were neutralized. Here you can see we are just moving towards the spot. I would like to request my Vijay to show you the visual of this forest where that incident took place, in which 12 lives have been lost. And while we have been speaking to senior officials in the Gadchiroli police department, they have said that after killing all those 12 Naxals, they have wiped out the Naxals from North Gadchiroli region. So let's go towards the exact spot site in the forest where you can show you the visual that what led to the entire encounter.
During the encounter, 3 senior cadres of rank of divisional committee members along with 5 area committee members and 4 Dalam members were neutralized. In total, 12 Maoists were neutralized in Vandoli's thick forest by our brave forces.
Yes, finally we did it. Yes, we did it. Why I say we did it? Because when I was speaking to the senior officials in Maharashtra Police Department, they told me that it's next to impossible for commoners to go over there. And at the very spot in Vandoli forest where that actual encounter took place, in which 12 Naxalites have been neutralized. But I crossed such 5 different nalas over there and went inside the deep forest, and we covered it for Republic Media Network exclusively. No other media network dared to reach over there. So we finally reached over there and we finally covered that story for our audience. Keep watching Republic TV.
Some big breaking updates coming in the chilling Renuka Swamy murder probe. And as the investigation is ongoing, 5 close aides of Darshan are said to become the key witnesses. Authorities have recorded their statements, expected to provide crucial insights and evidence in solving this case. That is what we are learning of right now, viewers. And I just want to go across to my colleague who is joining us. This Renuka Swamy murder probe, Deepak, has been catching the headlines because of the chilling plot and the involvement of some very big names. If you could take our viewers to the latest that we're learning as the probe continues in this case.
Right, Shivangi, now Darshan's close aides, 5 of them have recorded their statements before the police under CRPC section 164. Because the cops believe that there are possibilities that they can make a U-turn later on. So they have recorded a statement of all these 5 accused to be on the safer side so that their testimonies don't change later. And let me tell you about the people whose statements are recorded. One is Babul Khan, who is the domestic help who works in Darshan's residence. Second is Sushil Amma, another domestic help at his residence. Amir Khan, a domestic worker. And Darshan's manager, who used to take care of his finances, his statements have also been recorded. Costume designer statement is also been recorded. Now remember, after the brutal killing of Renuka Swamy, Darshan's one pair of Darshan's footwear was found at his wife's flat. So many suspect that the costume person who handles Darshan's makeup and all the other stuff, he was suspected of leaving the murder weapon. That is also one of the murder weapons because he wore the same shoes during the murder of Renuka Swamy. So those shoes were left at Darshan's wife's residence, Vijay Lakshmi's flat. So the questioning could have been on those factors. How did that pair of shoes reach Vijay Lakshmi's flat, and what is their involvement? Did they know about this? Did they know about the financial transactions that exchanged hands? So all of these questions were probably asked before these 5 aides of Darshan. So these testimonies have now been recorded, and the case is set to get bigger because all of these people are likely to turn witnesses in the case, Shivangi.
All right, thank you so much, Deepa, for getting us all the details. We'll be tracking the story very closely as more details emerge as Renuka Swamy murder case gets investigated.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
In Albania, new fires emerged overnight across various regions, including northeast and southeast. Firefighters and military personnel are trying to contain flames burning. A Cougar helicopter was deployed to prevent a blaze in a pine forest from spreading to nearby villages. Preventing fires from rekindling remains a major challenge in Albania. The European Union has provided assistance with the planes from Canada Air and Greece aiding firefighting efforts. Authorities have taken action against at least one individual suspected of starting a fire in southern Albania.
The Indian Army is now seriously deliberating upon that how this can be tackled. Yes, there are some suggestions that are being worked upon, including the small teams that have been formed by the Indian Army along with the Jammu and Kashmir police that will be carrying out the operations. And we will be continuing with this rolling coverage right after this short break on the other side on Republic TV as Indian Army intensified its operation against terror.
processions this week. For some strange reason, people carried Palestinian flags in Bihar, Jharkhand, Madhya Pradesh, and of course in Kashmir. I'm surprised, I'm appalled. Why are Indian citizens carrying and proudly waving Palestinian flags? How are Indian citizens waving the Palestinian flag and not the Indian flag? How much more can one tolerate? In one or two cases, I even heard details of the terrorist group Hezbollah flag also being waved. What are these people carrying the Palestinian flag trying to prove? That openly their allegiance is first to the Hezbollah, their allegiance is to Palestine. My view, arrest these people, lock them up, and put the toughest provisions of the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, UAPA, and the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita against them. I say that we need to remind them that there is no free run.
In this week's edition of Get Me Right, we always thought that it's the Kashmir Valley which is the terror hotbed. But it's the Jammu region which has gone hot this summer. With 6 of the 8 terror attacks happening this year, happening after Prime Minister Modi took oath for the 3rd time. Is there a China angle also? And conspiracy theories galore in the United States on those 9 seconds of Donald Trump's brush with death. Let's take a deep dive.
Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi to visit Jammu and Kashmir to review security. J&K and DGP R.R. Swen to brief him about the situation. Union Home Minister Amit Shah to chair a key meeting over the security situation in J&K in the national capital. Protests turned violent in Bangladesh. A nationwide curfew imposed. Army President to restore law and order. Two 45 Indians, including 125 students, return home from Bangladesh as job quota protests intensify. Microsoft outage hits the world. Long queues witnessed at Mexico-US border. Flight operations continue to bear the brunt. Across to breaking news coming in from the national capital, where Delhi LG VK Saxena has instructed the Chief Secretary and Tihar officials to closely monitor Kejriwal's diet. This, of course, is after claims by the Aam Aadmi Party over Arvind Kejriwal's weight concerns. This directive aims to ensure proper scrutiny and address concerns that have been raised by the party. Now, of course, there's a back and forth going on between not just the Aam Aadmi Party and the Delhi LG and Tihar authorities, but also with the BJP that's also claiming that Kejriwal's weight has in fact gained. This even as the Aam Aadmi Party continues to maintain that Kejriwal significantly lost weight. Remember, this is even as Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal continues to remain in Tihar over the Delhi excise policy case. His hearing in the CBI case is scheduled for later today. All right, and viewers, I'm now joined in by my colleague Soumya, who is reporting live from the national capital. Soumya, very good morning to you. Now, a continuous back and forth of the Aam Aadmi Party with the Tihar officials, and now the Delhi LG has also ordered, monitoring Kejriwal's diet plan. What do you see going forward from here?
Yes, Sikriti, this came after the Secretariat received a report from the Superintendent of the prison. So according to that report, it suggests that there was a willful low-calorie intake by the Chief Minister of the National Capital, specifically from 6th June until 13th July of this month. It has constantly showed that, the three planned diet that has been, instructed for the Chief Minister. There has been attempts made that ensures low calorie intake. At the same time, there's a significant, decrease in the weight from 63.5 kgs. It has now come to 61.5 kgs, and now the medical reports are suggesting it is because of the low calorie intake. Other than that, the glaring discrepancy discrepancies between the glucometer reading and CGMS reading have also been reported, and it has been suggested that these need to be verified by medical experts. Having said that, the report also suggests that on 18th June, the Chief Minister had not taken the insulin, followed by 6 July and 7 July, the Chief Minister had not taken his proper diet, and specifically on 7th July, he denied to take his proper dosage of insulin before having his dinner. The LG has expressed his concern over this, given this can have ramifications both on his health and the ongoing case, and it has been suggested by the prison authorities that the Chief Minister has to strictly adhere to these norms when it comes to his diet. Back to you.
All right, well, thanks for joining us with those details, Soumya. But viewers, let's also show you the reaction that's coming in from Delhi BJP President Virendra Sachdeva. He, of course, has refuted all the claims and apprehensions raised by the Aam Aadmi Party. Listen in.
अरविंद केजरीवाल शराब घोटाले के मास्टरमाइंड, उनके एक और षड्यंत्र का पर्दाफाश हुआ है। तिहाड़ जेल के सुपरिटेंडेंट की चिट्ठी अब सार्वजनिक हो चुकी है। इसमें स्पष्ट रूप से लिखा है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल, जिन्हें घर का भोजन दिया जाता है माननीय न्यायालय के निर्देश के द्वारा, वो जानबूझकर लो कैलोरी फूड ले रहे हैं, खाने की मात्रा कम कर रहे हैं। 6 जून से 13 जुलाई के बीच लगातार अपनी डाइट को कम कर रहे हैं कि किसी तरह से वजन कम हो जाए और वो सहानुभूति न्यायालय के सामने रख सकें कि मुझे तो बेल चाहिए, जेल में मेरा वजन कम हो रहा है। मैं हैरान हूँ, जितने दिन वो बेल पर थे 21 दिन तक लगातार उन्होंने दिल्ली में प्रचार किया, सुबह से शाम मेहनत की, दौड़ते रहे, सब जगह बात करते रहे, तब उनकी तबीयत बिल्कुल ठीक थी। लेकिन जेल जाने से 2 दिन पहले उन्होंने स्वांग रचना शुरू किया कि मेरी तो तबीयत ठीक नहीं है। और वही 6 जून से 13 जुलाई के बीच तिहाड़ जेल में दिखाई दे रहा है कि घर से खाना आता है बनकर, लेकिन खाते नहीं है, कम कर देते हैं ताकि किसी तरह से वजन कम हो जाए। और ये 2 किलो वजन जो कम हुआ है उसका मूल रूप से कारण यही है। और तो और इंसुलिन अब जेल में मिल रही है, पहले इंसुलिन की शिकायत थी, लेकिन 7 जून को रात्रि भोजन से पहले 4 यूनिट इंसुलिन चाहिए थी इनको, लेने से मना कर दिया कि किसी तरह से मेरी तबीयत खराब हो। इस तरह का षड्यंत्र तो एक अपराधी जो बहुत ही मास्टरमाइंड हो वो रच सकता है, जो अरविंद केजरीवाल तिहाड़ जेल में रच रहे हैं कि किसी तरह से अपनी खराब सेहत का बहाना लेकर मुझे बेल मिल जाए। सारे तथ्य माननीय न्यायालय और जांच एजेंसी के समक्ष जाएंगे, लेकिन मैं हैरान हूं कि शराब घोटाले में इतना बड़ा घोटाला करने वाले अरविंद केजरीवाल किस तरह से और किस स्तर तक जा सकते हैं।
Shifting focus to next big breaking news coming in from Pune in connection to the Pooja Khedkar case. Now, her mother, Manorama Khedkar's office has been sealed by the municipal corporation. To give you more details, viewers, company linked to Manorama Khedkar, located in Pune, has been sealed by the Pimpri Chinchwad Municipal Corporation, and PCMC engineer Makarand Nikam has also issued a statement that the building came under the red zone. It was not given such permission for the building, and which is why now action has been taken against the gun-toting mother of Pooja Khedkar, the IAS officer whose training has now, of course, been put on hold. Her mother also continues to remain under lens over threatening people using a revolver. In fact, joining us live on the story now is my colleague Satyaprakash, who's continuing to report from Pune. Satyaprakash, a very good morning to you. Now, today is, of course, the last day of Manorama Khedkar's custody with the police. What are you getting in from the interrogation that Manorama has been subjected to?
देखिए कीर्ति, पूजा खेड़कर के परिवार का लगातार मुश्किलें बढ़ती जा रही है। जिस तरह से पुणे महानगर पालिका ने मनोरमा खेड़कर के नाम से जो कंपनी है उसको सीज कर दिया, क्योंकि जो बिल्डिंग बनाई गई है वो इलीगल है। कल देर शाम को जो पुणे महानगर पालिका के कर्मचारी पहुंचे और पूरा जो कंपनी है उसको सीज कर दिया है, ऑफिस को सीज कर दिया। दूसरा, सुबह कल देर शाम को ही पहुंची थी फिर से पूजा खेड़कर घर पर, और जहां पर पिस्टल के साथ साथ 3 कारतूस को बरामद किया पुणे पुलिस ने। तीसरा जो चीज़ सामने आया है कि जो पूजा खेड़कर की मां है, 2 दिन के कस्टडी खत्म हो रही है, आज खत्म हो रही है। आज पुणे ग्रामीण पुलिस पूजा खेड़कर की मां मनोरमा खेड़कर को कोर्ट में पेश करेगी और पुणे पुलिस का कहना है कि पूजा खेड़कर की मां मनोरमा खेड़कर को फिर से हम रिमांड की मांग करेंगे, कोर्ट से कहेंगे कि हमें रिमांड में दिया जाए और पूछताछ करेंगे। तो कहीं न कहीं हर तरफ से पूजा खेड़कर के साथ साथ पूजा खेड़कर के परिवार की मुश्किलें बढ़ती जा रही है।
जी बने रहे हमारे साथ सत्य प्रकाश। Viewers, let's also show you the reaction of the engineer who said that Manorama Khedkar's office was constructed without permission in a red zone area. Listen in.
वो सर्वे नंबर 53 तलोड़े है, वो रेड जोन में आता है। तो रेड जोन में कोई भी बांधकाम अलाउड नहीं है और हमारे कारपोरेशन से तो उन्होंने कोई ऐसा बिल्डिंग परमिशन पहले भी नहीं लिया है। तो जाहिर है कि वो एक इलीगल बिल्डिंग है। आज की डेट में तो इलीगल बिल्डिंग है। कोई भी इलीगल बिल्डिंग हो तो उसको पहला नोटिस दिया जाता है। नोटिस देने के बाद उनका कुछ है, उनको बताना है तो वो बता सकते हैं। कुछ डॉक्यूमेंटेशन देना है तो डॉक्यूमेंट दे सकते हैं। उनका सब स्क्रूटनी करके फाइनल ऑर्डर हो जाएगा। उसके बाद में जो एक्शन होता है वो 2 टाइप का होता है। एक तो एफआईआर किया जाता है और वो बिल्डिंग डिमोलिश किया जाता है।
Satya Prakash, I want to come back to you now. Even as trouble seems to be mounting for Manorama Khedkar, of course, her husband is still incommunicado. But take us through the investigation that's proceeding against a daughter and probationary IS officer Pooja Khedkar.
देखिए कीर्ति, जिस तरह से लगातार पुणे ग्रामीण पुलिस जांच कर रही है, पुणे पुलिस जांच कर रही है, साथ ही जिस तरह से पैनल टीम ने कल डिसीजन लिया, कहीं न कहीं लगातार मुश्किलों का सामना करना पड़ना शुरू हो चुका है। आज पूजा खेड़कर की मां मनोरमा खेड़कर कोर्ट में पेश किया जाएगा, जहां पुणे ग्रामीण पुलिस उनको रिमांड मांगेगी। दूसरी सबसे बड़ी चीज़ ये है कि जो पुणे पुलिस में जो ट्रांसफ़र हुआ है, वासिम पुलिस ने जो शिकायत दर्ज की है डीएम के खिलाफ, जो पूजा खेड़कर ने हरासमेंट का शिकायत दर्ज करा है, उसको लेकर पुणे पुलिस ने लगातार 2 बार पूजा खेड़कर को नोटिस दिया है। लेकिन आज भी अभी जो जानकारी मिल रही है कि पूजा खेड़कर पुणे नहीं पहुंची है। पुणे पुलिस लगातार उसको संपर्क करने की कोशिश कर रही है कि आकर यहां पे अपना बयान दर्ज कराए, क्योंकि आज जो है नोटिस दिया है उनको पूजा खेड़कर को कि आज आकर अपना बयान दर्ज कराए, क्योंकि जिस तरह से पुणे के डीएम के खिलाफ हरेसमेंट का शिकायत वाशिम में दर्ज कराया था, इसके बाद वाशिम पुलिस ने पुणे पुलिस में ट्रांसफ़र कर दिया है। फिलहाल आज पूजा खेड़कर का स्टेटमेंट होने वाला है, लेकिन अभी तक पूजा खेड़कर के कुछ पता नहीं चल पाया है कि वासिम से कहां गई है, पुणे आई है या दूसरी जगह निकली है।
जी जानकारी के साथ जुड़ने के लिए धन्यवाद आपका सत्य प्रकाश। वी विल कंटिन्यू टू ट्रैक दिस स्टोरी व्यूअर्स एंड ब्रिंग यू ऑल द लेटेस्ट अपडेट्स। फॉर नाउ लेट्स मूव ऑन एंड टेक अ लुक एट सम ऑफ द अदर टॉप स्टोरीज फ्रॉम अक्रॉस द नेशन मेकिंग हेडलाइंस इन भारत इन 2 minutes. At a United Nations Security Council briefing, India's Deputy Permanent Representative R. Ravindra emphasized the need for stringent measures against terrorism and its financing. He criticized nations using terrorism as a state policy and called for full implementation of United Nations Security Council resolutions and targeted sanctions. Now, Ravindra also highlighted the role of regional organizations like the SCO and its anti-terror structure in combating terrorism. He stressed the importance of addressing contemporary security challenges beyond territorial disputes, including radicalization and transnational threats. A Pune Session Court has granted interim protection from arrest until July 25 to Dilip Khedkar, the father of probationary IS officer Pooja Khedkar, who faces allegations of threatening a local farmer. His wife Manorama was, of course, arrested and is in police custody until the end of the day. The Pimpri-Chinchwad Municipal Corporation sealed Thermo Verita linked to Manorama Khedkar for tax defaults. The UPSC has also filed an FIR against Pooja Khedkar for identity fraud in exams. Delhi's ruling Aam Aadmi Party has criticized the BJP-led centre and the Railway Ministry over 2 recent train accidents. A passenger train derailed in Uttar Pradesh's Gonda on Thursday, killing 3 and injuring 30, while a goods train derailed in Gujarat's Valsad on Friday. The Aam Aadmi Party accused the Prime Minister and Railway Minister of ignoring frequent accidents. The Ministry of Railways announced compensation and ordered a high-level inquiry into the incidents. Train services have resumed on the downline route in Gonda following the derailment of the Chandigarh-Dibrugarh Express on July 18. The accident killed 3 and 4 people and injured 30, with 7 critically hurt. The derailment, which affected 4 to 5 coaches, occurred between Motiganj and Jhilaha stations. However, restoration work has now been completed, with both Commissioner of Railway Safety Inquiry and a high-level inquiry being ordered into the accident.
As we mark the 25 years of Kargil Vijay Divas, let's remember the brave souls who stood tall in the face of adversity, defending our nation with unmatched valor. Their sacrifices will always be a beacon of inspiration for all of us. Today and always, saluting our real heroes. Jai Hind.
The protests over job quota in Bangladesh have turned deadly. Now the Prime Minister has imposed a nationwide curfew, and the army has also been pressed in to restore law and order situation. We'll get you all the latest updates after a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
I'm here with...
Hello, my name's Inspector Ray Nichols. I'm the East Leeds Neighbourhood Police Inspector.
There is an ongoing situation currently in Hare Hills. We're aware of that. The police is here. We are asking everybody in the area to please stay at home at this moment in time.
Yeah, so if you can all just stay where you are, stay in your houses. We will manage this, and if you're out in the crowd, I could just ask you to go home, please, so we can keep everybody safe. Thank you.
And we will endeavour to keep local residents informed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, my money is gone! Oh, my God! No way! No way! What is this?
Welcome back, viewers. Now let's take a look at some international news. This one from Malaysia, where the country has coronized its 17th king, Sultan Iskandar, in a lavish ceremony. The billionaire king was coronized in traditional Malay cultural ceremony. He is known for his widely political views on national issues, even as he is known for a billionaire empire. We have a 2-minute report. Let's take a look.
Malaysia crowns a new king. Malaysia's billionaire Sultan Ibrahim Iskandar is officially the king now. The royal ceremony came 6 months after he was sworn in for a 5-year term under a unique rotating monarchy system. The coronation formalized the Sultan's role as Malaysia's 17th king in a ceremony steeped in Malay culture and pageantry. Sultan Ibrahim succeeded Sultan Abdullah Sultan Ahmad Shah of Pahang state, who presided over a tumultuous period that included COVID-19 lockdowns and political instability. Sultan Ibrahim, one of the country's richest men, has an extensive business empire ranging from real estate to telecommunications. He has also made no secret of his wealth. Apart from a fleet of jets, he has an extensive collection of luxury cars and motorcycles, as well as properties abroad. He is the only one of the 9 rulers with a small private army, a condition agreed upon for the state to join modern-day Malaysia. The 65-year-old monarch from southern Johor state has good relations with Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim and is candid about Malaysian politics, having spoken out against corruption and racial discrimination. The king plays a largely ceremonial role with administrative powers vested in the Prime Minister and Parliament. The monarch is the nominal head of the government and armed forces and is highly regarded as the protector of Islam and Malay tradition. All laws, cabinet appointments and the dissolution of parliament for general elections require his assent. Today's ceremony will be followed by a royal banquet later.
CrowdStrike, a cybersecurity firm integrating with Windows for enhanced security, recently faced BSOD issues following an update. President and CEO George Kurtz assured that the company is collaborating with affected customers and partners to restore systems. Kurtz committed to full transparency about the incident and promised a technical update and root cause analysis to prevent future occurrences. Yemen's Houthi rebels have claimed responsibility for a drone attack in central Tel Aviv, targeting an area near the U.S. Embassy, which resulted in 1 fatality and 10 injuries. The United Nations further addresses the strike, following which the escalation coincided with ongoing ceasefire and hostage negotiations between Israel and Hamas in Cairo. The UN further addressed how Israel has intensified strikes in central Gaza.
Israel's relentless and disproportionate military actions in densely populated Gaza have caused more than 38,000 dead and 85,000 injured, while displacing over 1.9 million Palestinians. The Security Council must demand an immediate halt to Israeli military actions, reject the normalization of such atrocities, the wanton killing of non-combatant, including women, children, and the elderly.
U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan stated there are no specific threats from adversaries currently, but the country remains vigilant. Speaking at the Aspen Forum, Sullivan highlighted the U.S.-led NATO summit's role in strengthening the alliance and preparing for future challenges. He acknowledged ongoing adversarial actions against American interests and allies, with coordinated efforts to counteract them. Sullivan also previewed President Biden's upcoming meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, focusing on a ceasefire and hostage deal, with Netanyahu scheduled to address the Congress.
Our adversaries do look at American elections as points to try to influence, to try to undermine confidence in our democracy, to try to put their thumb on the scale. And the Director of National Intelligence released a report last week indicating they're back at that this year too. And we're clear-eyed about that, and we are doing a lot to push back against it, to ensure the sanctity of our elections, to ensure the safety of our voting system, so we will keep doing that.
Hundreds of demonstrators in Lima, hundreds of demonstrators from unions, social organizations and political parties protested for President Dina Boluardo's resignation on Friday. They also called for increased wages and pensions and demanded a thorough investigation into the deaths of 67 people and thousands of injuries during unrest following Boluardo's assumption of office. The Ombudsman's office reported that most fatalities were civilians killed by firearms, with significant violence occurring in Juliaca. The instability began with former President Pedro Castillo's failed attempt to dissolve Congress, leading to Boluardo's presidency from unions, social organizations and political parties for her resignation. They also called for increased wages and pensions and demanded a thorough investigation into the deaths of 67 people and thousands of injuries during the unrest. A brush of fire in the East Fork area of Angeles National Forest has led to an evacuation order. Aerial footage shows significant smoke and flames near a highway. Meanwhile, firefighters from Angeles National Forest are on the scene, though the fire's cause remains unknown.
The Indian Army is now seriously deliberating upon that how this can be tackled. Yes, there are some suggestions that are being worked upon, including the small teams that have been formed by the Indian Army along with the Jammu and Kashmir police that will be carrying out the operations. And we will be continuing with this rolling coverage right after this short break on the other side on Republic TV as Indian Army intensified its operation against terror.
American Pistachio presents Cracking News of the Hour.
A grateful nation thanks Vice President Joseph R. Biden Jr. for his lifetime of service on behalf of the United States of America.
This also gives the internet one last chance to talk about our bromance. We can end this shutdown. A whole bunch of families, not just here in Washington, but all across the country, will have the certainty that
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Republic TV. I'm Kriti Mehta. We're live and breaking at 11 a.m. Our top focus, of course, remains on the Bangladesh protests, where several have been killed in the violence that has escalated in Dhaka. We're also going to give you an update on the power outage of Microsoft after this CrowdStrike update error, with a statement coming in from the Civil Aviation Minister. All that and more, but first a quick check of the headlines.
American Pistachio presents cracking news of the hour.
Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi to visit Jammu and Kashmir to review the security situation. DGP Arun Swain to brief him about the situation. Union Home Minister Amit Shah to chair a key meeting over the security situation in Jammu and Kashmir in the national capital. Protests turn violent in Bangladesh. Nationwide curfew imposed. Army pressed in to restore law and order. Two 45 Indians, including 125 students, return home from Bangladesh as the job quota protests intensify. Microsoft outage hits the world. Long queues witnessed as Mexico-US border as well. Flight operations continue to bear the brunt. And viewers, we're now bringing you breaking news in connection to the Microsoft outage that disrupted services from across the spectrum, across the world. Now, the Civil Aviation Ministry has issued a statement confirming that normalcy has been restored across all airports in India. The ministry assured that all issues will be resolved by the noon. I am going to read out the exact statement for you now, viewers. Since 3 a.m. in the night, airline systems across airports have started working normally. That's the statement that's coming in from the Minister of Civil Aviation. I quote, flight operations are going smoothly now. There is a backlog because of disruptions yesterday, and it is getting cleared gradually. By noon today, we expect all issues to be resolved. We are constantly monitoring the operations at our airports and also with the airlines, ensuring travel readjustments and refunds are taken care of. We thank you for your patience. Now, that's the word coming in from the Minister of Civil Aviation in a statement that's officially been issued. I'm going to go across to my colleague Aditya, who's joining us live from outside Indira Gandhi International Airport. Aditya, very good morning to you. Now, you've been reporting live from outside IGI Airport since morning. We're learning that normalcy has been restored. What's the scene on the ground like?
Well, Kriti, good morning to you. Since the normalcy has, the Ministry of Civil Aviation has just released a statement that, since 3 in the morning, the flight operations are now going on smoothly, normally, and all the airline systems have been back to normalcy. Now, it needs to be seen as to where this entire operations are headed. Generally, like we have been talking to people also here. So there are, as you can see, there is a regular queue that is happening, that is there at the departure gates, and the people are going as per their scheduled time. There is no hassle, there is no extra delay on the departure gates, and the security check is happening as per the normal procedure that always takes place. So this is now we can believe that partially the normalcy has returned, and due to the backlog, everything will be normalized and fine-tuned by the afternoon. Yes, back to you in the studios, Kriti.
All right, well, thanks for joining us for now, Aditya. Viewers, let's move on and take a look at some of the other top stories making headlines in Bharat in 2 minutes. Union Home Minister Amit Shah will kickstart the election campaign for the upcoming assembly polls in Jharkhand today. He will address over 25,000 BJP workers at a time. A day-long extended state working committee meeting is going to be held. According to BJP functionaries, Amit Shah's visit will prove to be a morale booster for the party workers. Shah will arrive at Birsa Munda Airport in Ranchi on a BSF plane and will then proceed to the meeting venue at Prabhat Tara Maidan in Durva. He will also meet senior BJP leaders, party officials, MPs and MLAs at the party's headquarters in the capital city. This will be Amit Shah's first visit to Jharkhand after the recently concluded Lok Sabha elections and the release of Chief Minister Hemant Soren from jail after 5 months. BJP National President JP Nadda targeted the Congress party, calling it a political parasite that stands on the crutches of others' voters and weakens alliance partners. The union minister said that the ones who have heard the constitution the most are today teaching the ruling dispensation on how to protect democracy. He claimed that the Congress had dismissed elected governments 90 times in past, while the Narendra Modi dispensation at the centre has never dismissed the governments of other parties in the last 10 years.
ये अमरलता की बेल की तरह है, ये पैरासाइट है, ये अपने ताकत पर नहीं खड़ी होती, ये दूसरों के ताकत पर खड़ी होती। आप देखिए, गुजरात, मध्य प्रदेश और छत्तीसगढ़, ये तीनों राज्यों की कुल लोकसभा की सीट है 64। जब कांग्रेस पार्टी बीजेपी से सीधे लड़ती है तो 64 में 62 सीट भारतीय जनता पार्टी जीतती है, कांग्रेस के हाथ 2 सीट लगती है, 2 सीट.
Days after he claimed in Jharkhand that the state's Muslim population spiraled due to infiltration from neighboring Bangladesh, Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has claimed that Assam will become a Muslim majority state by 2041. The Assam Chief Minister claimed that the Muslim population in his state is growing around 30% over every 10 years and they will become the majority by 2041. He said that Muslims have now become 40% of Assam's population as per statistical sampling. Himanta said that the Muslim population in Assam was at 36% in the 2011 census, but it is growing at 29 to 30% every 10 years. He added that the population of the Hindu community is rising by around 16% every 10 years and warned that if this trend continues, the state will become Muslim majority by 2041. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's wife Sunita will today launch Kejriwal's guarantees for Haryana, where the polls are scheduled later this year. She will make the announcement of Kejriwal ki guarantees in a town hall meeting in Panchkula. She will be accompanied by Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann, AAP National Organising Secretary Sandeep Pathak and Rajya Sabha MP Sanjay Singh. Meanwhile, the Aam Aadmi Party has declared that it will not form an alliance with the opposition parties for Haryana assembly elections. This means that the Aam Aadmi Party will contest all 90 assembly seats in Haryana, claiming that people want a change in the state. Arvind Kejriwal is currently in judicial custody due to the excise policy case money laundering charges. His wife Sunita Kejriwal, actively campaigning for the party's candidates in Delhi, Haryana and Gujarat during the Lok Sabha elections 2024, has taken charge in his absence. National Testing Agency will today publish the results of all NEET undergrad candidates on its website. This will include city-wise and center-wise results, masking the identity of the aspirants. This comes after the Supreme Court directed the NTA to publish the results. Meanwhile, the Central Bureau of Investigation will file a status report on the Supreme Court regarding the ongoing investigation in the Hazaribagh case of Patna. Even before this, the CBI has filed 2 status reports. The Patna police will also file its investigation report in the court, in which it will have to tell what evidence it found in the initial investigation and what action it took. The Supreme Court will hear the matter again on Monday. And viewers, moving on to breaking news coming in connection to the Karnataka Treasury loot case. It has now been revealed that rupees 89.62 crore were transferred to accounts of 18 shell companies. Now, the Vice President of Happiest Minds company has denied any involvement or receipt of these funds, adding another layer to the complex investigation into the case. Viewers, a massive sum of 89.62 crore rupees transferred to 18 shell companies. I beg your pardon. In fact, my colleague Prajwal has spoken to Praveen Kumar Darshankar. Let's listen in.
The account number which is there in the media doesn't belong to us, and we have a clarification from RBL that this account has not been opened by us.
Okay. When did you come to know about this particular scam, and with Happiest Minds name also coming out of it? Because this was a letter with the seal and the stamp of the government of Karnataka with the additional chief secretary stating it.
Okay. We are not aware of those letters, but we came to know from the media only, that too on May 29th. When in the evening, when the news was released saying that Happiest Minds is involved in this scam and it has received about 4.5 crores in the scam and all. That's when we verified with RBL Bank to seek the details and all. Then they clarified that the account which is there in the media is not opened by you and doesn't belong to you and all.
Does not belong to you. Yeah. Also looking at it now as a company, and yours is a software company, I believe. It's a huge company. Have you tried registering any sort of complaint? Because this will also be trying to go ahead and act as an imposter in the name of your company, where this transaction of over 4.5 crores has been conducted.
Correct. As far as company is concerned, we have released clarifications in the media and to the stock exchanges and all. But since the investigations are undergoing, both CID and ED office are involved, and we have been investigated there as well, and we have produced required documents to their satisfaction that we are no way connected with this scam and all. Given that we don't know who is the ultimate culprit, and the investigations are ongoing, as of now, we don't have any clue to take any legal action against someone. So first we need to know who is that culprit, and what is that he has caused damage to us, how he has done it. That we need to know, and that's why we are waiting for investigating agencies to conclude this.
And moving on, viewers, to news from the United Nations Security Council, where India's permanent representative urged the need to curb terror financing and criticized nations using terrorism as its state policy. We have a report on that. Take a look.
Excellencies, when we talk about international peace and security, you will agree that terrorism constitutes one of the most serious threats. We must therefore shun double standards in our fight against terrorism. Certain countries are using terrorism as an instrument of state policy. Such an approach has the potential to affect cooperation in multilateral platforms, including at the SEO. We must reaffirm our resolve to fight terrorism in all its forms and manifestations, and we must crack down on all forms of support to terrorism, including its financing. There is a need for full implementation of UNSC resolution and targeted sanctions on terrorist individuals and entities to counter terrorism effectively. In this regard, the leaders of SEO agreed in the recent Astana meeting with a declaration that was adopted on 4th July that the international community must isolate and expose those countries that harbor terrorists, provide them with safe haven, and condone terrorism.
And viewers, let's take a look at news coming in from Pakistan, where a peace rally was disrupted after some gunmen opened fire and killed at least 3 people and injured 30. Even as these people were killed, the people participating in the rally proceeded to ask for peace in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province of Pakistan. We have a report. Take a look.
Three people were killed and more than 20 injured after gunmen opened fire on a peace rally in Pakistan on Friday. Thousands of residents of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa's Bannu had been taking part in a march demanding peace in the region when the unidentified men started shooting. It was unclear who was responsible, and police said that they were trying to control the situation. Tawab Khan, who took part in the rally, said thousands of tribesmen had been participating in the march when the miscreants opened fire. Earlier this week, insurgents killed 8 soldiers when a suicide bomber rammed his explosive-laden vehicle into the outer wall of an army housing complex in Bannu. 10 insurgents were killed by troops after the attack. Pakistan has witnessed a surge in violence since the Afghan Taliban seized power in Afghanistan in the year 2021. Most of the attacks have been blamed on the Pakistani Taliban, who was also known as Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan. They are a separate group but an ally of the Afghan Taliban.
The protests over job quota in Bangladesh have turned deadly. Now the Prime Minister has imposed a nationwide curfew, and the army has also been pressed in to restore law and order situation. We'll get you all the latest updates after a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
Creating a world using sapphire to power change. Manufacturing semiconductors by resident Indians. India, pushing boundaries of possibility and innovating a brighter tomorrow. Semiconductors from India, now from Polymatic.
On this 25th anniversary of Kargil, firstly, I'd like to remember all the great martyrs who gave the supreme sacrifice to keep us safe and for the sovereignty of this nation, of this great nation. My respect, love for all of you in the armed forces remains and grows with each given day. 25 years of remembrance, of bravery, and most of all, from us, citizens of the country, of an immense feeling of safety and pride that we know that you all are there on the borders taking care of us. My love for you is boundless. My respect grows every day. And my remembrance to the brothers and sisters that we have lost. Jai Hind.
Following the protests in Bangladesh against the Sheikh Hasina-led government's job quota system announcement, several student unions in Kolkata stood in solidarity with the Bangladeshi students. The activists from Kolkata held placards and chanted slogans against alleged police violence on student protesters in Bangladesh. The march was halted by police barricades, which led to clashes and arrests in the neighboring country. As per the latest reports, protests in Bangladesh have intensified, with security forces using bullets and tear gas amid deadly clashes. At least 39 people have been killed in these violent protests in Bangladesh, followed by the imposition of nationwide curfew. Air Marshal A.P. Singh, Vice Chief of the Air Staff, emphasized that while Atmanirbharta is crucial and it should not compromise with national defense. Speaking at a seminar, Singh stressed that national security must remain a priority, with stakeholders working together to develop and manufacture essential technologies and weaponry domestically. He highlighted the need for increased equipment procurement rates to keep pace with global advancements and ensure the country's defense capabilities are not undermined.
Nirbharta that we've been talking about, Atmanirbhar Bharat that we've been talking about, is not just a buzzword. It is something that we need to, put our heart and soul into, and make sure that these technologies that we are talking about, the weapons that we are talking about of the future, are all developed and manufactured in India, so that we are not relying on an outside agency who could change its alliance, who could stop the flow of these weapons to our country and put us on the mat when the time comes.
Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah alleged that former Karnataka Minister B. Nagendra, held by the Enforcement Directorate in connection with the Valmiki Corporation scam, is being pressured to name certain individuals. The scam involves the embezzlement of Rs 187 crore, and Nagendra's resignation followed the suicide of an accounts officer who detailed the financial misconduct. Further, Siddaramaiah defended the investigation, criticized calls for his resignation, and assured that efforts to recover the funds are ongoing. The Muzaffarnagar police's order for eateries along the Kanwar Yatra route to display owners' names has now been extended statewide in Uttar Pradesh and to Uttarakhand. Meanwhile, Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami supported the move, viewers stating it aims to enhance security and avoid confusion. Critics argued this directive targets Muslim traders and could incite communal tensions. The BJP, on the other hand, defended the order as a measure to ensure food purity, while opposition leaders and others expressed concerns about its potential for discrimination and societal harm. And viewers, moving on to news coming in from Goa, where a container cargo ship caught fire. Now, 2 Indian Coast Guard ships were deployed to douse off the flames of this cargo ship. Take a look. 2 ICG ships were sailed with dispatch from Goa to augment firefighting efforts. Viewers, this major fire broke out at a container cargo merchant vessel about 102 nautical miles southwest of Goa. More details are still awaited.
The protests over job quota in Bangladesh have turned deadly. Now the Prime Minister has imposed a nationwide curfew, and the army has also been pressed in to restore law and order situation. We'll get you all the latest updates after a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi to visit Jammu and review security. J&K and DGP R.R. Swain to brief him about the situation. Union Minister Amit Shah chairs a key meeting over the security situation in Jammu and Kashmir in the national capital. Protests turned violent in Bangladesh. Nationwide curfew imposed. Army pressed in to restore law and order. .245 Indians, including 125 students, return home from Bangladesh as job quota protests intensify. Microsoft outage hits the world. Long queues witnessed at Mexico-US border. Flight operations continue to bear the brunt. Viewers, it's 11:30 and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Now, first up, even as the Karnataka government is reeling under the outrage against the job quota scam bill, I beg your pardon, the Karnataka government is now eyeing another policy, that is to impose a 2% cess on movie tickets and OTTs. This will not go down well in the world of entertainment because Karnataka has a lot of movie goers, and in fact it was the Siddaramaiah government in 2018 that they had reduced the movie ticket prices, and now imposing a 2% cess on the tickets and also OTT platforms will only attract more trouble for the government. In fact, let's tell you about what the government has done in the recent past, viewers. They've also increased the prices of fuel. They've again brought about a bill that was then withdrawn, the bill to provide quota for Kannadigas in job. They faced a lot of outrage from all quarters of the state. And then after that, now the Karnataka government is eyeing to impose 2% cess on movie tickets and OTT. So we'll have to wait and watch what the next move of the Karnataka government will be in respect to this. Moving on, viewers, let's talk about what's happening in Bangladesh, because the job quota protests have continued to intensify. In fact, they've turned deadly, they've turned violent, resulting in the deaths of about 35 people in Bangladesh. And on the other hand, 245 Indians, out of which 125 are students, are safely repatriated back to their homeland. And now the Prime Minister of Bangladesh has imposed a curfew, a nationwide curfew, and has also pressed in the army to restore normalcy. In fact, these are the visuals you can see on your screens. Deadly protests resulted in stone pelting. After that, the forces had to step in. Tear gas shells were fired to disperse the crowd. And then even when that was not enough, the cops and the security personnel over there led to lathi charging the protesters, thereby bringing them to a standstill. But the situation worsened even after that, and now the latest is that a curfew, a nationwide curfew has been imposed, and the armed forces have also been pressed in to restore normalcy in Bangladesh, in Dhaka to be precise. Now, to give us more insights, we have Pathikrit Pine, a strategic affairs expert, joining us live on this broadcast. Good morning, Mr. Pine. What's happening in Bangladesh? Because a nationwide curfew has been imposed, army has been pressed in. So how do you see this going forward?
Good morning, Deepak. See, first of all, it's very tragic that more than 100 students have died in this protest, and any point of time, whenever you shoot at students, even if it is a very difficult situation, it becomes very, very difficult to control beyond them, because it's a very emotive section of the population. See, what is happening is a little strange. In 2018, the Sheikh Hasina government had scrapped the quota, 30% quota for the families of the freedom fighters in the 1971 war. This was reinstated by the High Court in Bangladesh, against which it was challenged again in the Supreme Court of Bangladesh, and the Supreme Court had again scrapped it. But there's a hearing which is going to happen on 7th of August. It has been kept in abeyance for 4 weeks. Now, the protesters are asking the Sheikh Hasina government to pass a new constitutional amendment to scrap the quota altogether. I think the government of Bangladesh stand is this, that we'll wait for the Supreme Court to come out with a final verdict. The irony is, it seems that both the Bangladesh government and the students are on the same side of scrapping the quota, and yet there's a huge protest which has suddenly galvanized. And today the protesters are not talking only about the quota, because the quotas in Bangladesh in totality is more than 50%. Job quota for government jobs, but the entire movement today has been streamlined into something else. They want the Bangladesh Sheikh Hasina government to resign, which means that it was from, there were elements from behind who were orchestrating the whole thing to, navigate the emotions of the young people towards a particular direction to create a situation where the protests are against the government of Bangladesh. I must add something. You cannot rule out the possibility of foreign interference in what is happening, because a lot of countries want Bangladesh to remain unstable. Sheikh Hasina government, to put things in perspective, had come out with a statement in May 2024 when she said that a white man had told her that if she allows an air base of a foreign country to be put up in Bangladesh, then there will be no problem with her election, but otherwise there can be issues. Now, I'm not trying to infer that is the reason why it is happening, but if you look at the chain of events, it looks very similar to the Arab Spring, which happened in many of the countries of Middle East, very similar to how it even happened during the anti-CAA protest in India, where it starts from the social media. Suddenly an umbrella organization comes up, galvanizes everybody under that umbrella organization, and starts a movement where the prime core issue gets sidelined and the movement becomes something against the government. People of Bangladesh can have issues with the government. That is their internal thing. All I'm saying is this: there is a possibility that the anger of youth and other sections of the community have been galvanized, wherein the issue has been sidelined, and it is today a protest which is purely aimed at the government of Bangladesh. I think it is important for Bangladesh government to understand that in today's era, where perceptions are built very strongly in social media, it is important to have the communication lines open. Merely shooting students or imposing curfew, I don't think beyond the point it may work. It may work. It has worked in some countries in Middle East. Whether it will work in Bangladesh or not, we have to see. But in today's era, having a communication, doing away with the wrong perceptions, it's equally important. But it's a very volatile situation, and it is not in India's interest to see a country which is extremely unstable in its neighborhood. So we also have to be careful, starting from what is happening in US to Bangladesh. Unrest can be created like this. So it has happened in India also, and we have to be very careful to ensure such things do not get repeated again. The possibility remains profound. There are elements who want to see countries like India also, like Bangladesh, become unstable. Back to you, Deepak.
Mr. Pai, now if you think that there are hidden hands which are fanning the fire, and if you think that there is a larger toolkit at play in Bangladesh, what is the way forward? Because you say that, imposing or rather enforcing the army also to restore normalcy is not the way forward. So how do you think the government should deal with this?
Deepak, let me remind you something. When the anti-CA protest and the anti-farm law protest were happening in India, government of India took the decision of not firing at the protesters, because the moment you fire at them, it amplifies into something else. It triggers a bigger issue. And that is how Arab Spring created civil war situation in many countries. I think for government of Bangladesh today to understand the emotions of the students, talking to them, clearing the doubts, it's far more important. Like many other countries, Bangladesh today also have issues of jobs, perhaps, and therefore everybody wants a government job. Now, when I think the protesters are saying that first generation, second generation, people from the freedom fighters family getting job reservation was fine, but why the third generation? So that is where an issue comes, and I think what the perception of the people in Bangladesh, especially the student community, is this. I'm talking about the perception, not my view, that it is 30% that Sheikh Hasina government would want to keep it and will not scrap, even if the Supreme Court wants it to be scrapped eventually. And it is a way to keep their own vote bank happy, which is, so the country is deeply polarized in between a section which is extremely pro Sheikh Hasina and one section which is extremely against Sheikh Hasina. I think communication is very important. You sit down with students, talk to them. Army cannot solve the issue of student protests like this. It is only going to get more bad for Bangladesh unless they open channels of communication, talk to them, put a hand on the back of the students, understand them, talk to them, because they are emotional. They have been driven by emotions in social media. I do not disagree to the issue that Bangladesh may have their own internal issues. That all got galvanized in one particular quota protest, where the government is on the side of the students, apparently, because it had scrapped the quota in 2018. And yet a perception is being created that the government is against the students. So that is where things are happening. Whereas Sheikh Hasina government made a statement, I think the Prime Minister made a statement of Bangladesh, that quota should be not for freedom fighters family, should it be for Razakars? It was extrapolated and an interpretation was created as if the protesters are being termed as Razakar, which perhaps was not. And yet everybody is saying, so everybody is coming and say, how dare you call us Razakar? Razakar is basically a very abusive word because the Razakars fought for Pakistan during Bangladesh liberation movement of 1971. So communication is very important, because in social media, that communication is getting potentially distorted, and a narrative has been built where people have been pitted against the government of Bangladesh, and government of Bangladesh is using such tactics which probably were effective in the past. In today's era, you need to be a little more cautious while using firepower. That is what I believe. I think government of India has been far better in terms of ensuring that when protests happen, do not use firepower. Talk to them, give them time. Eventually it will, sometimes it reduces its intensity. Firing creates, it's like adding fuel to fire. It's like a volcano to erupt. So it's a very volatile situation for Bangladesh.
Right, Mr. Payne, like you mentioned, it is, it is appropriate now at this point in time for the government and the students who are protesting to, amicably settle this by a channel of, dialogue, because firing at the students or pelting stones at the forces will definitely not solve things. But many thanks for joining us with all those details. Well, viewers, this is what the strategic affairs expert had to, tell, because he also claimed that it's not really wise to impose force or exert force on the protesters. It is a wise decision to sit down and have a discussion with the students, hear out their side of the story, and then arrive at an amicable, result at the end of these talks. So now let's give you an overview of what exactly is happening in Bangladesh in this special report.
As anti-quota protests rage in Bangladesh, 39 people have been killed. The rage among students against the Sheikh Hasina government has not calmed yet, which led to a nationwide curfew. Meanwhile, as many Indians remain stranded in the neighboring country, the Indian High Commission issued an advisory amid the violent tensions. The Indian High Commission advised the Indian community members and students in Bangladesh to avoid travel and minimize movement outside their living premises due to current circumstances. Further, it offered multiple emergency numbers and 24-hour Indian assistance to around 7,000 Indians in Bangladesh as per the High Commission's website. Following this, at least 70 Indian students have been rescued and brought back to India through Meghalaya's Dauki integrated checkpost along the Meghalaya-Bangladesh border. The protests, which started over demands for reforms in the government job quota system for descendants of the 1971 Bangladesh war, have seen widespread clashes, including attacks on police and the burning of public property. In response to the escalating violence, Bangladeshi authorities have imposed a day-long ban on public rallies in Dhaka. Further, in Dhaka, authorities heightened the security measures in and around the Indian High Commission as violent clashes escalated. Meanwhile, a media center in Bangladesh has been set ablaze by the student protesters. The situation has led to a near-total internet blackout in the country, with significant impacts on communication and daily activities as the country remains in turmoil.
We have some big breaking news coming in. N.R. Ramesh, a BJP leader and an RTI activist, has now written to the Lokayukta to take action against Siddaramaiah and his family members, particularly his wife, over the Muda scam. He thinks that there are financial irregularities in the site allotment process to Siddaramaiah's wife. So he believes that the Chief Minister and his wife must be questioned by the Lokayukta. This is the latest as far as the Muda scam is concerned, because now this complaint comes a day after the Congress had also lodged a complaint against RTI activists. The Mysuru district unit of the Congress met Police Commissioner Seema Latkar on Friday, and she filed a complaint against RTI activists Gangaraju and Sneha Mai Krishna, who brought out the Mysuru Urban Development Authority land allotment scam allegedly involving the Karnataka Chief Minister. Now, a day after the Congress has filed a complaint against activists, we have BJP leader, who's also an RTI activist, now filing a complaint with the Lokayukta, urging action against the Chief Minister and his wife. Let's now take a look at the other stories that we're tracking. At a UN Security Council briefing, India's Deputy Permanent Representative R. Ravindra emphasized the need for stringent measures against terrorism and its financing. He criticized nations using terrorism as a state policy and called for full implementation of UNSC resolutions and targeted sanctions. Ravindra also highlighted the role of regional organizations like the SCO and its anti-terror structure in combating terrorism. He stressed on the importance of addressing contemporary security challenges beyond territorial disputes, including radicalization and transnational threats. A Pune Sessions Court has granted interim protection from arrest until July 25th to Dilip Khedkar, the father of probationary IAS officer with a VVIP entitled mindset, Pooja Khedkar, who faces allegations of threatening a local farmer. His wife, Manorama Khedkar, was arrested and is in police custody until July 20th. The Pimpri-Chinchanwad Municipal Corporation sealed Thermo Verita, an office linked to Manorama Khedkar, for tax defaults. The UPSC has also filed an FIR against Pooja Khedkar for identity fraud in exams. Delhi's ruling Aam Aadmi Party has criticized the BJP-led centre and railway ministry over two recent train accidents. A passenger train derailed in Uttar Pradesh's Gonda on Thursday, killing 3 and injuring about 30 people, while a goods train derailed in Gujarat's Valsad yesterday. The Aam Aadmi Party has accused the Prime Minister and Railway Minister of ignoring frequent accidents. The Ministry of Railways, however, announced a compensation and ordered a high-level probe into the matter. Train services have resumed on the downline route in Gonda following derailment of Chandigarh-Dibrugarh Express on July 18th. The accident killed 3 and injured 30, with 7 critically hurt. The derailment, which affected 4 to 5 coaches, occurred between Motiganj and Jilahi stations. However, restoration work has now been initiated and completed, in fact, with both Commissioner of Railway Safety Inquiry and a high-level inquiry being ordered into the incidents.
Dear brothers and sisters, as we mark 25 years of Kargil Vijay Divas, let us pause to honor the courage and unwavering spirit of our brave soldiers. Their resilience in battle stands as a testament to their selfless love for the nation and is etched in history. As a humble part of the Indian Army, I am honored to join the country in paying tribute to these extraordinary humans whose sacrifice kept us safe and continue to inspire generations. Salute to our valiant heroes and their families who have endured unimaginable losses for their nation. Jai Hind.
Delhi LG has written a letter to Chief Secretary expressing a grave concern about low-calorie intake by the Chief Minister of National Capital. Stay tuned as we bring in more details from Ground Zero. We will be back after a short break. Keep watching Republic TV.
Well, we have some big breaking news coming in. Miscreants have defaced signboards on Akbar Road and Shah Jahan Road. The vandals have put up posters demanding the renaming of these roads, thereby demanding the shedding of more Mughal vestiges. They believe that these roads must be renamed after Dr. B.R. Ambedkar and other personalities, they believe. And the Hindu Sena, in fact, has also released a statement saying that this morning some patriotic people demanded to change the name of Shah Jahan Road to Ambedkar Marg. Hindu Sena has welcomed this. Hindu Sena has been running a movement against the road in the name of Muslim jihadis for a very long time. Hindu Sena had earlier demanded to change Akbar Road, Babar Road, Shah Jahan Road and Feroz Shah Road. The national president of Hindu Sena, Shri Vishnu Gupta, has written letters to the government several times, but till now the names of these two were not changed. Hindu Sena demands the government that the roads be renamed after Dr. B.R. Ambedkar and other Indian freedom fighters and not the Mughal leaders. Let's now listen into some reactions coming in.
आज सुबह कुछ राष्ट्रभक्तों ने शाहजहां रोड का नाम बदलकर बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर जी के नाम कर दिया। मैं उन सभी राष्ट्रभक्तों का स्वागत करता हूं। हिंदू सेना उन सभी का धन्यवाद करती है। हिंदू सेना बहुत लंबे समय से इन सभी जिहादी आतंकवादी आक्रमणकारी के नाम से जितने भी रोड हैं, उन सभी रोडों का नाम बदलने की मुहिम चला रही है। यहाँ सरकार से मांग करता हूँ, इन जिहादियों के नाम से जितने भी रोड हैं, उन सभी रोडों का नाम बदला जाए और हमारे महापुरुषों के नाम रखा जाए।
Well, we have Riyanka also joining us from the national capital. Riyanka, an incident of defacement of signboards has come to light from Delhi, where the vandals, in fact the Hindu Sena, has now demanded that these names be changed to Dr. B.R. Ambedkar and other freedom fighters and not Muslim jihadis. So what do you have to say about this?
Right, Deepak, this incident happened late last night when several miscreants on the roads, they took charge of several of these areas that lie in the central Delhi, especially very prominent areas like Akbar Road, Tughlaq Road, and they went ahead and vandalized and defaced these signboards that are being put in just as you enter those roads. And they have, what they have done is they have spray painted the entire signboard, and they have also put up posters. Now, the affected areas I would like to mention here, they include Tughlaq Road, and the Tughlaq Road signboard saw a poster that read Maharana Pratap Marg, and similarly Shah Jahan Road sign was covered with a poster asking for renaming it into Chandrasekhar Azad Road. The sign of Humayun Road was not just only blackened with spray paint but also renamed as Parshuram Marg. And if we talk about Akbar Road's sign, it met a similar fate. There were calls to name Akbar Road in terms, be replaced with the B.R. Ambedkar Marg. Now, these miscreants, they were in fact demanding that the names of the Islamic rulers such as Akbar and Tughlaq, these names must be replaced by the leaders of the Indian cultural history, be renamed by the freedom fighters, which is why they went ahead and vandalized all these signboards in central Delhi area. Now, on the other hand, we have seen the Hindu Sena issuing a statement, and reaction also we just heard, where they are in fact welcoming this move by the miscreants. They have said that they have been long demanding from the government that these names be changed from these Islamic rulers to the people who had fought for the freedom of our country. So that has been a long demand. So this is what we have seen in terms of the investigation. The police, the local police of that area, they are investigating the matter and looking into who has been behind this. Back to you.
Right, Riyanka, many thanks for joining me with all those details. Well, the Hindu Sena has now released a statement welcoming the moves by the miscreants who defaced many of these boards and demanded that they be changed after Indian rulers or Indian personalities instead of the Mughal names.
Hello, Moto. Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
In Albania, new fires emerged overnight across various regions, including the north, east and southeast. Firefighters and military personnel are trying to contain the forest fires. An helicopter was also deployed in the Diber district to prevent a blaze in a pine forest from spreading to nearby villages. Preventing fires from rekindling remains a major challenge in Albania. The European Union has also provided assistance with Canadair planes from Greece aiding firefighting efforts. The authorities have taken action against at least one individual who has been suspected of starting the fire in the southern Albania region.
Home Minister Amit Shah chaired a security meeting yesterday, and all of this in wake of the terror attacks that have been happening in Jammu and Kashmir. We will be back with our rolling coverage on this. Stay tuned. We'll come right back after this short break.
In this week's edition of Get Me Right, we always thought that it's the Kashmir Valley which is the terror hotbed. But it's the Jammu region which has gone hot this summer. With 6 of the 8 terror attacks happening this year, happening after Prime Minister Modi took oath for the 3rd time. Is there a China angle also? And conspiracy theories galore in the United States on those 9 seconds of Donald Trump's brush with death. Let's take a deep dive.
In the India Today Best Universities 2023 survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
Exactly is the country expecting from the finance minister as the budget is about to roll in a few days from now?
India is becoming an investment destination. I mean, we also have USA coming out with policies like the Inflation Reduction Act, which is attracting manufacturing there. But largely, India has the cost advantage as compared to any other nation.
India has been health tech. India has been a pioneer in all these elements, right? Even the UPI transactions, fintech. So it's kind of, the scale is much higher than what globally the standards are.
The biggest ask would be in terms of employment. The biggest criticism has been that we're not probably generating as many jobs as we need to.
We need to make change faster than anybody else, and EVs are a solution. I think EVs have come to a stage where they are commercially viable, and with the support that government is giving. So EVs are future for us.
Nation wants to grow, budget special.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi to visit Jammu and Kashmir to review security situation. DGP R.R. Swain to brief him about the situation. Union Home Minister Amit Shah to chair a key meeting over the security situation in Jammu and Kashmir in the national capital. Protests turn violent in Bangladesh. Nationwide curfew imposed. Army pressed in to restore law and order. 245 Indians, including 125 students, return home from Bangladesh as the job quota protests intensify. Microsoft outage hits the world. Long queues are witnessed at Mexico-United States border. Fresh operations continue to bear the brunt in flights. And cutting across to breaking news coming in, viewers, the NTA has released the NEET undergrad exam results. Big breaking news coming in affecting the lives of 24 lakh aspirants. NTA has released the results of NEET undergrad examination. Let's tell you, viewers, that the results have been declared for centers across the nation. In fact, to give us more details on the news is my colleague Riyanka, who's joining us live from the national capital. Riyanka, very good afternoon to you. Take us through the result that has been announced. What is the pass percentage and how are the numbers looking up?
That's right. We know that the NTA has now released the results of the NEET undergraduate, and this is coming in after the direction of the Supreme Court. During the previous hearing that we had seen, the Supreme Court had, heard the petitions from both the sides, and there were several arguments that were being made, and this was the direction by the Supreme Court that the results be released by 12 noon of Saturday, which is today, and this result must be released on a center level and city level separately. So now what we are seeing is the NTA has in fact gone ahead and released the results of the NEET undergraduate. It has been made public, but what has been kept masked here is the identity of the students. Only the roll number and the marks have been in fact released on the website of NTA. It has been done to ensure that there is a public view as to how was there a complete pattern of the students getting major marks here. There were grace marking that was also done, and there were allegations of paper leak. There have been several evidences that there was a paper leak that had happened at a massive scale, and to check that in a proper pattern, the Supreme Court had in fact directed the NTA to go ahead and release the data, the results of the students on its portal. It has done now. We'll have to wait and see what happens on the 22nd, that is the day after tomorrow, when the bench will resume the hearing in this case. The CJI-headed bench will be taking note of how the marks pattern has taken place, how there has been a paper leak, although there has been agreements that yes, there was a paper leak that had happened in several areas, including Godhra, including in areas in Bihar as well. To see that very mark pattern, the Supreme Court had directed the NTA to release these marks of the students on its website by today, and that has now come out. So we have to wait and see what happens next when the court resumes the hearing on the 22nd.
Well, all right. Thanks for joining us with those details. For now, Riyanka, of course, we will continue to come back to you to get more insights on the developments in connection to the NEET exam. Of course, viewers, shifting focus to our top focus story from Bangladesh, where protests have escalated and a curfew has been imposed by the government as students continue to demand for reforms in the job quota they are demanding that 30% quota for the kin of war veterans of 1971 war be removed. Now the protests have escalated to an extent that around, and in fact more than 100 people, we're learning, have been reportedly killed in these protests. Of course, no official word has come in on the death toll, but let me just go across to our guests who are joining us live on the bulletin now. I'm joined in by former diplomat J.K. Tripathi and Wing Commander Praful Bakshi, defense expert. A very good afternoon to you both. I want to come to you first, Mr. Tripathi. Please take us through the number of Indians that have been repatriated as of now, and how are the rescue operations underway that you are learning?
Very good afternoon to both of you. In fact, there are more than 500 students have been repatriated. Few are still coming in tickles through Meghalaya or through Tripura. In private ventures, and in fact, the major chunk came in more than 80 taxis escorted by the security forces. So far, the information is that no casualty of any Indian student have taken place, none of Indians have been subject to casualty. All Indians in Bangladesh are safe. But the events that are taking place are very pathetic. We must condemn these events, and we must say that we must deplore the deaths. You see, I was going through the papers, and in Bangladesh civil services, 30% of is reserved for veterans or dependents of veterans, that is freedom fighters of 1971. 10% for the women victimized during that period, and 40% for underrepresented districts. Now in 2010, the Bangladesh government included one more proviso in this, which says that 30% reservation will be not only for the children of the veterans, but also for the it will also include the grandchildren. So this type of thing, leaves reservation in a perpetuity. You see that, okay, it is understandable that those who were victimized, or those who took part in 1970-71 Bangladesh liberation movement, their children could or should have been given reservation. But even those children who were born in 1990, say 10 years after the Bangladesh crisis, they would be 44, 45 years now. So they don't need any reservation, but give reservation to their children, that is grandchildren of the veterans, is something which perpetuates this type of reservation. And as per Bangladesh Public Service Commission data, what happened is that these reservations are not being utilized by the categories for which they were made. And reason is, you see, there is one very important provision that the reservations will not apply in preliminary examinations. Reservations, one can take advantage of this type of reservation only for final examination and interviews. So that restricts this sort of problem to a little bit. But then again, if you see in totality, we'll find that 30, 40, 70 and 10, that is 80% seats are reserved for these categories. Only 20% are for general categories, which becomes aberration of the constitutional provision.
Okay.
Because because rules, exceptions cannot be rules. And here exception, reservation is type of exception. Here the exception, that is exception, has become 80%. So it is clearly against the natural justice. But it is alleged that Bangladesh government, Sheikh Hasina's government, is trying to benefit.
I also want to go into our other guest, Mr. Praful Bakshi. In fact, want to get you in at this point, Mr. Bakshi, and ask you about what you think is the solution and the mechanism that the government of Bangladesh should adopt going forward. Of course, back home in India, when farmers went into a protest, the government did not retaliate. What do you think would be the right approach to deal with the student protesters in Bangladesh? That's my first question. And I would also like you to address the refugee crisis now that seems to be escalating back home in India. We're learning over 670 refugees are now in Meghalaya.
That's right, Madam. This problem is very serious as yet in any country, whether it is in India or in Bangladesh. Now, this reservation aspect is very serious. You cannot have reservations for generations to come. Even in India, people don't like this. This happened. There are agitations against that. And there are resentments against that. And that is why they don't want to have reservations in every place. That is why in armed forces, they don't have reservations, because they find it a dangerous thing to do. So, the students out there are also must point out that the reservation quota is there for 30% for the 1971 people, 1971 war, which was supported by those people who were for the Bangladesh, who were anti-Pakistan army, and their opposition is there who were for the Pakistan army. This agitation is divided. Even the student community is divided. Sheikh Hasina family is supported by a large faction, but also not supported by a large faction. Here the radical Islam of Pakistan comes into play. That is what is there. And student community must ask that if you are doing to all the minorities, then why not Hindu minority in Bangladesh? That is not included in this. So this aspect has to be made very clear. In fact, if I have to advise them, this will be my advice. That then let it be plain and simple across the table, so all minority communities are covered by it, and thereafter then this is just a top cover. What is going on under it is the radical elements which are getting stronger and stronger. They are subduing various tribals on the border who don't see eye to eye with the ruling party, and especially radical Islamic leaders. They don't see eye to eye. They are against that. Rohingyas, as you know very well, are being brought into India through Bangladesh. They are not getting absorbed. And there are a lot of refugee problems which BSF faces on the border. And the constantly is there. It is not a recent problem. It is a very old problem. You must be remembering how they shot 12 BSF officers, men of India, and hung them like goats on the streets. This aspect is there because there's so much of religious hatred which is spread around there. Student community agitating is a very sweet word on the face of it. It is not that. It is the hardcore religious elements which are goading them to go into agitation against Hasina. Everything is against Hasina. They are doing it from various angles. They actually are not great, they want the intellect of Bangladesh to come up. They basically want to win a political point, and that is what is bringing Hasina down. So various angles will be taken. This angle will be taken. Tribal angle will be taken. So many angles will be taken. But for us, the matter of security concern is there. You already know how things are there in Bay of Bengal, how China is already started entering it. China is financing these agitations to the students. That is what they are doing it. They want to bring the instability against Hasina, who does not see eye to eye at the moment, who is very pro to India. And when her visit to India was disliked by China, so that aspect is there. And taking advantage of student community going on rampage is a very nice, sweet thing which nobody can object to much. So that's what the basic feeling is. So when we look at the student community agitating, we must look from those angles, not from the angle of propriety, etc., which we consider in a decent society.
Right.
So this aspect, madam, has to be borne in mind, especially when the islands are coming up, where the Coco Island aspect, the Kachaveduk Island aspect is already hot in Bangladesh, and China is putting up their pressure in the South China Sea. Bangladesh is playing a very important role. In fact, very close to the Bangladesh border is the opening of Thailand, where China is going to make a direct canal through Thailand road to get into the Bay of Bengal. That aspect has to be seen through. With all these things in mind, I think we must keep a strict watch on the border and see the latest development, what takes place, especially in the Northeast Hills, hill track, as well as in the with all the area around Calcutta and Bashirhat, all that area.
Right. Well, thanks for joining us with your insights, Mr. Bakshi and Mr. Tripathi. Sorry to cut you short at this point. We're running a little short on time in this bulletin. But viewers, to remind you once again that the opposition-backed political party of students led by the JMB has, of course, opposed the government actions in the aftermath of the protests in Bangladesh by the students. We have a report on everything that has been panning out so far. Let's take a look.
As anti-quota protests rage in Bangladesh, 39 people have been killed. The rage among students against the Sheikh Hasina government has not calmed yet, which led to a nationwide curfew. Meanwhile, as many Indians remain stranded in the neighboring country, the Indian High Commission issued an advisory amid the violent tensions. The Indian High Commission advised the Indian community members and students in Bangladesh to avoid travel and minimize movement outside their living premises due to current circumstances. Further, it offered multiple emergency numbers and 24-hour Indian assistance to around 7,000 Indians in Bangladesh as per the High Commission's website. Following this, at least 70 Indian students have been rescued and brought back to India through Meghalaya's Dauki integrated checkpost along the Meghalaya-Bangladesh border. The protests, which started over demands for reforms in the government job quota system for descendants of the 1971 Bangladesh war, have seen widespread clashes, including attacks on police and the burning of public property. In response to the escalating violence, Bangladeshi authorities have imposed a day-long ban on public rallies in Dhaka. Further, in Dhaka, authorities heightened the security measures in and around the Indian High Commission as violent clashes escalated. Meanwhile, a media center in Bangladesh has been set ablaze by the student protesters. The situation has led to a near-total internet blackout in the country, with significant impacts on communication and daily activities as the country remains in turmoil.
Viewers, getting in another big breaking news now from Maharashtra, in fact in Pune, where a couple had a miraculous escape after being hit by a speeding car on a busy highway. This is what officials have said. The incident was recorded on a security camera in the area. The video of the incident has, of course, gone viral on social media. But what's stunning is that back-to-back cases of hit and run coming up from Maharashtra. In fact, from Pune specifically, this is the third such case that we have reported to you in just about 2 weeks' time. Viewers, and in the latest, a couple in Maharashtra had a miraculous escape as a speeding car hit their scooter. Those visuals on your screens will show the intensity of the hit of the car on the scooter. In fact, joining us live on the story now is my colleague Satyaprakash. Satyaprakash, a very good afternoon to you. Take us through the details of this accident. How severely injured are the two people who were riding the bike?
देखिए कीर्ति, यह घटना है 18 जुलाई का है और 18 जुलाई अहमदनगर कल्याण हाईवे पे एक्सीडेंट हुआ है। भयानक एक्सीडेंट हुआ है। तेज़ रफ्तार से आ रही कार, जो बाइक सवार थे, दोनों जो बैठे थे हवा में उड़ जाते हैं और बाइक भी ऊपर उड़ जाती है। भयानक एक्सीडेंट हुआ है। ये अहमदनगर और कल्याण हाईवे पे हुआ है। दोनों जो बैठे थे कपल, वो काफ़ी घायल हुए हैं, उनका इलाज चल रहा है और पुलिस का कहना है कि इस मामले की जांच शुरू कर दिया है। ड्राइवर को पता कर रहे हैं, लेकिन अभी तक पता नहीं चल पाया है। साथ ही जिस रफ्तार में ये एक्सीडेंट हुआ, ये पता लगाया जा रहा है कि जो ड्राइवर है कहीं वो शराब तो नहीं पिया है। सारी चीज़ों को लेकर पुलिस जाँच कर रही है।
जी हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए धन्यवाद आपका, सत्य प्रकाश, जानकारी देने के लिए। Viewers, to tell you once again, this is another back-to-back case of such an accident in Pune. This one, of course, saw a miraculous escape by two people who were riding a scooter and were hit by a speeding car on the national highway.
Delhi LG has written a letter to Chief Secretary expressing a grave concern over low-calorie intake by the Chief Minister of National Capital. Stay tuned as we bring in more details from Ground Zero. We will be back after a short break. Keep watching Republic TV.
In the India Today Best Universities 2023 survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi and National Law School Bengaluru.
After the Microsoft outage, the Civil Aviation Ministry has issued an official statement confirming that normalcy has been restored across all airports in India. The ministry said that all issues will be restored by this noon. BJP leader N.R. Ramesh lodged a complaint against Chief Minister Siddaramaiah in a Lokayukta case. N.R. Ramesh alleged that there are irregularities due to which plots were allotted to Chief Minister's wife Parvati. Ramesh also asked Karnataka's anti-corruption body to probe the scam. A company linked to Manorma Khedkar, the mother of trainee IS Pooja Khedkar, located in Pune, has been sealed by Pimpri Chinchwad Municipal Corporation. The building comes under the red zone and was not given a permission for construction. Delhi LG VK Saxena has instructed the Chief Secretary and Tihar officials to closely monitor Arvind Kejriwal's diet. This directive aims to ensure proper scrutiny and address concerns raised by the party. On Pune's Ahmednagar Kalyan highway, a speeding car hit a bike so hard that the bike went up in the air and then fell on the ground. The incident took place on July 18. Both the people riding the bike were injured in the accident. Police have registered a case against the car driver and investigation is underway.
Home Minister Amit Shah chaired a security meeting yesterday, and all of this in wake of the terror attacks that have been happening in Jammu and Kashmir. We will be back with our rolling coverage on this. Stay tuned. We'll come right back after this short break.
Edition of Get Me Right. We always thought that it's the Kashmir Valley which is the terror hotbed, but it's the Jammu region which has gone hot this summer. With 6 of the 8 terror attacks happening this year, happening after Prime Minister Modi took oath for the 3rd time. Is there a China angle also? And conspiracy theories galore in the United States on those 9 seconds of Donald Trump's brush with death. Let's take a deep dive.
American Pistachio presents Cracking News of the Hour.
Army Chief General Upendra Trivedi to visit Jammu and review security. Jammu and Kashmir DGP R.S. Swain to brief him about the situation. Union Home Minister Amit Shah to chair a key meet over the security situation in Jammu and Kashmir in the national capital. Protests turned violent in Bangladesh. Nationwide curfew imposed. Army pressed into restore law and order. Two 45 Indians, including 125 students, return home from Bangladesh as job quota protests intensify. Microsoft outage hits the world-long queues witnessed at Mexico-US border. Flight operations continue to bear the brunt. Viewers, well, I'm breaking up Shivangi Shukla, getting you the latest coming in. We go to Bangladesh, where we're getting some big breaking. In response to nationwide protest over job quotas, Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina has cancelled a scheduled foreign trips to Spain and Brazil. The decision underscores the government's focus on addressing the domestic unrest and the growing public discontent. That's what we're learning of right now. And remember, this is coming in as violent protests continue in Bangladesh, and the death toll has risen. A nationwide internet shutdown has remained in place, and we're also seeing at the same time that there is a nationwide curfew which now has been imposed. Bangladesh imposes curfew as protests continue. Now, the Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina has cancelled all her scheduled visits, foreign trips outside the country to Spain and Brazil. Let's go straight across to our guest who's joining us live. Colonel Shailendra Singh, a defense expert, is joining us live on this broadcast. What is your sense of what is happening in Bangladesh? Nationwide curfew has been imposed, but it looks like that at a mass scale, there is a lot of discontent over the job quota.
You see, we must evaluate such issues very, very responsibly, because it has got a direct implication on my country also. We have, I think, more than 15,000 people there, out of which around 8,500 are even Indians. So it has an implication for that. Now, any kind of decision making by the government, and that too a new government, which is getting repeated for the fourth time, has to be very, very responsible. I appeal to anyone and everybody, when you make a decision, please be considerate to the public feeling, because the decisions are going to implement and get affected by the public. I think I can't ever say that any freedom fighter should not get a reservation. I just can't say that. But at the same time, it can be talked about, there can be a debate about it, there can be a detailed discussion on it, there can be a consensus built by the government, because that is why you are a politician. That is why you are there as a prime minister. You cannot have just arbitrarily. But yes, the demand may be genuine. But at the same time, there is no place for violence. If the students are doing violence, where do we go? That means the agitation has gone into the hands of miscreants, because this is not what the student is all about. I think there has been a very major failure. The government needs to come out with something. You can suspend it for next 1 month, let peace come in, and then you discuss it over time. Discuss it in parliament, discuss it in public, discuss it with the intelligentsia. The decision-making procedures need to be filtered and streamlined to make it more public savvy. That is the only way that you will not only avoid such issues, but you will be able to control such issues.
Well, Colonel Shailendra Singh, you were speaking about the Indians who are in Bangladesh, around 7,000 Indians in Bangladesh. Now, the Indian High Commission has given a warning to them, a notice to them. They're saying they should avoid travel and stay indoors. When it comes to the Indians in Bangladesh, how do you think it's going to affect them?
For the Indians there is no protest against the Indian. That is the good part of it. The Indians are not disputed there. Rather, the Indians are considered to be the better friends. Why? Because the Bangladeshis need jobs. And if they have any connections with Indian friends, they hope for it that they will be able to get it. As far as the staying indoor is concerned, I think the Indians there are under very severe pressure of their families to leave it. I am getting, telephone call from my people in even Agartala, where people are just walking across. There are people coming from near Jalpaiguri also, Fulbari, where people are crossing. Meghalaya also people are crossing. There are more than 400-500 people who have already crossed back to India. Not only that, even the embassy there is advising all the Indian citizens that in case they want to come back, in case they are finding any problem, they should be given a call. A good part done by the Indian embassy, I think very, very responsible, because I think over a period of time we have got experienced how to get our people back from any troubled area or any troubled country. A commendable job done by the government that yes, we are able to instill that confidence in the people who are staying anywhere in the world, and especially now in case of Bangladesh, that just don't worry, we are there, we will be able to get you back. In fact, if you see one of the clippings where the boys are crossing back from Agartala, how beautifully is the conduct of that BSF there. They're just checking the passport. That is good enough. They are registering them and sending them inside. Now that is called as a good humanitarian gesture, that you don't get into the nitty-gritties and baal ka khaal nikalne ka zarurat nahi hai कि why you have come back, why you have not come back via a particular way. So overall, if you see, the Indians are so far quite comfortable. They are not threatened, and the biggest morale booster they have is the confidence that the government of India and all the Indians will stand by them and will do every damn thing to get you back if you want. I think most of our students are there for medical studies and other studies. So even the principals of those colleges have suggested them that it is better that you go back now and you can come back. I think government is doing a lot on that. A formal evacuation is yet to take place, but if it is required, I'm sure we are quite capable and competent to handle that evacuation.
All right. Thank you, Colonel Shailendra Singh, for joining us on this broadcast. We also have to understand what has happened. In Bangladesh, violent clashes are happening on the streets of Dhaka. The country's main opposition party, backed by terror outfit JMB, is involved in these deadly clashes with a pro-government student body. They are fighting over a new job quota system implemented by the Sheikh Hasina government, with at least 39 to 40 people being killed. Safety concerns have risen. Here's more.
As anti-quota protests rage in Bangladesh, 39 people have been killed. The rage among students against the Sheikh Hasina government has not calmed yet, which led to a nationwide curfew. Meanwhile, as many Indians remain stranded in the neighboring country, the Indian High Commission issued an advisory amid the violent tensions. The Indian High Commission advised the Indian community members and students in Bangladesh to avoid travel and minimize movement outside their living premises due to current circumstances. Further, it offered multiple emergency numbers and 24-hour Indian assistance to around 7,000 Indians in Bangladesh as per the High Commission's website. Following this, at least 70 Indian students have been rescued and brought back to India through Meghalaya's Dauki integrated checkpost along the Meghalaya-Bangladesh border. The protests, which started over demands for reforms in the government job quota system for descendants of the 1971 Bangladesh war, have seen widespread clashes, including attacks on police and the burning of public property. In response to the escalating violence, Bangladeshi authorities have imposed a day-long ban on public rallies in Dhaka. Further, in Dhaka, authorities heightened the security measures in and around the Indian High Commission as violent clashes escalated. Meanwhile, a media center in Bangladesh has been set ablaze by the student protesters. The situation has led to a near-total internet blackout in the country, with significant impacts on communication and daily activities as the country remains in turmoil.
India's Deputy Permanent Representative to the UNR, Ravindra, delivered a compelling address at the Security Council, advocating for robust global measures against terrorism. His remarks underscored the critical need for strict enforcement of international resolutions and targeted sanctions to combat terror financing, while emphasizing the role of regional cooperation in tackling modern security challenges.
At a UN Security Council briefing, India's Deputy Permanent Representative R. Ravindra delivered a strong message on global security. Emphasizing the urgency of combating terrorism, he criticized states employing terrorism as a tool of policy. Ravindra called for robust enforcement of UNSC resolutions and targeted sanctions to curb terror financing. Highlighting regional cooperation, he underscored the role of organizations like the SCO in anti-terrorism efforts. Beyond traditional security concerns, Ravindra stressed tackling modern challenges such as radicalization and transnational threats.
Excellencies, when we talk about international peace and security, you will agree that terrorism constitutes one of the most serious threats. We must therefore shun double standards in our fight against terrorism. Certain countries are using terrorism as an instrument of state policy. Such an approach has the potential to affect cooperation in multilateral platforms, including at the SCO. We must reaffirm our resolve to fight terrorism in all its forms and manifestations, and we must crack down on all forms of support to terrorism, including its financing. There is a need for full implementation of UNSC resolution and targeted sanctions on terrorist individuals and entities to counter terrorism effectively. In this regard, the leaders of SCO agreed in the recent Astana meeting with a declaration that was adopted on 4th July that the international community must isolate and expose those countries that harbor terrorists, provide them with safe haven, and condone terrorism.
His address aimed to galvanize international action towards a more secure and a stable global environment.
In Gadchiroli, the police have gunned down 12 Maoists, including 5 women rebels in the jungles near Vandoli village on the Maharashtra-Chhattisgarh border. The operation is looked at as a huge success of forces in northern Gadchiroli, where Maoist terrorists are on the verge of complete collapse. Here is a report.
Just a couple of days after our forces neutralized 12 Maoists in Gadchiroli, Republic Media Network went to ground zero to bring you the story from the thick forests where Maoists have long asserted their dominance. The journey began in Pendhari.
In a big win to the Gadchiroli police, 12 Naxals have been neutralized. Right now we are in Gadchiroli, and here you see this is Jara Vandi, which is 8.3 kilometers away from here. So Republic Media Network's team is moving there towards the Vandoli area where at that actual spot the encounter took place, in which 12 Naxals were neutralized.
The biggest question after the successful operation by our forces: are there any more Naxal pockets in northern Gadchiroli?
The Naxal operation took place on Wednesday afternoon, and what we have been told by the senior officers that it's a very tough terrain, so it's very tough to go over there. But the Republic Media Network is the only media network which is going to the spot to bring you the exact version that what actually led at that point of time and how that incident took place. Here you can see, I would like to request my Vijay to pan and show you the visual of my car. So from beyond this area we cannot take the car. So what we will have to do, we will have to follow that probe, to follow that investigation. We'll have to go barefoot and cross this Nala.
After a tumultuous journey spanning hours and crossing over 5 water crossings, Republic finally reached the spot where the encounter with Maoists took place.
We had to cross 5 different nalas as per the inputs received by our sources, and then what we did, we took help from the Vadoli area village people over there, and then we took a bike to reach to the spot in the forest where that actual encounter took place, in which 12 Naxalites were neutralized. Here you can see we are just moving towards the spot. I would like to request my Vijay to show you the visual of this forest where that incident took place, in which 12 lives have been lost. And while we have been speaking to the senior officials in the Gadchiroli police department, they have said that after killing all those 12 Naxals, they have wiped out the Naxals from North Gadchiroli region. So let's go towards the exact spot site in the forest where you can show you the visual that what led to the entire encounter.
During the encounter, 3 senior cadres of rank of divisional committee members along with 5 area committee members and 4 Dalam members were neutralized. In total, 12 Maoists were neutralized in Vandoli's thick forest by our brave forces.
Yes, finally we did it. Yes, we did it. Why I say we did it? Because when I was speaking to the senior officials in Maharashtra Police Department, they told me that it's next to impossible for commoners to go over there. And at the very spot in Vandoli forest where that actual encounter took place, in which 12 Naxalites have been neutralized. But I crossed such 5 different nalas over there and went inside the deep forest, and we covered it for Republic Media Network exclusively. No other media network dared to reach over there. So we finally reached over there and we finally covered that story for our audience. Keep watching Republic TV.
The Indian Army is now seriously deliberating upon that how this can be tackled. Yes, there are some suggestions that are being worked upon, including the small teams that have been formed by the Indian Army along with the Jammu and Kashmir Police that will be carrying out the operations. And we will be continuing with this rolling coverage right after this short break on the other side on Republic TV as Indian Army intensified its operation against terror.
Welcome back, viewers. Following consecutive terror attacks in the Jammu region, Army Chief General Upendra Trivedi is set to visit Jammu today. His visit follows a CCS meeting led by PM Modi, where clear directives were given to address operational flaws. I want to go across to my colleague who's joining us, Gursimran. Gursimran, the Army has been instructed to investigate why troops have repeatedly fallen into similar ambush traps since 2021 and to ensure relentless time-bound operations against terrorists in 7 Jammu districts. Take us through what we can expect.
See, it is expected that by late afternoon, the Army Chief General Upendra Trivedi will be arriving in Jammu, as he had some meetings prior in the national capital, after which he will be coming to Jammu. And in Jammu, he will be directly heading to the police headquarters, wherein he will be holding a joint security review meeting It is expected that this meeting will be headed by the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir, and along with the Army Chief, it will be the J&K DGP Rashim Ranjan Swine who will be taking part in the meeting. The threat-based discussions will take place on the prevailing security scenario and also the back-to-back ambush attacks that are taking place on the Indian Army, and on the similar patterns, Indian Army is falling prey to these terror attacks that are being carried out by the terror groups that have infiltrated in the large numbers. Jaish in the international border area and Lashkar-e-Toiba along the line of control continues to foment trouble for the security forces, and the way they have adopted the forest of the Jammu region, that is really very concerning, and that's why this meeting is going to be really very important, in which the Army Chief, the DGP will be taking part, and it is expected that it will be chaired by the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir. A thorough discussion will take place on what steps needs to be taken and what is the change in the strategy that should be there, because the terrorists have read out the strategy of the forces, and that's why they are inflicting back-to-back setbacks to the security forces.
All right, Gursimran, we have been tracking the story so very closely. If you could take our viewers through, especially what has been the conclusion of these high-level security meetings which have been held by PM Modi, by Amit Shah in the past few weeks, also by Rajnath Singh, and how the security forces are going to implement the plan that has been discussed to neutralize these terrorists and stop infiltration from the border.
See, one thing is very clear, that the Cabinet Committee on the Security that was headed by the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, it sent a clear-cut message to the Indian Army that they need to look into the operational flaws that have led to the loss of these brave hearts, more than 40 brave hearts who have attained martyrdom while fighting with the Pakistani terrorists in the different operations in last 3.5 years in the Jammu region. Apart from this, a timeline has also been set that in the next 3 months, these terrorists, the Pakistani terrorists who have infiltrated from across the border, they need to be wiped out, because in the ending September, it is expected that the J&K will see its first assembly poll since the abrogation of Article 370. And in the Festival of Democracy, the Union government doesn't want any show spoiler. They want the people of Jammu and Kashmir to go freely, to cast their vote and to elect whatever the government they want to. And they want it to be in the peaceful atmosphere. And for the same, the presence of the Pakistani terrorists needs to be wiped out. And that is what the directions have been given to the army leadership as well.
All right, Gursimran, thank you for getting us all those details. We'll be coming back to you as the story develops further. Let's move ahead right now. At least 3 people were killed and over 20 injured when a gunman opened fire during a peace rally in Pakistan's Bannu city. The rally was attended by thousands of people who demanded peace in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province, where it was disrupted by unidentified assailants. The incident sparked chaos, with authorities working to restore order. Here is the full report.
Three people were killed and more than 20 injured after gunmen opened fire on a peace rally in Pakistan on Friday. Thousands of residents of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa's Bannu had been taking part in a march demanding peace in the region when the unidentified men started shooting. It was unclear who was responsible, and police said that they were trying to control the situation. Tawab Khan, who took part in the rally, said thousands of tribesmen had been participating in the march when the miscreants opened fire. Earlier this week, insurgents killed 8 soldiers when a suicide bomber rammed his explosive-laden vehicle into the outer wall of an army housing complex in Bannu. 10 insurgents were killed by troops after the attack. Pakistan has witnessed a surge in violence since the Afghan Taliban seized power in Afghanistan in the year 2021. Most of the attacks have been blamed on the Pakistani Taliban, who is also known as Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan. They are a separate group but an ally of the Afghan Taliban.
The protests over job quota in Bangladesh have turned deadly. Now the Prime Minister has imposed a nationwide curfew, and the army has also been pressed in to restore law and order situation. We'll get you all the latest updates after a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
What exactly is the country expecting from the finance minister as the budget is about to roll in a few days from now?
India is becoming an investment destination. I mean, we also have USA coming out with policies like the Inflation Reduction Act, which is attracting manufacturing there. But largely, India has the cost advantage as compared to any other nation.
India has been health tech. India has been a pioneer in all these elements, right? Even the UPI transactions, fintech. So it's kind of, the scale is much higher than what globally the standards are.
The biggest ask would be in terms of employment. The biggest criticism has been that we're not probably generating as many jobs as we need to.
We need to make change faster than anybody else, and EVs are a solution. I think EVs have come to a stage where they are commercially viable, and with the support that government is giving. So EVs are future for us.
Nation wants to grow, budget special.
In the India Today Best Universities 2023 survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
I'm here with...
Hello, my name's Inspector Ali Nichols. I'm the East Leeds Neighbourhood Police Inspector.
There is an ongoing situation currently in Hare Hills. We're aware of that. The police is here. We are asking everybody in the area to please stay at home at this moment in time.
Yeah, so if you can all just stay where you are, stay in your houses. We will manage this, and if you're out in the crowd, I'll just ask you to go home, please, so we can keep everybody safe. Thank you.
And we will endeavour to keep local residents informed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, my money is gone! Oh, my God! No way! No way! What is this?
Processions this week, for some strange reason, people carried Palestinian flags in Bihar, Jharkhand, Madhya Pradesh, and of course in Kashmir. I'm surprised, I'm appalled. Why are Indian citizens carrying and proudly waving Palestinian flags? How are Indian citizens waving the Palestinian flag and not the Indian flag? How much more can one tolerate? In one or two cases, I even heard details of the terrorist group Hezbollah flag also being waved. What are these people carrying the Palestinian flag trying to prove? That openly their allegiance is first to the Hezbollah, their allegiance is to Palestine. My view, arrest these people, lock them up, and put the toughest provisions of the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, UAPA, and the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita against them. I say that we need to remind them that there is no free run.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
American Pistachio presents cracking news of the hour.
Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi to visit Jammu and review security. Jammu and Kashmir and DGPR are sworn to brief him about the situation. Union Home Minister Amit Shah to chair a key meet over security situation in Jammu and Kashmir, the national capital. Protests turned violent in Bangladesh. Nationwide curfew imposed. Army pressed in to restore law and order. 245 Indians, including 125 students, returned home from Bangladesh as job quota protests intensify. Microsoft outage hits the world. Long queues witnessed at Mexico-US border. Flight operations continue to bear the brunt. All right, viewers, we are getting your top updates coming in, and we go to Bangladesh, where violent clashes are happening on the streets of Dhaka. The country's main opposition party, backed by terror outfit JMB, is involved in deadly clashes with pro-government student body. They are fighting over a new job quota system implemented by the Sheikh Hasina government, with at least 39 people being killed. Safety concerns have risen. Let's take a look at this report to understand what's the latest.
As anti-quota protests rage in Bangladesh, 39 people have been killed. The rage among students against the Sheikh Hasina government has not calmed yet, which led to a nationwide curfew. Meanwhile, as many Indians remain stranded in the neighboring country, the Indian High Commission issued an advisory amid the violent tensions. The Indian High Commission advised the Indian community members and students in Bangladesh to avoid travel and minimize movement outside their living premises due to current circumstances. Further, it offered multiple emergency numbers and 24-hour Indian assistance to around 7,000 Indians in Bangladesh as per the High Commission's website. Following this, at least 70 Indian students have been rescued and brought back to India through Meghalaya's Dauki integrated checkpost along the Meghalaya-Bangladesh border. The protests, which started over demands for reforms in the government job quota system for descendants of the 1971 Bangladesh war, have seen widespread clashes, including attacks on police and the burning of public property. In response to the escalating violence, Bangladeshi authorities have imposed a day-long ban on public rallies in Dhaka. Further, in Dhaka, authorities heightened the security measures in and around the Indian High Commission as violent clashes escalated. Meanwhile, a media center in Bangladesh has been set ablaze by the student protesters. The situation has led to a near-total internet blackout in the country, with significant impacts on communication and daily activities as the country remains in turmoil.
Well, these are the visuals, viewers. Dhaka is on the boil. The Prime Minister has now enforced a nationwide curfew. The army has been pressed into service to maintain law and order and to restore normalcy. And on the other hand, we have students and other people who are being repatriated with their respective nations. We have India, which has seen the return of 300 people, out of which 125 of them are students. And along with that, now the Prime Minister of Bangladesh has also cancelled her foreign trips to Brazil and Spain in view of the ongoing situation in her country. We also have Mr. Robinder Sachdeva, a foreign affairs expert, joining us live on this broadcast. A very good afternoon to you, sir. What's happening in Bangladesh? Are these protests provoked, or are they really against the reforms of the government?
Oh, thank you so much. Well, they are against the government. That is pretty clear. And these are big protests. It looks like large numbers coming out and the large numbers killed. There are two things, the way I look at it. One is definitely the protests are there for a logical reason. Unemployment, there are no jobs, okay? And that's what's fermenting the entire base. There are no jobs, so they're looking at quotas by the government, and in the quotas there is firstly discrimination only for certain elite who are linked to Sheikh Hasina party, and corruption within those quotas also. But the underlying fact is that there are no jobs, or unemployment is what is driving this. So that's the one, analysis could be. But yes, at the same time, in these protests, bunch of other factors are, I think, combining and snowballing, and that is the real danger. If it were only about these quotas, then maybe Sheikh Hasina could, step back and say, okay, fine, revert the change, go against the Supreme Court, etc. But the issue is not only quotas, I think. It is, Sheikh Hasina has been in power for the last 14 odd years. So it's in a way anti-incumbency also. There are no jobs, so anti-incumbency also. And on top of it, the opposition, whatever be it, in Bangladesh did not even participate in the previous elections a few months ago. So in a way, the opposition is not participating in the space. So there's a lot of, I think, dissent bubbling up in some numbers of large chunks of Bangladeshi society. And they've not had a safety valve, pressure to release if they participated in the democratic process. And on top of it, you could add in the Jamaat-e-Islami, the Muslims and conservatives and radicals, right, who were not happy with Bangladesh being independent of Pakistan way back in 71. And they are the folks who are also pushing, this. They want a much closer relationship with Pakistan. They want an Islamic state, maybe. So that happening. So there are a bunch of things, I think, in addition to the quota thing, which are contributing to this.
So what do you think is the way forward? Because firing at the students will certainly not solve the situation. Do you think that the government and these protesters must amicably settle this entire, confrontation?
You're so right, sir. But I mean, there are two ways ahead. One is hard and harsher, as we are seeing now, or the other is talks and some reform. The point is that even if the harsh measures succeed, sometimes they can, break up the back of the demonstrations, so to say, but they will break the back only for a few months, let's say, right? If there's a pressure cooker, kind of steaming, it will again erupt. So harsh measures may bring some relief in the short term, but they will again pile up a much bigger time bomb ahead. The other is that, okay, talk to these folks. Yeah, Sheikh Hasina could, look to talk, come to a deal, some understanding, whatever. Leaders should take back, revise their decisions. Why not if the masses think? But if she could do some of that and tone down, she might be able to. But the Sheikh Hasina government is itself very corrupt. Of that is also, there is no doubt. And she has been harsh against her opponents. Of that is also, there is no doubt. So it depends how far Sheikh Hasina would succeed, even if she goes soft.
One more thing, what is this entire protest about? What is this quota that the protesters are now up in arms against? If you could, detail it for our viewers so that they can understand what the situation is in Bangladesh.
Sure, sir. I mean, we can understand Bangladesh became independent in 1971. So think of it as freedom fighters quota, right? So the people who fought in the 71 war, they were given a quota, or their descendants were given a quota in the government jobs, okay, after the war. That was okay. But now what has happened is that, that generation has gone. The continuing sons and daughters are continuing to get this quota. That is, in all government jobs, 30% reservation is for people who have that freedom fighter certificate, let us say. Okay. Now, so the protest is on that of the total government jobs which are available, in any case, like even in India, right? Whatever be the numbers. So this 30% number is reserved for those people, which means, and that's what the students are saying, a large number of them are not able to compete and get those jobs, whatever be their few in number. Okay. But the bigger problem is that it is unemployment. Okay. There is huge unemployment in Bangladesh. And if there's huge unemployment, of course, people, even in India, let's say, look at government jobs as a means of security, even if a small job, whatever, right? They're also similar mindset to some extent. So feeling, discriminated, a feeling of discrimination has come around amongst the students. And that is further dividing the country, because it is seen that Sheikh Hasina favors only and only her party and her party people. That is the, situation there.
Right, Mr. Sachdeva, many thanks for joining us with all those details. Well, that's the situation, viewers. The protesters are now up in arms against the government. But the government has also now, on the other hand, has a pushback effort is currently underway with the imposition of a curfew and also banning the telecommunication services, as well as pressing the army to bring the law and order back to normal in Dhaka. With that, viewers, let's shift our focus now on a raw footage that's coming in from Mumbai, where parts of a balcony and a slab on the second and third floors of a house have partially collapsed, with some sections still hanging very precariously. Now, the MHADA had previously issued a notice to the building highlighting the structural concerns, and according to reports, the situation has raised serious safety concerns among residents and authorities. There you see, viewers, the visuals on your screen clearly show how part of a balcony of the building completely collapsed, and many people are feared trapped under this. As you can see on your screens, locals over there are trying to help these trapped individuals to safety. And this comes in the backdrop of the MHADA sending a notice to this building on the kind of safety concerns that it poses because of the structure. The structural concerns have time and again raised alarms, and this is a wake-up call indeed for the building owners, because a part of the balcony collapsed and the rest are also precariously hanging. So we'll have to wait and watch how the situation will pan out in the coming days. But for now, these are the visuals that we're tracking from the Maximum City. Now let's talk about the Karnataka Treasury loot case, because it has now been revealed that about 89.62 crore rupees was transferred to accounts of 18 shell companies. And one of those shell company vice presidents, which happens to be Happiest Minds, the name of the company, the vice president of that company has come out and has denied any sort of involvement or receiving even a single penny of these funds, adding another layer to this complex investigation that is currently underway in Karnataka. Let's listen in to the reactions coming in.
The account number which is there in the media doesn't belong to us, and we have a clarification from RBL that this account has not been opened by us.
Okay. When did you come to know about this particular scam, and with Happiest Minds name also coming out of it? Because this was a letter with the seal and the stamp of the government of Karnataka with the additional chief secretary stating it.
Okay. We are not aware of those letters, but we came to know from the media only, that too on May 29th, when in the evening when the news was released saying that Happiest Minds is involved in this scam and it has received about 4.5 crores in the scam and all. That's when we verified with RBL Bank to seek the details and all. Then they clarified that the account which is there in the media is not opened by you and doesn't belong to you and all.
Does not belong to you. Yeah. Also looking at it now as a company, and yours is a software company, I believe. It's a huge company. Have you tried registering any sort of complaint? Because this will also be trying to go ahead and act as an imposter in the name of your company, where this transaction of over 4.5 crores has been conducted.
Correct. As far as company is concerned, we have released clarifications in the media and to the stock exchanges and all. But since the investigations are undergoing, both CID and ED office are involved, and we have been investigated there as well, and we have produced required documents to their satisfaction that we are no way connected with this scam and all. Given that we don't know who is the ultimate culprit, and the investigations are ongoing, as of now, we don't have any clue to take any legal action against someone. So first we need to know who is that culprit, and what is that he has caused damage to us, in the how he has done it. That we need to know, and that's why we are waiting for investigating agencies to conclude this.
BJP continues to turn the heat on the ruling dispensation. The Siddaramaiah-led government, R. Ashoka, the leader of opposition, viewers, has said that the BJP will continue to protest because it was the same chief minister who gave a clean chit to B. Nagendra and also Basangauda Daddal, who are now in the docks. They are now under the scrutiny of the Enforcement Directorate as well as the other probe agencies as well. So R. Ashoka, on the other hand, has said that the Karnataka government has looted the funds that were meant for the Valmiki community. Until the case is solved, until the perpetrators are brought to book, they will not stop their agitation. Listen in.
Yesterday, Mr. Siddaramaiah press meet. They're diverting the issues. Already 3 agencies, first time in the Karnataka history. 1 case, 3 investigation. CBI, ED, SSIT. Before coming any result from the inquiring authorities, Siddaramaiah given the clean chit to Nagendra and Daggal. They want to close it. That's why yesterday CM given the statement. It is wrong. They looted, Congress government looted this Dalit amount.
Let's now take a look at the other top stories that we're tracking from across the nation. After the Microsoft outage, the Civil Aviation Ministry has now issued an official statement confirming that normalcy has been restored across all airports in India. The ministry said that all issues will be resolved soon. BJP leader and RTI activist N.R. Ramesh has lodged a complaint against Chief Minister Siddaramaiah in the Lokayukta. N.R. Ramesh has alleged that there are irregularities due to which plots were allotted to Chief Minister's wife Parvati. And Ramesh also asked Karnataka's anti-corruption body to probe the scam. A company linked to Manorama Khedkar, the mother of trainee IAS Pooja Khedkar, located in Pune, has been sealed by the Pimpri-Chinchanwad Municipal Corporation. The building comes under the red zone and was not given permission for construction.
वो सर्वे नंबर 53 तलोड़िया है, वो रेड जोन में आता है। तो रेड जोन में कोई भी बांधकाम अलाउड नहीं है और हमारे कारपोरेशन से तो उन्होंने कोई ऐसा बिल्डिंग परमिशन पहले भी नहीं लिया है। तो जाहिर है कि वो एक इलीगल बिल्डिंग है। आज की डेट में तो इलीगल बिल्डिंग है। कोई भी इलीगल बिल्डिंग हो तो उसको पहला नोटिस दिया जाता है। नोटिस देने के बाद उनका कुछ है, उनको बताना है तो वो बता सकते हैं। कुछ डॉक्यूमेंटेशन देना है तो डॉक्यूमेंट दे सकते हैं। उनका सब स्क्रूटनी करके फाइनल ऑर्डर हो जाएगा। उसके बाद में जो एक्शन होता है वो 2 टाइप का होता है। एक तो FIR किया जाता है और वो बिल्डिंग डिमोलिश किया जाता है।
Amid the ongoing war of words over Kejriwal's weight loss theory, the Delhi LG VK Saxena has instructed the Chief Secretary and TR officials to closely monitor Kejriwal's diet. This directive aims to ensure proper scrutiny and address concerns raised by the party. On Pune's Ahmednagar Kalyan Highway, a speeding car hit a bike so hard that the bike went up in the air and then fell on the ground. The incident took place on July 18th. Both the people riding the bike were grievously injured in the accident. Police have registered a case and the car driver is now being questioned.
After the direction of the Supreme Court, the NTA has now released all the results of the NEET undergraduate students, keeping in mind that their identity is masked. We will continue to get you the rolling coverage of what exactly is happening with the NEET undergraduate controversy. Till then, we will come right back. Stay tuned after this short break.
In the India Today Best Universities 2023 survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
coming in, Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has met the injured assistant police personnel at a state-run hospital. He met the contractual police assistants who were injured in a clash with the police personnel in the Jharkhand capital a day before. Remember, Sarma, who is also the BJP's election co-in-charge for Jharkhand, condemned the lathi charge on the protesting contractual police assistants, who are also known as special police officers and are demanding direct recruitment in the police department along with an increase in their honorarium. Now, these police personnel were injured during the lathi charge incident, and now we have Himanta Biswa Sarma. They're meeting them in Ranchi. The visuals on your screen show the Assam Chief Minister and the election co-in-charge of Jharkhand meeting the injured police personnel. Let's also listen in to what the Assam Chief Minister had to say after meeting these contractual police personnel.
IRB का बटालियन का कर्मी भी घायल हुआ था, वो 2 लोगों को भी मिला और सबको साथ मिल के मुझको यही लगता है कि सरकार को डिस्कशन करके बातचीत करके ये मसला को हल करना चाहिए। निवेदन होगा कि सरकार एक अच्छा माहौल में सहायक पुलिस लोगों का साथ बैठे और परिस्थिति का IRB का बटालियन का कर्मी भी घायल हुआ था, वो 2 लोगों को भी मिला और सबको साथ मिल के मुझको यही लगता है कि सरकार को डिस्कशन करके बातचीत करके ये मसला को हल करना चाहिए। निवेदन होगा कि सरकार एक अच्छा माहौल में सहायक पुलिस लोगों का साथ बैठे और परिस्थिति का हल निकाले।
Now viewers, in light of the recent terror attacks, India has delivered a strong message at the UN Security Council meeting. India's Deputy Permanent Representative, Mr. Ravindra, spoke tough on terror. He called for a decisive action in dismantling those nations who are using terrorism as their state policy, and he also called for stern action against those who are financing terror as well. Here's a report. At a UN Security Council briefing, India's Deputy Permanent Representative R. Ravindra delivered a strong message on global security. Emphasizing the urgency of combating terrorism, he criticized states employing terrorism as a tool of policy. Ravindra called for robust enforcement of UNSC resolutions and targeted sanctions to curb terror financing. Highlighting regional cooperation, he underscored the role of organizations like the SCO in anti-terrorism efforts. Beyond traditional security concerns, Ravindra stressed tackling modern challenges such as radicalization and transnational threats.
Excellencies, when we talk about international peace and security, you will agree that terrorism constitutes one of the most serious threats. We must therefore shun double standards in our fight against terrorism. Certain countries are using terrorism as an instrument of state policy. Such an approach has the potential to affect cooperation in multilateral platforms, including at the SCO. We must reaffirm our resolve to fight terrorism in all its forms and manifestations, and we must crack down on all forms of support to terrorism, including its financing. There is a need for full implementation of UNSC resolution and targeted sanctions on terrorist individuals and entities to counter terrorism effectively. In this regard, the leaders of SCO agreed in the recent Astana meeting with a declaration that was adopted on 4th July that the international community must isolate and expose those countries that harbor terrorists, provide them with safe haven, and condone terrorism.
His address aimed to galvanize international action towards a more secure and a stable global environment.
the Indian Army is now seriously deliberating upon that how this can be tackled. Yes, there are some suggestions that are being worked upon, including the small teams that have been formed by the Indian Army along with the Jammu and Kashmir police that will be carrying out the operations. And we will be continuing with this rolling coverage right after this short break on the other side on Republic TV as Indian Army intensified its operation against terror.
Creating a world using sapphire to power change. Manufacturing semiconductors by resident Indians. India, pushing boundaries of possibility and innovating a brighter tomorrow. Semiconductors from India, now from Polymatic.
A grateful nation thanks Vice President Joseph R. Biden Jr. for his lifetime of service on behalf of the United States of America.
Vice President America's ever had, Mr. Joe Biden.
Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi is all set to visit Jammu and review the security situation today. Union Home Minister Amit Shah chaired a key meeting last night and got an update on the ongoing operations in Jammu and Kashmir. Nationwide curfew imposed in light of the violent protests that rocked Bangladesh. Army pressed in to restore normalcy. 245 Indians, including 125 students, returned home from Bangladesh as job quota protests turned violent. Microsoft outage hits the world. Long queues witnessed at Mexico-US border. Flight operations continue to bear the brunt. Very good afternoon, viewers. It's 1:30 and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar, and alongside me is Saqib from the business department. Saqib, about 5,000 flights have borne the brunt of the Microsoft outage. How is the airline sector now coping up with it?
That's right, Deepak. As many as 5,000 flights since yesterday have been cancelled across the globe, which usually we have almost over a lakh flights operate every day. To be precise, 1,10,000 flights operate every day, out of which 5,000 flight cancellations have happened since yesterday. We've had Indigo go on record to say that it has almost had 10% flight cancellations yesterday. But the airline sector is coping up to a certain extent that flight restorations have happened. The Union Civil Aviation Ministry has issued a statement saying that since 3 a.m. this morning, flight operations have been restored. Aviation Ministry saying that they are in touch with the airline companies and are ensuring that the backlog, there's been a huge backlog, is essentially the reason why there's so much of commotion at the airports. While flight restoration has happened to a great extent today, the backlogs, flight backlogs is creating a lot of chaos and confusion at the airports. But yeah, globally, even the Hong Kong International Airport, which had seen complete disruption of flights yesterday, has seen flight resumptions now. With that, it's back to you, Deepak.
Right, many thanks, Saqib, for joining me with all those details. Stock exchanges, airports, and every IT department has been hit by the Microsoft outage. But fortunately, in India, the Civil Aviation Ministry has released a statement saying that normalcy will be restored soon, and the airports are up and functioning as of now. Let's now shift our focus on what's happening in Bangladesh, because Dhaka is on the boil with the protests against the government turning violent. The Prime Minister has cancelled all her diplomatic visits to Spain and Brazil, and she has also imposed a nationwide curfew disconnecting all the networks in the country, and also has now pressed in the armed forces to bring the law and order situation back to normal. Here's a report on what's exactly happening.
As anti-quota protests rage in Bangladesh, 39 people have been killed. The rage among students against the Sheikh Hasina government has not calmed yet, which led to a nationwide curfew. Meanwhile, as many Indians remain stranded in the neighboring country, the Indian High Commission issued an advisory amid the violent tensions. The Indian High Commission advised the Indian community members and students in Bangladesh to avoid travel and minimize movement outside their living premises due to current circumstances. Further, it offered multiple emergency numbers and 24-hour Indian assistance to around 7,000 Indians in Bangladesh as per the High Commission's website. Following this, at least 70 Indian students have been rescued and brought back to India through Meghalaya's Dauki integrated checkpost along the Meghalaya-Bangladesh border. The protests, which started over demands for reforms in the government job quota system for descendants of the 1971 Bangladesh war, have seen widespread clashes, including attacks on police and the burning of public property. In response to the escalating violence, Bangladeshi authorities have imposed a day-long ban on public rallies in Dhaka. Further, in Dhaka, authorities heightened the security measures in and around the Indian High Commission as violent clashes escalated. Meanwhile, a media center in Bangladesh has been set ablaze by the student protesters. The situation has led to a near-total internet blackout in the country, with significant impacts on communication and daily activities as the country remains in turmoil.
Now let's talk about the raw footage that's coming in from Mumbai, where parts of a balcony and a slab on the second and third floors of a particular building partially collapsed, with some sections of them even now hanging very precariously. The MHADA had also previously issued a notice to the building owners highlighting the structural concerns, and according to reports, viewers, the situation has raised serious safety concerns among residents and also authorities. In fact, many people are feared trapped under the debris of the balcony collapse. Portions of the balcony continue to hang very dangerously, raising security and also safety threats in that particular vicinity. Anybody who's walking by that building are sure to have a shock with the kind of infrastructure that is visible, because this building is not safe and secure, is what the MHADA had said. And right now, locals and other rescue personnel are now helping those who are feared trapped under the debris of this balcony collapse to safety. We'll get you all the details as and when they happen, but let's now take a look at the other top stories that we're tracking from across the nation. After the Microsoft outage, the Civil Aviation Ministry has issued an official statement confirming that normalcy has been restored across all airports in India. The ministry said that all issues will be resolved today. BJP leader N.R. Ramesh lodged a complaint against Chief Minister Siddaramaiah in Lokayukta. N.R. Ramesh alleged that there are irregularities due to which plots were being given to the Chief Minister's wife Parvati. In fact, N.R. Ramesh has also asked Karnataka's anti-corruption body to probe the scam. A company linked to Manorama Kedkar, the mother of the power-drunk Pooja Kedkar, her building, which is located in Pune, has completely been sealed off by the Pimpri-Chinchwad Municipal Corporation. The building has come under the red zone and was not given permission for construction.
वो सर्वे नंबर 53 तलोड़े है, वो रेड जोन में आता है। तो रेड जोन में कोई भी बांधकाम अलाउड नहीं है और हमारे कॉर्पोरेशन से तो उन्होंने कोई ऐसा बिल्डिंग परमिशन पहले भी नहीं लिया है। तो जाहिर है कि वो एक इलीगल बिल्डिंग है। आज की डेट में तो इलीगल बिल्डिंग है। कोई भी इलीगल बिल्डिंग हो तो उसको पहला नोटिस दिया जाता है। नोटिस देने के बाद उनका कुछ है, उनको बताना है तो वो बता सकते हैं। कुछ डॉक्यूमेंटेशन देना है तो डॉक्यूमेंट दे सकते हैं। उनका सब स्क्रूटनी करके फाइनल ऑर्डर हो जाएगा। उसके बाद में जो एक्शन होता है वो दो टाइप का होता है। एक तो एफआईआर किया जाता है और वो बिल्डिंग डिमोलिश किया जाता है।
Following claims by the Aam Aadmi Party, Delhi LG V.K. Saxena has instructed Chief Secretary and TR officials to closely monitor Arvind Kejriwal's diet. On Pune's Ahmednagar Kalyan Highway, a speeding car hit a bike so hard that the bike went up in the air and then hit the ground. The incident took place on the 18th of July. Both the people who were on the bike were grievously injured and they're being treated. Police have registered a case against the driver and the investigation is currently underway. Now moving on, viewers, Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi will meet the DGP of J&K R.R. Swain and the officials from the Army, Police and the intelligence agencies at the police headquarters in Jammu for a 60-minute discussion. Following this, a detailed meeting at Raj Bhavan will be chaired by J&K Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha, and this will include the heads of BSF, CRPF, ITBP and also the intelligence agencies to address the security strategies and formulate a plan to tackle and eliminate terror from Jammu and Kashmir. Remember, yesterday, Union Home Minister Amit Shah chaired a high-level meeting at the MAC, which is the Multi-Agency Coordination Center. And today, the Army Chief is all set to visit Jammu and get a quick update from all the forces over there. We have Gursimran joining us live on this broadcast. Gursimran, if you could tell our viewers about the kind of meeting that is set to take place, because the Army General is now rushing to J&K to get an update and get a sense of what's happening so that they can formulate a strategy and eliminate the enemies of our nation.
See, earlier it was planned that the Army Chief will be taking part in a single meeting, but now what we are getting to know that the Army Chief will be taking part in two meetings. The first meeting will be with the Director General of J&K Police, Rashim Ranjan Swain, along with the functionaries of both military leadership as well as the police top brass from the BSF, CRPF, ITBP and Central Intelligence Agencies. This is an extended meeting that will last for roughly 60 minutes, and then there is another meeting that will be chaired by the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir, Manoj Sinha. So that meeting, this will be an extended meeting. It will take time as they will be briefing the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir. However, in the meeting with the LG, there will be only limited number of officers, all the heads of the forces, including the senior most officers of the BSF, CRPF, ITBP, as well as the CASF, SSB, and also from the Jammu and Kashmir Police, as well as the Indian Army. The officials from the intelligence agency, including the IB Chief, as well as the RAW Chief of the Jammu and Kashmir, they will also remain present during the meeting. So two meetings will take place, and it is being said that the Army Chief will have an extended stay. It is going to be at least 6 to 7 to 8 hours long visit, and he is expected to return late in the evening back to the national capital.
Also, Gursimran, if you could give our viewers an update on what's happening in Jammu and Kashmir as far as the anti-terror operations are concerned. We've seen Rajouri, security has been heightened. In Ramban as well, security has been heightened. In Kiran sector, we've seen how one terrorist was eliminated. And in Doda, what's the security update?
See, if we speak of the security scenario, the overall security has been beefed up. There are CI operations that are underway to neutralize these terrorists, but when it comes to the operational success in the Jammu region, there is no operational success for the security forces except for the Kathua police that has got a major breakthrough which they are working on, and it is expected that in days to come they will come out with something really very concrete because they have got a major breakthrough in the investigation. Among the people, those who have been detained by them, they have got some credible leads that they are working upon, and this entire modus operandi, this entire mess that has been created by these terrorists of the Pakistan in Jammu and Kashmir, that breakthrough is something that the Kathua police is closely working upon. Apart from this, the Doda police has also got some of the clues, but these clues are not sufficient enough to neutralize these terrorists, at least for now. They are working, they have formed small teams of the Special Operations Group along with the Indian Army that will carry out the operation. So a complete overhaul in the operational techniques of the Indian Army as well as the Jammu and Kashmir police is being witnessed on ground.
Right, good Simran, all eyes will be on the army chief and the meetings that he will be taking part in, because he will get update. He will get an update from the security agencies, from the intelligence agencies, from the police as well, and then a separate meeting will also be held at the Raj Bhavan to formulate strategies to eliminate terror from the valley. We'll get you all the details as and when the developments happen. But now let's talk about an important ceremony that happened in Malaysia, because this ceremony, which was steeped in Malaysian tradition, has now crowned Sultan Ibrahim Iskandar as its 17th king, formalizing his role under a unique rotating monarchy system. The billionaire monarch, known for his extensive business empire and also outspoken stance on national issues, succeeds amidst a backdrop of political challenges and also societal challenges in the country. Take a look at this royal ceremony.
Malaysia crowns a new king. Malaysia's billionaire Sultan Ibrahim Iskandar is officially the king now. The royal ceremony came 6 months after he was sworn in for a 5-year term under a unique rotating monarchy system. The coronation formalized the Sultan's role as Malaysia's 17th king in a ceremony steeped in Malay culture and pageantry. Sultan Ibrahim succeeded Sultan Abdullah Sultan Ahmad Shah of Pahang state, who presided over a tumultuous period that included COVID-19 lockdowns and political instability. Sultan Ibrahim, one of the country's richest men, has an extensive business empire ranging from real estate to telecommunications. He has also made no secret of his wealth. Apart from a fleet of jets, he has an extensive collection of luxury cars and motorcycles, as well as properties abroad. He is the only one of the 9 rulers with a small private army, a condition agreed upon for the state to join modern-day Malaysia. The 65-year-old monarch from southern Johor state has good relations with Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim and is candid about Malaysian politics, having spoken out against corruption and racial discrimination. The king plays a largely ceremonial role with administrative powers vested in the Prime Minister and Parliament. The monarch is the nominal head of the government and armed forces and is highly regarded as the protector of Islam and Malay tradition. All laws, cabinet appointments and the dissolution of parliament for general elections require his assent. Today's ceremony will be followed by a royal banquet later.
Now take a look at the other international stories that we're tracking. CrowdStrike, a cybersecurity firm integrating with Windows for enhanced security, recently faced BSOD issues, which is the black screen of death, following an update. President and CEO George Kurtz assured that the company is collaborating with affected customers and also partners to restore systems. Kurtz committed to full transparency about the incident and promised a technical update and root cause analysis to prevent future occurrences. Yemen's Houthi rebels have claimed responsibility for a drone attack in central Tel Aviv targeting an area near the US Embassy, which resulted in 1 fatality and 10 injuries. The United Nations further addressed the strike, following which the escalation coincided with the ongoing ceasefire and hostage negotiations between Israel and Hamas in Cairo. The UN further addressed about how Israel has intensified its strikes in central Gaza and worsening conditions, with international courts accusing Israel of war crimes and genocide. However, Israel has denied these claims. Gaza, on the other hand, still faces severe humanitarian crisis due to the ongoing conflict and restrictions.
Israel's relentless and disproportionate military actions in densely populated Gaza have caused more than 38,000 dead and 85,000 injured, while displacing over 1.9 million Palestinians. The Security Council must demand an immediate halt to Israeli military actions, reject the normalization of such atrocities, the wanton killing of non-combatants, including women, children, and the elderly.
The U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan stated that there are no specific threats from adversaries currently, but the country remains vigilant. Speaking at the Aspen Forum, Sullivan highlighted the US-led NATO summit's role in strengthening the alliance and preparing for future challenges. He acknowledged the ongoing adversarial actions against American interests and allies, with coordinated efforts to counteract them. Sullivan also previewed President Joe Biden's upcoming meeting with the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, focusing on a ceasefire and hostage deal, with Netanyahu scheduled to address the Congress.
Adversaries do look at American elections as points to try to influence, to try to undermine confidence in our democracy, to try to put their thumb on the scale. And the Director of National Intelligence released a report last week indicating they're back at that this year too. And we're clear-eyed about that, and we are doing a lot to push back against it, to ensure the sanctity of our elections, to ensure the safety of our voting system, so we will keep doing that.
Hundreds of demonstrators in Lima, hundreds of demonstrators from unions, social organizations and political parties protested for President Dina Boluarte's resignation on Friday. They also called for increased wages and pensions and demanded a thorough investigation into the deaths of 67 people and thousands of injuries during unrest following Boluarte's assumption of office. The Ombudsman's office reported that most fatalities were civilians killed by firearms, with significant violence occurring in Juliaca. Instability began with former President Pedro Castillo's failed attempt to dissolve Congress, leading to Boluarte's presidency. From unions, social organizations and political parties protested for President Dina's resignation on Friday. They also called for increased wages, and the protest is currently underway. The forest fire in East Fork area of Angeles National Park has led to evacuation orders. Aerial footage shows significant smoke and flames near a highway. Meanwhile, firefighters from Angeles National Forest are on the scene, though the fire's cause remains unknown.
Namaste. 25 years of Kargil Vijay Divas mark a pivotal moment in our nation's history, a testament to the unwavering bravery and sacrifice of our soldiers. As we honor their courage, I'm humbled to have portrayed the role of Captain Vikram Batra in the movie Shesha. His valor and selflessness continue to inspire us all. Let us never forget the sacrifices made by our heroes whose indomitable spirit defends our freedom. Jai Hind.
After the direction of the Supreme Court, the NTA has now released all the results of the NEET undergraduate students, keeping in mind that their identity is masked. We will continue to get you the rolling coverage of what exactly is happening with the NEET undergraduate controversy. Till then, we will come right back. Stay tuned after this short break.
Welcome back, viewers. Another shocking hit-and-run case has emerged from Pune. This time, a speeding vehicle rammed a couple who were on a bike, throwing them into the air. And they're currently injured, and an investigation is currently underway. Here's what exactly happened.
Another shocking hit-and-run video has gone viral. Watch how the speeding car hits a bike on the Ahmednagar Kalyan highway in Pune district. In this footage, the car hits the bike at riveting speed. The couple on the bike were immediately flung in the air before hitting the ground.
भयानक एक्सीडेंट हुआ है। ये अहमदनगर और कल्याण हाईवे पे हुआ है। दोनों जो बैठे थे कपल वो काफ़ी घायल हुए हैं, उनका इलाज चल रहा है और पुलिस का कहना है कि इस मामले की जांच शुरू कर दिया है। ड्राइवर को पता कर रहे हैं, लेकिन अभी तक पता नहीं चल पाया है। साथ ही जिस रफ्तार में ये एक्सीडेंट हुआ, ये पता लगाया जा रहा है कि जो ड्राइवर है कहीं वो शराब तो नहीं पिया है। सारी चीज़ों को लेकर पुलिस जाँच कर रही है।
The couple is undergoing treatment in the hospital. Their condition is said to be stable. In the meanwhile, the police have registered a case against the car driver and an investigation is ongoing. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
On the Silver Jubilee of Kargil Divas, let's honor the memory of our gallant soldiers who made the ultimate sacrifice to protect our borders. Their unwavering dedication to duty and love for the country will forever be etched in our hearts. Salute to our soldiers. Dear citizens, join me in paying tribute to soldiers. Jai Hind!
Delhi LG has written a letter to Chief Secretary expressing a grave concern about low-calorie intake by the Chief Minister of National Capital. Stay tuned as we bring in more details from Ground Zero. We will be back after a short break. Keep watching Republic TV.
In the India Today Best Universities 2023 survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
exactly is the country expecting from the finance minister as the budget is about to roll in a few days from now?
India is becoming an investment destination. I mean, we also have USA coming out with policies like the Inflation Reduction Act, which is attracting manufacturing there. But largely, India has the cost advantage as compared to any other nation.
India has been health tech. India has been a pioneer in all these elements, right? Even the UPI transactions, fintech. So it's kind of, the scale is much higher than what globally the standards are.
The biggest ask would be in terms of employment. The biggest criticism has been that we're not probably generating as many jobs as we need to.
We need to make change faster than anybody else, and EVs are a solution. I think EVs have come to a stage where they are commercially viable, and with the support that government is giving, so EVs are future for us.
Nation wants to grow, budget special.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Getting you the latest coming in this Saturday afternoon. We have a lot lined up for you, especially the latest coming in the Karnataka Treasury loot scam. This and much more, but the headlines we're tracking first. Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi to visit Jammu and review security. Jammu and Kashmir and DGP R.R. Swain to brief him about the situation. Union Home Minister Amit Shah to chair a key meeting over the security situation in Jammu and Kashmir, the national capital. Protests turned violent in Bangladesh. A nationwide curfew imposed. Army pressed in to restore law and order. 245 Indians, including 125 students, returned home from the Bangladesh as job quota protests intensify. Microsoft outage hit the world. Long queues witnessed at a Mexico-US border. Flight operations continue to bear the brunt. We go to the top story tracking right now, coming in from Karnataka. And what we can tell you, viewers, in the ongoing Karnataka Treasury loot case, it has been revealed that 89.62 crore, that is right, 89.62 crores was transferred to accounts of 18 shell companies. The vice president of Happiest Minds company has denied any involvement on receipt of these funds, adding another layer to the complex investigation.
The account number which is there in the media doesn't belong to us, and we have a clarification from RBL that this account has not been opened by us.
Okay. When did you come to know about this particular scam, and with Happiest Minds name also coming out of it? Because this was a letter with the seal and the stamp of the government of Karnataka with the additional chief secretary stating it.
Okay. We are not aware of those letters, but we came to know from the media only, that too on May 29th, when in the evening when the news was released saying that Happiest Minds is involved in this scam and it has received about 4.5 crores in the scam and all. That's when we verified with RBL Bank to seek the details and all. Then they clarified that the account which is there in the media is not opened by you and doesn't belong to you and all.
Does not belong to you. Yeah. Also looking at it now as a company, and yours is a software company, I believe. It's a huge company. Have you tried registering any sort of complaint? Because this will also be trying to go ahead and act as an imposter in the name of your company, where this transaction of over 4.5 crores has been conducted.
Correct. As far as company is concerned, we have released clarifications in the media and to the stock exchanges and all. But since the investigations are undergoing, both CID and ED office are involved, and we have been investigated there as well, and we have produced required documents to their satisfaction that we are no way connected with this scam and all. Given that we don't know who is the ultimate culprit, and the investigations are ongoing, as of now, we don't have any clue to take any legal action against someone. So first we need to know who is that culprit, and what is that he has caused damage to us, how he has done it. That we need to know, and that's why we are waiting for investigating agencies to conclude this.
The LOP has now said that they will continue to protest. Listen in to what he has to say on this latest development on the Karnataka Treasury loot.
Yesterday, Mr. Siddaramaiah press meet. They're diverting the issues. Already 3 agencies, first time in the Karnataka history. 1 case, 3 investigation. CBI, ED, SSIT. Before coming any result from the inquiring authorities, Siddaramaiah given the clean check to Nagendra and Daggal. They want to close it. That's why yesterday CM given the statement. It is wrong. They looted, Congress government looted this Dalit amount.
Let's go ahead to the big breaking coming in. A protest march in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa has resulted in the deaths of 4 individuals. Demonstrators stormed and looted a Pakistan army garrison, seizing flowers, sugar and milk cartons. This incident highlights the dire situation as Pakistan, while sponsoring terror, struggles to provide for its hungry citizens. And those visuals coming in on the screen from Khyber Pakhtunkhwa from Pakistan, where we see that there has been a more chaos being reported. We see that 4 have been killed in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. It was a peace rally, and in that peace rally, these peaceful protesters were shot at. 4 people have lost their lives. Now, these protesters were just asking for a decrease in incidents of terrorism in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa district when this incident occurred, and you can see those visuals coming in. And thousands had gathered in large numbers to protest against a rising terror incident in the region and to demand measures for peace. That is what we are learning of right now, Republic TV viewers. This happened in Banu. The army is sending, in fact, there is a statement which has come out where the PTM, the Pashtun Tahaffuz movement member, Qazi Muhammad, has said that many were injured and many have lost their lives by firing from the Bannu army camp on Bannu Peace March. Those visuals are coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV, and we'll be soon try to connect with our Pakistan correspondent to understand what is really happening in Pakistan. But for now, we move ahead to some of the other stories that we are tracking. In Bangladesh, violent clashes are happening on the streets of Dhaka. The country's main opposition party, backed by terror outfit JMB, is involved in deadly clashes with pro-government student body. They are fighting over a new job quota system implemented by the Sheikh Hasina government, with at least 39 people being killed. Safety concerns have risen. Let's have a look at this report to understand what is happening in Bangladesh.
As anti-quota protests rage in Bangladesh, 39 people have been killed. The rage among students against the Sheikh Hasina government has not calmed yet, which led to a nationwide curfew. Meanwhile, as many Indians remain stranded in the neighboring country, the Indian High Commission issued an advisory amid the violent tensions. The Indian High Commission advised the Indian community members and students in Bangladesh to avoid travel and minimize movement outside their living premises due to current circumstances. Further, it offered multiple emergency numbers and 24-hour Indian assistance to around 7,000 Indians in Bangladesh as per the High Commission's website. Following this, at least 70 Indian students have been rescued and brought back to India through Meghalaya's Dauki integrated checkpost along the Meghalaya-Bangladesh border. The protests, which started over demands for reforms in the government job quota system for descendants of the 1971 Bangladesh war, have seen widespread clashes, including attacks on police and the burning of public property. In response to the escalating violence, Bangladeshi authorities have imposed a day-long ban on public rallies in Dhaka. Further, in Dhaka, authorities heightened the security measures in and around the Indian High Commission as violent clashes escalated. Meanwhile, a media center in Bangladesh has been set ablaze by the student protesters. The situation has led to a near total internet blackout in the country, with significant impacts on communication and daily activities as the country remains in turmoil.
We were sticking you through all the other stories which we're tracking right now. After the Microsoft outage, the Civil Aviation Ministry has issued an official statement confirming that normalcy has been restored across all airports in India. The ministry said that all issues will be resolved by noon. BJP leader N.R. Ramesh lodged a complaint against CM Siddaramaiah in Lokayukta. N.R. Ramesh alleged that there are irregularities due to which plots were allotted to CM's wife Parvati. Ramesh also asked Karnataka anti-corruption body to probe the scam. Company linked to Manorama Khedkar, mother of trainee IAS Pooja Khedkar, located in Pune, has been sealed by Pimpri Chinchwad Municipal Corporation. The building comes under the red zone and was not given permission for construction.
वो सर्वे नंबर 53 तलोड़े है, वो रेड जोन में आता है। तो रेड जोन में कोई भी बांधकाम अलाउड नहीं है और हमारे कारपोरेशन से तो उन्होंने कोई ऐसा बिल्डिंग परमिशन पहले भी नहीं लिया है। तो जाहिर है कि वो एक इलीगल बिल्डिंग है। आज की डेट में तो इलीगल बिल्डिंग है। कोई भी इलीगल बिल्डिंग हो तो उसको पहला नोटिस दिया जाता है। नोटिस देने के बाद उनका कुछ है, उनको बताना है तो वो बता सकते हैं। कुछ डॉक्यूमेंटेशन देना है तो डॉक्यूमेंट दे सकते हैं। उनका सब स्क्रूटनी करके फाइनल ऑर्डर हो जाएगा। उसके बाद में जो एक्शन होता है वो दो टाइप का होता है। एक तो एफआईआर किया जाता है और वो बिल्डिंग डिमोलिश किया जाता है।
Following claims by the Aam Aadmi Party, Delhi LG V.K. Saxena has instructed the Chief Secretary and the higher officials to closely monitor Arvind Kejriwal's diet. This directive aims to ensure proper scrutiny and address concerns raised by the party. On Pune's Ahmednagar Kalyan highway, a speeding car hit a bike so hard that the bike went up in the air and then fell on the ground. The incident took place on July 18. Both the people riding the bike were injured in the incident. And the police have registered a case against the car driver. The investigation is on. Viewers, an unfortunate incident. A woman died while others were injured when a front of portion of a building on Mumbai's Grant Road collapsed today. Authorities say the 4 people are stuck under the debris. The parts of the second and third floors of the 4-story Manzil, this is the Ruby Nisa Manzil building, along with a balcony, came crashing down in the morning. Around 35 to 40 people were in the building when this incident happened. All of them have now been evacuated safely. I want to go across to my colleague Satya Prakash, who's joining us live on the story. Very unfortunate incident coming in of this collapse. Where are the rescue and relief operations standing right now, Satya Prakash?
देखिए शिवांगी, आज सुबह लगभग 11 बजे तकरीबन ये एक बिल्डिंग का जो 4 मंजिला बिल्डिंग है, बिल्डिंग का एक हिस्सा गिर गया, बालकनी का हिस्सा गिर गया। इसमें एक की मौत हुई जबकि 3 लोग घायल हुए हैं। जो फायर ब्रिगेड कहना है कि लगभग 20 से ज़्यादा लोगों को रेस्क्यू किया गया है। जो एक हिस्सा है, एक हिस्से की साइड गिरा है तो ज़्यादा लोग प्रभावित नहीं हुए हैं, लेकिन इसमें 20 लोग को रेस्क्यू किया गया है और लगातार रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल रहा है। 20 लोग को निकाल लिया गया है। लगभग 1 की मौत हुई है जबकि 3 लोग घायल हैं। जी
Right. Well, thank you, Satya Prakash, for getting us all those details. We'll be coming back to you as the story develops further. We will move on right now, viewers, to some of the other stories we're tracking. India's Deputy Permanent Representative to the UNR, Ravindra, delivered a compelling address at the Security Council advocating for robust global measures against terrorism. His remarks underscored the critical need for strict enforcement of international resolutions and targeted sanctions to combat terror financing, while emphasizing the role of regional cooperation in tackling modern security challenges.
At a UN Security Council briefing, India's Deputy Permanent Representative R. Ravindra delivered a strong message on global security. Emphasizing the urgency of combating terrorism, he criticized states employing terrorism as a tool of policy. Ravindra called for robust enforcement of UNSC resolutions and targeted sanctions to curb terror financing. Highlighting regional cooperation, he underscored the role of organizations like the SCO in anti-terrorism efforts. Beyond traditional security concerns, Ravindra stressed tackling modern challenges such as radicalization and transnational threats.
Excellencies, when we talk about international peace and security, you will agree that terrorism constitutes one of the most serious threats. We must therefore shun double standards in our fight against terrorism. Certain countries are using terrorism as an instrument of state policy. Such an approach has the potential to affect cooperation in multilateral platforms, including at the SCO. We must reaffirm our resolve to fight terrorism in all its forms and manifestations, and we must crack down on all forms of support to terrorism, including its financing. There is a need for full implementation of UNSC resolution and targeted sanctions on terrorist individuals and entities to counter terrorism effectively. In this regard, the leaders of SCO agreed in the recent Astana meeting with a declaration that was adopted on 4th July that the international community must isolate and expose those countries that harbor terrorists, provide them with safe haven, and condone terrorism.
His address aimed to galvanize international action towards a more secure and a stable global environment.
As we mark the 25 years of Kargil Vijay Divas, let's remember the brave souls who stood tall in the face of adversity, defending our nation with unmatched valor. Their sacrifices will always be a beacon of inspiration for all of us. Today and always, saluting our real heroes. Jai Hind.
After the direction of the Supreme Court, the NTA has now released all the results of the NEET undergraduate students, keeping in mind that their identity is masked. We will continue to get you the rolling coverage of what exactly is happening with the NEET undergraduate controversy. Till then, we will come right back. Stay tuned after this short break.
A grateful nation thanks Vice President Joseph R. Biden Jr. for his lifetime of service.
Welcome back, viewers. We give you some international updates. Chaos erupted in Leeds as a part of the disturbance involving children and agency workers spiraled into a major riot. Even though authorities try to take charge of the situation, but things have been out of control this English city. More details on what led to the massive massacre in this upcoming report in Leeds.
A bus set ablaze. Police vehicles vandalized. With the stepping in of newly elected UK PM Keir Starmer, the nation faces an unrest. The historic city of Leeds has been echoing with the cacophony of massive protests. Hundreds of rioters clashed with the police in Leeds Hare Hills as massive pandemonium erupted on the evening of 18 July. The unrest, initially sparked by a confrontation between children and agency workers, escalated swiftly, leading to the burning of a double-decker bus and overturning police vehicles. Although West Yorkshire police were dispatched to Luxor Street, but they found themselves battling a surge of rioters who attacked with scooters, prams, and even a large fridge added to the flames. As we take a look into the video footage, the scene reveals a harrowing view of the destruction. Police cars overturned, bonfires blazing, and crowds of angry residents adding fuel to the inferno. Things have gone out of control for the authorities. But what has triggered such a humongous protest? The riots are believed to have been triggered over the removal of 4 children from a family by social services, including one child taken to the hospital. As the night fell, the scene resembled a war zone with overturned vehicles. But on a positive note, authorities have reported no injuries despite the extensive damages. Meanwhile, as the police try to take charge of the situation, additional officers have been deployed and monitoring from a helicopter while local residents tried to extinguish the flames with buckets of water. Further, authorities have urged residents to stay indoors and avoid the area as a thorough investigation into the violence and property damage is underway.
CrowdStrike, a cybersecurity firm integrating with Windows for enhanced security, recently faced BSOD issues following an update. President and CEO George Kurtz assured that the company is collaborating with affected customers and partners to restore systems. Kurtz committed to full transparency about the incident and promised a technical update and a root cause analysis to prevent future occurrences. Yemen's Houthi rebels have claimed responsibility for a drone attack in central Tel Aviv, targeting an area under the U.S. embassy, which resulted in 1 fatality and 10 injuries. The UN further addresses the strike, following which the escalation coincided with ongoing ceasefire and hostage negotiations between Israel and Hamas in Cairo. UN further addressed how Israel has intensified strikes in central Gaza amid worsening conditions, with international courts accusing Israel of war crimes and genocide claims Israel denies. However, Gaza still faces severe humanitarian crisis due to ongoing conflict and restrictions.
Israel's relentless and disproportionate military actions in densely populated Gaza have caused more than 38,000 dead and 85,000 injured, while displacing over 1.9 million Palestinians. The Security Council must demand an immediate halt to Israeli military actions, reject the normalization of such atrocities, the wanton killing of non-combatant, including women, children, and the elderly.
U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan stated that there are no specific threats from adversaries currently, but the country remains vigilant. Speaking at the Aspen Forum, Sullivan highlighted the U.S.-led NATO summit's role in strengthening the alliance and preparing for future challenges. He acknowledged ongoing adversarial actions against American interests and allies with coordinated efforts to counteract them. Sullivan also previewed President Biden's upcoming meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, focusing on a ceasefire and a hostage deal, with Netanyahu scheduled to address Congress.
he will further be heading towards the other side. The cavalcade is still here. The officials along with the commanders, the corps commander are also here, and they are now all are heading towards the Tiger Division of the Indian Army. He is accompanied by the Western Army Commander, the GOC 9 Corps, as well as the GOC 16 Corps and the Northern Army Commander. All the top officials have arrived, and now in a short while from now they all will be reaching at the police headquarters in Jammu, wherein a meeting is scheduled. The top officers from the Indian Army as well as the Jammu and Kashmir Police, they all are going to be part of this meeting that will take place on the prevailing security scenario in the Jammu region. I'll request Gaurav to keep showing you the visuals that the Army Chief is now heading towards the Tiger Division of the Indian Army, and from here he will be going directly towards the police headquarters, where the DGP of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, R.R. Swain, is also already there, and R.R. Swain along with the other officials, they will be taking part in this meeting. This is going to be really very important, a crucial meeting that is going to take place, and the visuals that you are witnessing on the Republic TV, these are the first visuals of the Army Chief, Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi, who has been the Northern Army Commander as well, has arrived in Jammu. It's his second visit after taking the charge as the Army Chief of the country. Earlier it was on the July 3rd when the Chief came to Jammu, and now it is his second visit. Gaurav is showing you the visuals from the Indian Army's Tiger Division's base, where all the officials, they have gone inside, and now after this they will be heading directly towards the police headquarters. This is going to be a two-round meeting that will take place. First round is the DGP of the J&K along with the Army Chief and the other extended officers of all the forces, that will have at least 5 to 6 officers of every force that will take part. And then it will be the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir who will be holding a high-level security review meeting at the Raj Bhavan in Jammu. Yes.
Right, getting first and exclusive visuals on Republic as Army Chief has just reached Jammu, and I'm coming across to you, Gursimran. As we get our visuals, it's very important to note that there have been back-to-back encounters with terrorists in the past few weeks. So that will be the main focus of the meet, where very, very important officers and high-level security leaders will be present.
Yes, so it is going to be a very crucial meeting, because back-to-back terror attacks that are taking place in the Jammu region, starting from the Kathua to Doda, we have seen how these attacks are taking place, and the terrorists, they are getting a free run, because soon after the attack, the terrorists are getting disappeared. That is real concern, and that is what was discussed during the meeting of the Cabinet Committee on the Security, after which the Indian Army was asked to ensure that the operational flaws are removed at an earliest, because time and again the Indian Army troops are getting killed in the similar fashion, ambush-style attacks, and there is no solution to these attacks so far for now, and that's why the decision was taken that there needs to be a change in strategy that will be discussed today, first by the DGP of the J&K Police, R.R. Swain, along with the Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi and other heads of the forces, after which they will be heading towards the Raj Bhavan in Jammu for the for Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha, who will be chairing this meeting, another crucial set of meeting that will take place.
You know, Gursimran, in response to these terror attacks, and this will be one of the top issues that will be discussed later on with the Army Chief General as he visits Jammu, it will be the way that these terrorists have changed their tactics, and the Indian Army has also, through intelligence, understood that these terrorists are employing some kind of divergent tactics. If you could take our viewers through why this is important ahead of that big meeting.
See, this is aptly you have mentioned that the terrorists have changed their tactics. What the terrorists earlier used to do, they used to carry out the fidain in the 1 or 2 locations of the Jammu in a year. Many of them were unsuccessful, some got successful, but the maximum extent of damage could remain only to the sentry post or the first layer of the security of the army camps. But now the terrorists have changed their tactics. Now they are targeting the patrols of the Indian Army that are moving in the area, so that they can escape after carrying out attacks. So they also carry out at a specific timing, roughly when it is close to dusk, they carry out the attack, and then they disappear in the forested area. So this has been the modus operandi that the Indian Army and the security agencies have read so far. But yeah, the countermeasures that are taken, that are not sufficient to stop these attacks, because this time the attacks are not on the civilians, this is on the army attacks. That means this is really concerning, that if they are able to hit the force at their own will, that is something that is being brainstormed about, and that will also come to discussion during this meeting that will take place today.
Right. Army Chief General has just arrived in Jammu, and in fact, his cavalcade was moving as my colleague Gursimran has been reporting live on the story. Let's talk a little bit more about the other high-level security meetings which have taken place, led by PM Modi. We have seen Amit Shah hold meetings. Rajnath Singh has also held many meetings, and this is coming in as our Jawans, our soldiers, some of them unfortunately have been martyred while they were protecting the Indian soil. We cannot forget what happened in Doda a few days ago. Gursimran.
Yes, that's absolutely right, that we cannot forget what has happened in the Kathua, what has happened in the Dhangri, what has happened in the Kandi, or what has happened in the Bhataduriya, or what we have seen in the Machedi, because all these are the examples of where we have fallen short of the words, where our brave hearts laid down their lives, where our forces, they gave their level best, but the terrorists, they somehow managed to dent us. These sacrifices will always be remembered, but yes, one thing that the lessons are to be learned, and the Indian Army has the history of sacrifices that they have made, but one thing they have made it sure that they have learned from every single incident that has taken place, and that's why the Army Chief is here in 3 weeks, the second week of visit of the Army Chief. This doesn't happen in a normal circumstances. The situation is not the normal, that is very clear, and the Union government is more than concerned about this situation. They want these terrorists to be neutralized at an earliest. They want the situation to de-escalate. They want these terrorists to be eliminated before the assembly elections in Jammu and Kashmir, so that the festival of the democracy can take place without any fear of the gun.
And Gursimran, also take us through which other agencies will be present as the Army Chief General holds that meeting. There will be, of course, a security review meeting with agencies. There will be formation commanders, which will be briefing the Army Chief General on the situation.
See, the officials from the Jammu and Kashmir Police, the Indian Army, the BSF, CRPF, ITBP and the Sashastra Seema Bal, they will remain present along with the chiefs of the IB, RAW and other intelligence agencies. We are told that the former J&K cadre IPS officer who is ADG at the CRP, Rajesh Yadav, will also be present, as he's the one who has been sharing some key inputs regarding the ground situation, how it can be tackled. His views are being taken, and also the ADG Law and Order, who has been given the overall charge of the Jammu region for the CI operations. He will also be in the meeting. He will be sharing the key inputs. If the sources are to believe, now the inputs will be taken mostly from the ADG Law and Order and also the ADG of the BSA of the CRPF, Rajesh Yadav, because these two people, they have known, they have the that capability, and they have proven in the past as well that they can tackle terrorism. They have their past experience in the CI operations, and their experience has been successful. So those who are masters of the CI operations, their inputs are being taken during this meeting, and then it will be discussed with the LG Manoj Sinha.
All right. Thank you, Gursimran, for getting us all those details. We'll be tracking the story very closely as meetings, high-level meetings are taking place. The Army Chief General has just reached Jammu. Let's move ahead, viewers, to all the other stories that we are tracking. After the Microsoft outage, the Civil Aviation Ministry has issued an official statement confirming that normalcy has been restored across all airports in India. The ministry said that all issues will be resolved by noon. BJP leader N.R. Ramesh lodged a complaint against CM Siddaramaiah and Lokayukta. N.R. Ramesh alleged that there are irregularities due to which plots were allocated to CM's wife Parvati. Ramesh also asked Karnataka's anti-corruption body to probe the scam. A company linked to Madhurama Khedkar, mother of trainee IS Pooja Khedkar, located in Pune, has been sealed by Pimpri Chinchwad Municipal Corporation. The building comes under the red zone and was not given permission for construction.
वो सर्वे नंबर 53 तलोड़े है, वो रेड जोन में आता है। तो रेड जोन में कोई भी बांधकाम अलाउड नहीं है, और हमारे कारपोरेशन से तो उन्होंने कोई ऐसा बिल्डिंग परमिशन पहले भी नहीं लिया है। तो जाहिर है कि वो एक इलीगल बिल्डिंग है। आज की डेट में तो इलीगल बिल्डिंग है। कोई भी इलीगल बिल्डिंग हो तो उसको पहला नोटिस दिया जाता है। नोटिस देने के बाद उनका कुछ है, उनको बताना है तो वो बता सकते हैं, कुछ डॉक्यूमेंटेशन देना है तो डॉक्यूमेंट दे सकते हैं। उनका सब स्क्रूटनी करके फाइनल ऑर्डर हो जाएगा। उसके बाद में जो एक्शन होता है वो दो टाइप का होता है। एक तो एफआईआर किया जाता है और वो बिल्डिंग डिमोलिश किया जाता है।
Following claims of Aam Aadmi Party Delhi LG VK Saxena has instructed the Chief Secretary and Tihar officials to closely monitor Arvind Kejriwal's diet. Directive aims to ensure the proper scrutiny and address concerns raised by the party. On Pune's Ahmednagar Kalyan highway, a speeding car hit a bike so hard the bike went in the air and then fell on the ground. The incident took place on July 18. Both the people riding the bike were injured in the accident. Police have registered a case against the car driver. Investigation is ongoing. And viewers, let's move ahead with the stories we're tracking right now. And at the Karnataka Treasury loot scam, we're getting to know there are more details which are emerging. We're coming to know that 89.62 crore rupees was transferred to accounts of 18 shell companies. The vice president of Happiest Minds company has denied any involvement of receipt of these funds, adding another layer to the complex investigation. Here are some reactions coming in.
The account number which is there in the media doesn't belong to us, and we have a clarification from RBL that this account has not been opened by us.
Okay. When did you come to know about this particular scam, and with Happiest Minds name also coming out of it? Because this was a letter with the seal and the stamp of the government of Karnataka with the additional chief secretary stating it.
Okay. We are not aware of those letters, but we came to know from the media only, that too on May 29th, when in the evening when the news was released saying that Happiest Minds is involved in this scam and it has received about 4.5 crores in the scam and all. That's when we verified with RBL Bank to seek the details and all. Then they clarified that the account which is there in the media is not opened by you and doesn't belong to you and all.
Does not belong to you.
Yeah.
Also looking at it now as a company, and yours is a software company, I believe. It's a huge company. Have you tried registering any sort of complaint? Because this will also be trying to go ahead and act as an imposter in the name of your company, where this transaction of over 4.5 crores has been conducted.
Correct. As far as company is concerned, we have released clarifications in the media and to the stock exchanges and all. But since the investigations are undergoing, both CID and ED office are involved, and we have been investigated there as well, and we have produced required documents to their satisfaction that we are no way connected with this scam and all. Given that we don't know who is the ultimate culprit, and the investigations are ongoing, as of now, we don't have any clue to take any legal action against someone. So first we need to know who is that culprit, and what is that he has caused damage to us, how he has done it. That we need to know, and that's why we are waiting for investigating agencies to conclude this.
LOP has now said that they will continue to protest. Listen to what the LOP has to say as we track the Karnataka loot scam.
Yesterday, Mr. Siddaramaiah press meet. They're diverting the issues. Already 3 agencies, first time in the Karnataka history. 1 case, 3 investigation. CBI, ED, SSIT. Before coming any result from the inquiring authorities, Siddaramaiah given the clean check to Nagendra and Daggal. They want to close it. That's why yesterday CM given the statement. It is wrong. They looted, Congress government looted this Dalit amount. Yesterday, Mr. Siddaramaiah press meet. They're diverting the issues. Already 3 agencies, first time in the Karnataka history. 1 case, 3 investigation. CBI, ED, SSIT. Before coming any result from the inquiring authorities. Sidramaya given the clean check to Nagendra and Daggal. They want to close it. That's why yesterday CM given the statement. It is wrong. They looted, Congress government looted this Dalit amount.
So the top updates coming in from the Karnataka Treasury loot scam. We'll be tracking the story very closely as we get more information. Now we move on as the Kargil Vijay Divas Jayanti is being celebrated. Here are some reactions coming in from all across India.
Dear brothers and sisters, as we mark 25 years of Kargil Vijay Divas, let us pause to honor the courage and unwavering spirit of our brave soldiers. Their resilience in battle stands as a testament to their selfless love for the nation and is etched in history. As a humble part of the Indian Army, I am honored to join the country in paying tribute to these extraordinary humans whose sacrifice kept us safe and continue to inspire generations. Salute to our valiant heroes and their families who have endured unimaginable losses for their nation. Jai Hind.
The protests over job quota in Bangladesh have turned deadly. Now the Prime Minister has imposed a nationwide curfew and the army has also been pressed in to restore law and order situation. We'll get you all the latest updates after a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
this week's edition of Get Me Right, we always thought that it's the Kashmir Valley which is the terror hotbed. But it's the Jammu region which has gone hot this summer. With 6 of the 8 terror attacks happening this year, happening after Prime Minister Modi took oath for the 3rd time. Is there a China angle also? And conspiracy theories galore in the United States on those 9 seconds of Donald Trump's brush with death. Let's take a deep dive.
Welcome back, viewers. Now we go to the international story that we're tracking. A protest march in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa resulted in the deaths of 4 individuals. Demonstrators stormed and looted a Pakistan army garrison, seizing flour, sugar and milk cartons. The incident highlights the dire situation as Pakistan, while sponsoring terror, struggles to provide for its hungry citizens. I want to go across to my colleague who's joining us. Kaswar is joining us live. You know, these peaceful protesters, all they were asking were for some basic rights, and they want a decrease in terror in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. They were fired on, they were attacked, some of them have lost their lives, many have been injured. What is the situation right now, Kaswar?
Well, let me tell you that yesterday it was actually unprecedented attack, and you have rightly pointed out that tens of hundreds of protesters actually support a garrison there in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa district. They went on rampage, as we have seen in the videos. And these were unprecedented. According to my information, 4 people have been killed. A number of others were injured, followed by the stampede and also by the act of firing as well. Well, we heard from the spokesperson of Pakistan Armed Forces that they never attacked these protesters. They never even fired a single bullet on them. But on the other hand, what we are getting from the protester side is that 4 people have been killed. But I can tell you from Islamabad is that these were the unprecedented attack. The protesters, the management of the protesters say they were really peaceful attacks yesterday. But unfortunately, 4 people have been killed. And at the moment, regarding your question, what the situation is like there right now, well, I am getting from the sources is that the curfew-like situation has been imposed in the cantonment area, but we don't know really what happened yesterday. And while the one side claimed that they were really peaceful, and other side claimed they even did not fire a single bullet. But during these protests, confrontation, 4 people have lost their lives. Many others have been injured and rushed to the nearby hospital. Situation after 24 hours remains really tense over there. And curfew-like situation has been imposed in Panu. As I speak to you in front of Pakistan Parliament, after 24 hours after it all happened in Panu, that is the most important district in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province of Pakistan.
All right, Kaswar, thank you for getting us all those details. We'll be coming back to you as we get more updates on this development coming in from Pakistan. Now, in a lavish ceremony steeped in Malay tradition, Malaysia has now crowned Sultan Ibrahim Iskandar as its 17th king, formalizing his role under a unique rotating monarchy system. The billionaire monarch, known for his extensive business empire and outspoken stance on national issues, succeeds amidst a backdrop of political challenges and societal changes in the country. Take a look at the royal ceremony.
Malaysia crowns a new king. Malaysia's billionaire Sultan Ibrahim Iskandar is officially the king now. The royal ceremony came 6 months after he was sworn in for a 5-year term under a unique rotating monarchy system. The coronation formalized the Sultan's role as Malaysia's 17th king in a ceremony steeped in Malay culture and pageantry. Sultan Ibrahim succeeded Sultan Abdullah Sultan Ahmad Shah of Pahang state, who presided over a tumultuous period that included COVID-19 lockdowns and political instability. Sultan Ibrahim, one of the country's richest men, has an extensive business empire ranging from real estate to telecommunications. He has also made no secret of his wealth. Apart from a fleet of jets, he has an extensive collection of luxury cars and motorcycles, as well as properties abroad. He is the only one of the 9 rulers with a small private army, a condition agreed upon for the state to join modern-day Malaysia. The 65-year-old monarch from southern Johor state has good relations with Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim and is candid about Malaysian politics, having spoken out against corruption and racial discrimination. The king plays a largely ceremonial role with administrative powers vested in the Prime Minister and Parliament. The monarch is the nominal head of the government and armed forces and is highly regarded as the protector of Islam and Malay tradition. All laws, cabinet appointments and the dissolution of parliament for general elections require his assent. Today's ceremony will be followed by a royal banquet later.
On the Silver Jubilee of Kargil Divas, let's honor the memory of our gallant soldiers who made the ultimate sacrifice to protect our borders. Their unwavering dedication to duty and love for the country will forever be etched in our hearts. Salute to our soldiers. Dear citizens, join me in paying tribute to soldiers. Jai Hind!
What exactly is the country expecting from the finance minister as the budget is about to roll in a few days from now?
India is becoming an investment destination. I mean, we also have USA coming out with policies like the Inflation Reduction Act, which is attracting manufacturing there. But largely, India has the cost advantage as compared to any other nation.
India has been health tech. India has been a pioneer in all these elements, right? Even the UPI transactions, fintech. So it's kind of, the scale is much higher than what globally the standards are.
The biggest ask would be in terms of employment. The biggest criticism has been that we're not probably generating as many jobs as we need to.
We need to make change faster than anybody else. And EVs are a solution. I think EVs have come to a stage where they are commercially viable and with the support that government is giving. So EVs are future for us.
Nation wants to grow, budget special.
CrowdStrike, a cybersecurity firm integrating with Windows for enhanced security, recently faced BSOD issues following an update. President and CEO George Kurtz assured that the company is collaborating with affected customers and partners to restore systems. Kurtz committed to full transparency about the incident and promised a technical update and root cause analysis to prevent future occurrences. Yemeni Houthi rebels have claimed responsibility for a drone attack in central Tel Aviv, targeting an area near the U.S. Embassy, which resulted in 1 fatality and 10 injuries. The United Nations further addresses the strike, following which the escalation coincided with ongoing ceasefire and hostage negotiations between Israel and Hamas in Cairo. UN further addressed that how Israel has intensified strikes in central Gaza amid worsening conditions, with international courts accusing Israel of war crimes and genocide. Claims Israel denies. However, Gaza still faces severe humanitarian crisis due to ongoing conflict and restrictions.
Israel's relentless and disproportionate military actions in densely populated Gaza have caused more than 38,000 dead and 85,000 injured, while displacing over 1.9 million Palestinians. The Security Council must demand an immediate halt to Israeli military actions, reject the normalization of such atrocities, the wanton killing of non-combatant, including women, children, and the elderly,
U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan stated that there are no specific threats from adversaries currently, but the country remains vigilant. Speaking at the Aspen Forum, Sullivan highlighted the U.S.-led NATO summit's role in strengthening the alliance and preparing for future challenges. He acknowledged ongoing adversarial actions against American interests and allies with coordinated efforts to counteract them. Sullivan also previewed President Biden's upcoming meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, focusing on a ceasefire and hostage deal, with Netanyahu scheduled to address Congress.
After the direction of the Supreme Court, the NTA has now released all the results of the NEET undergraduate students, keeping in mind that their identity is masked. We will continue to get you the rolling coverage of what exactly is happening with the NEET undergraduate controversy. Till then, we will come right back. Stay tuned after this short break.
In the India Today Best Universities 2023 survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
exactly is the country expecting from the finance minister as the budget is about to roll in a few days from now?
India is becoming an investment destination. I mean, we also have USA coming out with policies like the Inflation Reduction Act, which is attracting manufacturing there. But largely, India has the cost advantage as compared to any other nation.
India has been health tech. India has been a pioneer in all these elements, right? Even the UPI transactions, fintech. So it's kind of, the scale is much higher than what globally the standards are.
The biggest ask would be in terms of employment. The biggest criticism has been that we're not probably generating as many jobs as we need to.
We need to make change faster than anybody else. And EVs are a solution. I think EVs have come to a stage where they are commercially viable and with the support that government is giving. So EVs are future for us.
Nation wants to grow, budget special.
From Asia's largest news headquarters,
setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Bangladesh Prime Minister cancels overseas trips as deadly protests escalate. Amid turmoil, 778 Indian students return to India through land ports. BJP MLA N.R. Ramesh files a complaint in Lokayukta against Siddaramaiah in the Muda scam. Amid heat on Kedkar's, Manorama Kedkar's Pune office sealed. Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi reaches Jammu to review security. NTA announces NEET UG exam results, city-wise, centre-wise results out. Viewers, we have some big breaking news coming in. One person has succumbed to injuries after the building's balcony partially collapsed. And the MHADA has been repeatedly raising concerns about the safety of this building and paying no heed to these notices and calls to fix the building. Today, one person died after one portion of a balcony collapsed. Multiple people were feared to be trapped under the debris, and now one person has succumbed to injuries. We have Satya Prakash joining us live on this broadcast. सत्य प्रकाश जी, क्या हुआ? और ये बिल्डिंग पे MHADA का बहुत सारे नोटिसेस भी थे कि यहाँ पे सेफ्टी कंसर्न है, तो आज एक विक्टिम ने अभी अपना जान खो लिया है इस बालकनी कोलैप्स की वजह से।
देखिए दीपक, आज लगभग 11 बजे तकरीबन ये घटना हुई है मुंबई के ग्रांट रोड वेस्ट में। ये रुबिनिशा बिल्डिंग है। देखिए तस्वीरें जो देख रहे हैं, 4 मंजिला ये बिल्डिंग है, ग्राउंड प्लस, और 4 मंजिला के जो ऊपरी हिस्सा है, जो बालकनी हिस्सा देख सकते हैं किस तरह से ऊपर से गिरा। सेकंड, दूसरे, तीसरे फ्लोर के जो है बालकनी वो भी टूटती हुए नीचे आई। इसमें एक की मौत हुई है जबकि 3 लोग इंजर्ड हुए हैं। कितनी जर्जर है ये बिल्डिंग, देख सकते हैं कितना जर्जर है। इस बिल्डिंग में रहने वाले लोगों को सुरक्षित निकाल लिया गया है, सभी को बाहर कर दिया गया है। 13 लोग को रेस्क्यू किया है फायर ब्रिगेड की टीम ने, मुंबई पुलिस की टीम ने। साथ ही यहाँ पे जो अंदर लोग मौजूद थे उनको भी बाहर कर दिया, क्योंकि ये बिल्डिंग बहुत जर्जर है और इस बिल्डिंग को नोटिस दिया गया था कि यह बिल्डिंग जर्जर है, कभी भी ये दुर्घटना हो सकती है। आज सुबह तकरीबन 11 बजे ये घटना हुई और जो ऊपरी हिस्सा है, इस बिल्डिंग के ऊपरी हिस्सा से गिरना शुरुआत हुआ। इसके बाद 3rd फ्लोर और दूसरा फ्लोर पे आके गिरी और इसमें एक की मौत हुई है जबकि 3 लोग घायल हुए हैं। 13 से ज़्यादा लोगों को रेस्क्यू किया है फायर ब्रिगेड ने, मुंबई पुलिस ने। फिलहाल इस बिल्डिंग को पूरी तरह से खाली करा दिया गया, लेकिन देख सकते हैं कितना जर्जर है और लोगों को यहाँ बिल्डिंग से निकाल दिया गया है। एक की मौत हुई है, 13 लोगों को रेस्क्यू किया गया है जबकि 3 लोग इंजर्ड है, उनका इलाज चल रहा है। अब मलबा हटाने की कोशिश किया जा रहा है, यहाँ पे हटाया जा रहा है। रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन खत्म हो चुका है, लेकिन मलबा जो गिरा है ऊपर से जो नीचे गिरा है सब हटाने की कोशिश जारी है। जी
सत्य प्रकाश जी, ये बिल्डिंग के ओनर के बारे में कुछ पता चला है कि कहाँ है ओनर और इसके बारे में क्या करना चाहते हैं?
दीपक, फिलहाल मुंबई पुलिस का कहना है कि इस मामले की हम जांच कर रहे हैं। जिस तरह से एक्सीडेंट हुआ और बिल्डिंग को ये बिल्डिंग है, पूरा बिल्डिंग ही जर्जर है और इस बिल्डिंग को लगातार नोटिस दिया गया है, बीएमसी की तरफ से नोटिस दिया गया कि ये बिल्डिंग कभी भी गिर सकती है, बड़ी दुर्घटना हो सकती है। लेकिन कहीं न कहीं लोग खाली नहीं किए, जिसके बाद लगभग तकरीबन 11 बजे ये घटना हुई और ऊपरी मंजिला के ऊपरी मंजिल, चौथे मंजिल से ऊपर जो बालकनी का एक हिस्सा पहले गिरना शुरुआत हुआ, फिर 3rd फ्लोर का जो बालकनी हिस्सा गिरा, इसमें एक की मौत हुई है, 3 लोग घायल हुए हैं जबकि 13 से ज़्यादा लोगों को फायर ब्रिगेड ने रेस्क्यू करके निकाला है। पूरे बिल्डिंग को खाली कर दिया गया, जो लोग अंदर थे उनको बाहर निकाल दिया गया है और जर्जर इमारत को देखते हुए मुंबई पुलिस ने लोगों को कहा कि इस बिल्डिंग से दूर रहे, क्योंकि किसी भी वक्त गिर सकता है यह बिल्डिंग, क्योंकि मुंबई में लगातार बारिश हो रही गई है। ये तस्वीरें जो देख रहे हैं किस तरह से ये जो मलबा ऊपर हिस्सा का जो गिरा है उसको हटाने का काम बीएमसी कर्मचारी कर रहे हैं। जी
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सत्यप्रकाश जी हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। That's the latest viewers. The probe is currently underway. They're scanning the entire building, and this particular building has posed a huge safety concern for the authorities. They have issued multiple notices, but none of them have been paid heed to, and this has resulted in the tragic loss of one life. Now let's shift our focus on another shocking incident that has come to light from Pune. A hit and run case has emerged in Pune where a speeding car can be seen, ramming into a bike, flunging a couple into the air, and then now the couple who suffered injuries are currently being treated. Here's a complete report.
Another shocking hit and run video has gone viral. Watch how the speeding car hits a bike on the Ahmednagar Kalyan highway in Pune district. In this footage, the car hits the bike at a riveting speed. The couple on the bike were immediately flung in the air before hitting the ground.
भयानक एक्सीडेंट हुआ है। ये अहमदनगर और कल्याण हाईवे पे हुआ है। दोनों जो बैठे थे कपल वो काफ़ी घायल हुए हैं, उनका इलाज चल रहा है और पुलिस कहना कि इस मामले की जांच शुरू कर दिया है। ड्राइवर को पता कर रहे हैं लेकिन अभी तक पता नहीं चल पाया है। साथ ही जिस रफ्तार में ये एक्सीडेंट हुआ ये पता लगाया जा रहा है कि जो ड्राइवर है कहीं वो शराब तो नहीं पिया है। सारी चीज़ों को लेकर पुलिस जाँच कर रही है।
The couple is undergoing treatment in the hospital. Their condition is said to be stable. In the meanwhile, the police have registered a case against the car driver and an investigation is ongoing. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
We have a big breaking news coming in. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has spoken to Christopher Luxon, the new Prime Minister of New Zealand. In a post, the Prime Minister said, and I quote, "I thank Prime Minister Christopher Luxon for his call and warm felicitations, reiterated our firm commitment to take forward India-New Zealand ties which are rooted in shared democratic values and people-to-people ties. I appreciate his efforts towards the security and well-being of the Indian diaspora in New Zealand." Remember, the Prime Minister had also dialed Christopher Luxon last year after he won New Zealand's general elections. And today, seems like the Prime Minister has once again spoken to Christopher Luxon, the new Prime Minister of New Zealand. And after the conversation, the Prime Minister has taken to his social media account and thanked his New Zealand counterpart for the warm felicitations and said that their bilateral ties would strengthen even more further. Let's now take a look at the other top stories that we're tracking at the moment. After the Microsoft outage, the Civil Aviation Ministry has issued an official statement confirming that normalcy has been restored across all airports in India. The ministry said that all issues have been resolved. BJP leader N.R. Ramesh lodged a complaint against Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and Lokayukta. N.R. Ramesh alleged that there were irregularities due to which plots were allotted to Chief Minister's wife Parvati. And Ramesh has also asked Karnataka's anti-corruption body to probe the scam. A company linked to Manorama Kedkar, the mother of trainee IAS Pooja Kedkar, located in Pune, has been sealed by the Pimpri Chinchwad Municipal Corporation. The building comes under the red zone and was not given permission for construction.
वो सर्वे नंबर 53 तलोड़िया है, वो रेड जोन में आता है। तो रेड जोन में कोई भी बांधकाम अलाउड नहीं है और हमारे कारपोरेशन से तो उन्होंने कोई ऐसा बिल्डिंग परमिशन पहले भी नहीं लिया है। तो जाहिर है कि वो इलीगल बिल्डिंग है। आज की डेट में तो इलीगल बिल्डिंग है। कोई भी इलीगल बिल्डिंग हो तो उसको पहला नोटिस दिया जाता है। नोटिस देने के बाद उनका कुछ है, उनको बताना है तो वो बता सकते हैं। कुछ डॉक्यूमेंटेशन देना है तो डॉक्यूमेंट दे सकते हैं। उनका सब स्क्रूटनी करके फाइनल ऑर्डर हो जाएगा। उसके बाद में जो एक्शन होता है वो दो टाइप का होता है। एक तो एफआईआर किया जाता है और वो
Following the claims by Aam Aadmi Party, Delhi LG VK Saxena has instructed the Chief Secretary and Tihar officials to closely monitor Arvind Kejriwal's diet. The directive aims to ensure proper scrutiny and address the concerns raised by the Aam Aadmi Party. On Pune's Ahmednagar Kalyan highway, a speeding car hit a bike so hard that the bike went up in the air and then fell on the ground. The incident took place on July 18. Both the people who were on the bike were injured in the accident. Police have registered a case and the investigation is currently underway. Viewers, the crackdown on Manorama Ketkar has begun. A luxury car, a licensed gun, ammos, and in the latest, a building belonging to Manorama Ketkar has been completely sealed off by the PCMC, citing that the building was constructed on a red zone and she did not have permission for the construction. Here's the latest on what's happening in Manorama Ketkar's case.
There is simply no respite for entitled trainee IS Pooja Khedkar and her kin, as the Pune police has now piled on the heat on her arrested mother Manorama. In the latest, the police have seized her luxury car along with a licensed firearm and 3 bullets in the Arms Act case she was arrested in. The firearm seized is the same that she used to intimidate farmers in a viral video earlier.
पूजा खेड़कर के साथ साथ पूजा खेड़कर के परिवार की मुश्किलें लगातार बढ़ती जा रही है। जहां पुणे पुलिस कार्रवाई कर रही है, वहीं पुणे महानगर पालिका ने भी कार्रवाई करना शुरू कर दिया है।
Adding to Manorama's woes, the Pune Chinchwad Municipal Corporation sealed a city-based company linked to her for flouting environmental norms. PCMC engineer Makarand Nikam said that the building came up in the red zone without necessary clearances from the civic body.
वो सर्वे नंबर 53 तलोड़िया है, वो रेड जोन में आता है। वो रेड जोन में कोई भी बांधकाम अलाउड नहीं है और हमारे कारपोरेशन से तो उन्होंने कोई ऐसा बिल्डिंग परमिशन पहले भी नहीं लिया है, तो जाहिर है कि वो एक इलीगल बिल्डिंग है। आज की डेट में तो इलीगल बिल्डिंग है। कोई भी इलीगल बिल्डिंग हो तो उसको पहला नोटिस दिया जाता है। नोटिस देने के बाद उनका कुछ है, उनको बताना है तो वो बता सकते हैं, कुछ डॉक्यूमेंटेशन देना है तो डॉक्यूमेंट दे सकते हैं। उनका सब स्क्रूटनी करके फाइनल ऑर्डर हो जाएगा। उसके बाद में जो एक्शन होता है वो 2 टाइप का होता है। एक तो एफआईआर किया जाता है और वो बिल्डिंग डिमोलिश किया जाता है। आज तो ध्यान में आया है कल से ही कि वो अनऑथराइज्ड बिल्डिंग है। अभी बाकी का कार्रवाई वो एज पर लॉ हम शुरू करेंगे।
After briefly evading the capture, Manorama was arrested from a lodge in Raigad where she was said to be lying low. An official order was issued earlier cancelling the training of Pooja Khedkar for faking disability certificates to secure a posting and pushing for perks she was not entitled to as a trainee. With her firearm now seized, Manorama now finds herself deeper in the clutches of the law enforcers, even as the news tightens around her daughter for faking disability papers and defrauding the UPSC.
Now moving on, viewers, Turkish President Erdogan was seen taking part in the military parade on the 50th anniversary of the war that split Cyprus. And these are the visuals of a mega show of strength by Erdogan's forces in the parade. Remember, today, fresh tears also flowed in Cyprus for the loved ones who were killed 50 years ago when Turkish troops landed on the Mediterranean island in an invasion that left it divided and scarred. And today, Turkey has celebrated that victory. It's an anniversary, 50th anniversary of the war that left Cyprus in splits. And you can see Erdogan with his hardliner coalition attending the parade, the anniversary, and the parade marking the anniversary. There you can see Turkish forces there taking out a parade. We'll now get you a reaction as well from my colleague Krutart, who will join us in just a bit. But the latest is that, viewers, a parade was organized. There you see all the coalition partners of Mr. Erdogan there, looking at the parade that marks the 50th anniversary of the war that split Cyprus. Let's play these visuals out for our viewers. Army vehicles, including tanks and other heavy weights, barreled through this parade In fact, we have Krutat also joining us live on this broadcast. Krutat, tell us the significance of this parade and what the war is all about that split Cyprus about 50 years ago.
Indeed, Deepak, and this is a historic day for Cyprus, the island nation that was split into two parts in 1963. It has a bloody history in terms of how the country was divided into two parts. As usual, it is not a very different story than our own. The British were in charge of Cyprus for more than 100 years before 1960. And it was in 1960 when the Turkish forces and Greek forces together decided to broker peace in the island and decided to be guarantors of the island's sovereignty. For the first few years, there was a coalition government of the Greek Cypriots and the Turkish Cypriots living together in peace. However, in 1963, the peace between the two factions broke down and effectively left only the Greek Cypriots in charge of the government, following which there was a breakdown completely in the ties and the government fell and there was a dispute that left Greek Cypriots effectively running the country. Violence erupted in December of 1963, which was promoted, and then a UN peacekeeping force was dispatched to the island. It was in 1974, however, when Turkey had sent warships and troops to Cyprus after the military government in the mainland of Greece staged a coup and toppled the legitimate island government, following which hundreds of people died in the subsequent fighting and the conflict that led to the division of the island nation, and the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus and the Greek Cypriot Republic of Cyprus were formed. To this day, the island remains divided by a secure border, and we see often long queues for passport checks at various checkpoints, and the capital city of Cyprus, which is Nicosia, is the only divided capital as it stands today, where we are seeing these visuals right now, where Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan is also in presence today as the military leads the parade. Over to you, Deepak.
Right, Krutat, many thanks for joining me with those details. Well, this is a historic parade for Turkey as it marks the 50th anniversary of a war that split Cyprus. We'll get you all the details in the days to come. But now let's shift our focus on the other international stories that we're tracking at the moment. The CrowdStrike, a cybersecurity firm integrating with Windows for enhanced security, recently faced BSOD, that is Black Screen of Death issues following an update. President and CEO George Kurtz assured that the company is collaborating with the affected customers and partners to restore the systems. Kurtz also committed to full transparency about the incident and promised a technical update and root cause analysis to prevent future occurrences. Yemen's Houthi rebels have claimed responsibility for a drone attack on central Tel Aviv, targeting an area near the US Embassy, which resulted in 1 fatality and 10 injuries. The United Nations further addresses the strike, following which the escalation coincided with the ongoing ceasefire and hostage negotiations between Israel and Hamas in Cairo. The UN further addressed on how Israel has intensified its strike in the heart of Gaza amid worsening conditions, with international courts now accusing Israel of war crimes and genocide. But Israel has denied all these claims. However, Gaza still faces severe humanitarian crisis due to the ongoing conflict and restrictions.
Israel's relentless and disproportionate military actions in densely populated Gaza have caused more than 38,000 dead and 85,000 injured, while displacing over 1.9 million Palestinians. The Security Council must demand an immediate halt to Israeli military actions, reject the normalization of such atrocities, the wanton killing of non-combatant, including women, children.
U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan stated that there are no specific threats from adversaries currently, but the country remains vigilant. Speaking at the Aspen Forum, Jake Sullivan has highlighted how the US-led NATO summit's role has played a very crucial role in strengthening the alliance and preparing for future challenges. He also acknowledged the ongoing adversarial actions against American interests and allies, with coordinated efforts to counteract them.
Our adversaries do look at American elections
as points to try to influence, to try to undermine confidence in our democracy, to try to put their thumb on the scale. And the Director of National Intelligence released a report last week indicating they're back at that this year too. And we're clear-eyed about that, and we are doing a lot to push back against it, to ensure the sanctity of our elections, to ensure the safety of our voting system, so we will keep doing that.
Hundreds of demonstrators in Lima, hundreds of demonstrators from unions, social organizations and political parties protested for President Dina Boluarte's resignation on Friday. They also called for increased wages and pensions and demanded a thorough investigation into the deaths of 67 people and thousands of injuries during the unrest following Boluarte's assumption of office. The Ombudsman's office reported that most fatalities were civilians killed by firearms, with significant violence occurring in Juliaca. The instability began with former President Pedro Castillo's failed attempt to dissolve the Congress, leading to Boluarte's presidency. From unions, social organizations and political parties, they protested for the president's resignation. Meanwhile, California's bushfire has now prompted evacuation, with firefighters now rushing to the scene and trying to douse the flames on a war footing. In fact, the Angeles National Park has led to an evacuation order. Aerial footage shows significant smoke and flames near a highway. Meanwhile, firefighters from Angeles National Park are on the scene, though the cause of the fire is still unknown.
Karnataka government is planning to introduce a cess on movie tickets as well as OTT subscriptions, and the bill has already been tabled in the Karnataka Assembly. Amidst much outrage from many of these film aficionados too, will this particular bill stand the test of the time? Do they have the numbers in the council for this bill to be passed as well? Is something that needs to be seen. All this and much more on the other side. Stay tuned.
In this week's edition of Get Me Right, we always thought that it's the Kashmir Valley which is the terror hotbed. But it's the Jammu region which has gone hot this summer. With 6 of the 8 terror attacks happening this year, happening after Prime Minister Modi took oath for the 3rd time. Is there a China angle also? And conspiracy theories galore in the United States on those 9 seconds of Donald Trump's brush with death. Let's take a deep dive.
exactly is the country expecting from the finance minister as the budget is about to roll in a few days from now?
India is becoming an investment destination. I mean, we also have USA coming out with policies like the Inflation Reduction Act, which is attracting manufacturing there. But largely, India has the cost advantage as compared to any other nation.
India has been health tech. India has been a pioneer in all these elements, right? Even the UPI transactions, fintech. So it's kind of the scale is much higher than what globally the standards are.
The biggest ask would be in terms of employment. The biggest criticism has been that we're not probably generating as many jobs as we need to.
We need to make change faster than anybody else. And EVs are a solution. I think EVs have come to a stage where they are commercially viable and with the support that government is giving. So EVs are future for us.
Nation wants to grow, budget special.
Now talk about raw footage that has surfaced from China, viewers. A bridge has collapsed in northwest China following torrential rains. 11 people have been declared dead and more than 30 continue to remain missing after this bridge collapsed amid torrential rains. The bridge over a river in Shaanxi province, Shanglo, collapsed at around 8:40 p.m. yesterday due to sudden downpour and flash floods. And this was reported by the local media. Now, they also said that nearly 20 vehicles and more than 30 people remained missing after the highway bridge collapsed into the river over there. And now search and rescue operations are currently underway. So far, 11 have been confirmed dead, and they were found inside 5 vehicles that had been recovered from the water. And the images have showed a partially submerged section of the bridge with the river rushing over it, and large portions of the northern and the central China regions have been battered since Tuesday by heavy rainfall that have caused widespread flooding and significant damage as well. And yesterday, the state media in China have reported that at least 5 people were dead and 8 others were missing after the rains gave rise to floods and mudslides in Shaanxi's Baoji city. And this is the latest tragedy that has claimed the lives of 11 people following the collapse of a bridge in northern China.
On the silver jubilee of Kargil Divas, let's honor the memory of our gallant soldiers who made the ultimate sacrifice to protect our borders. Their unwavering dedication to duty and love for the country will forever be etched in our hearts. Salute to our soldiers. Dear citizens, join me in paying tribute to soldiers. Jai Hind!
I'm here with...
Hello, my name's Inspector Ray Nichols. I'm the East Leeds Neighbourhood Police Inspector.
There is an ongoing situation currently in Hare Hills. We're aware of that. The police is here. We are asking everybody in the area to please stay at home at this moment in time.
Yeah, so if you can all just stay where you are, stay in your houses. We will manage this, and if you're out in the crowd, if I could just ask you to go home, please, so we can keep everybody safe. Thank you.
And we will endeavour to keep local residents informed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, my money is gone! Oh, my God! No way! No way! What is this?
share the line. Thank you.
Oh, the police are on the way now. Police are gone. The police have chipped. What are they do now? You active, bro.
Thank you for joining us on Nation Wants to Grow. It's budget time, and here on Republic TV and the Republic Media Network, on Republic Business, we will be getting you India's biggest voices on the budget, what India expects this year. On the show today, we have Sudhir Sitapati. Sudhir Sitapati is the Managing Director and CEO of Godrej Consumer Products Limited, which is GCPL, one of India's largest consumer goods multinationals with a presence in over 85 countries, serving 1.2 billion consumers. Sudhir is also responsible for guiding the purpose and ambition of the company, that's Godrej Consumer Products Limited, and to bring the goodness of health, beauty to consumers in emerging markets. Thank you for joining us on this special edition of Nation Wants to Grow. In 2 days from now, we will see the government's economic blueprint on the 23rd of this month when the budget is presented. I have with me a very special guest joining us on this edition of Nation Wants to Grow, Mr. Sudhir Sitapati, who is the Managing Director and CEO of Godrej Consumer Products. Thank you, Sudhir, for joining us this morning.
Thank you so much for having me.
Okay, Sudhir, you've spoken about growth and consumption triggers to be pulled simultaneously. Now, is that the tightrope the Modi government is going to have to walk in your view?
I think so. I think in a country like India, both growth and consumption are important. If you looked at last year's GDP numbers, GDP grew by about 8%, but domestic consumption only grew by 4%. And the way the Indian economy is structured, consumption is a good indicator of economic growth at the bottom of the pyramid. Investment is a good indicator of economic growth at the top of the pyramid. So you do need investment to grow GDP, but if consumption doesn't grow, it tends to indicate that the bottom of the pyramid is perhaps not growing as fast.
Okay. Budget 2024. Your broad expectations, Sudhir, from the FMCG sector. You've recently written an op-ed. You have your views on what is needed. Why don't you tell our viewers about what's your view on what the government must now do going ahead?
I think, as I said, it's important both for the FMCG sector, but also for the general economy, for domestic consumption to grow in tandem with investment and GDP growth. Maybe a little bit behind, but you can't be too much behind. And I think the government needs to give a fillip for domestic consumption to grow. I think there are structural reasons in India why domestic consumption may lag GDP, but there are also cyclical reasons. The COVID impact, which had a recessionary impact on the bottom of the pyramid, my suspicion is we've not fully come out of it. I think there are some green shoots, and I'll talk about it a little later on about why the second half of the year may be better. But as things stand, post-COVID for the last few years, I'm not sure we fully got out of the COVID cycle. And I think, government investment, I think government probably needs to move money to rural infrastructure. It also probably needs to give money in the hands of rural consumers. We've got some excellent schemes like PM Kisan, and our ability to have targeted disbursement is a lot better than what it was some time ago. So I think we should use those tools to give money in the hands of the rural poor.
Okay. Sudhir, I'm going a little micro into each subject because on Nation Wants to Grow, we try to get the best out of the industry so that our viewers get a view, into the micro details. You've been extremely optimistic, one about the FMCG sector, saying that India is leading the world on it. Now, The EBITDA numbers are a story in itself vis-a-vis global peers. What's the one thing, Sudhir, what's the one thing that the FMCG sector needs in terms of policy that will make its global dominance uncontested?
I think the domestic consumption growth, as I'm sort of repeating myself, but India is a fast-growing economy, but a mid-growing consumption economy as things stand today. And we need a fillip for domestic consumption for FMCG to perform better than it is today.
Okay.
I think the rest of the sector is good. I think the, Make in India, the operating environment, ease of business, everything is excellent. Availability of capital, belief in the sector by the markets. We just need, domestic consumption growth to go from about 4 to 6 to 7. And if GDP is 8, domestic consumption's at 7, I think it'll be a really virtuous cycle for India.
Yeah. Okay. Now, FMCG is still the largest spender on advertising in India by a distance. Advertising is the lifeblood of the FMCG industry. You have also spoken about how the Indian FMCG sector is stronger than in the rest of the world, and this in turn was led by advertising. The top 5 listed FMCG companies and their EBITDA is on an average 20 to 25% compared with the global peers at 15 to 20%. You've spoken about the haves and have-nots in the economy as well, Sudhir. The growing disparity given the diverse spending patterns of different segments of India's ever-booming population. How does policy as well as industry solve for this?
Well, I think there are two sets of questions here. One is, of course, on the role of advertising, and then the second one is really on the haves and have-nots, and how does policy solve for it. Maybe I'll answer the second question first, and maybe you can ask me a more specific question on advertising. Yeah. I think on haves and have-nots, I think by common consensus, India is still in the middle of a K curve. I think even government data on consumption shows it, anecdotal evidence, there's just too much evidence to suggest that it does tend to happen when economies tend to grow. There is a rising inequality. So I don't think, it's unorthodox, and I think it's also happening globally. But certainly it's something we've got to take note of. And because tax collections are so buoyant in India, so because the top 20% of India is doing so well, I believe that the top 20% of India can help the balance 80% of India do better. And redeployment of this, growing tax into more welfare, into more rural infrastructure is probably the policy required to have a haves and have-nots. I think it's important to understand that certainly in the last few years, I don't know about the long term, but last few years, there has been post-COVID a sort of rise in inequality, and policy is required to bridge that gap. I think your question on advertising, you didn't ask a question, but let me guess the question, which is why is advertising important?
I was going to get into much more detail later, but yeah, go ahead.
I think, Indian FMCG has been a pretty well-run sector. When you look at many sectors, how they run globally, and one of the differences between the Indian FMCG sector and many global countries, and we have operations across the world, is the advertising spend in FMCG. FMCG tends to be the lifeblood of advertising sector, tends to be much higher than many parts of the world, and that makes for stronger brands. It builds what we call a brand moat, which is powerful brands that people aspire for, and that makes the sector overall a healthier sector than it is in many parts of the world.
Okay, I'm going to get into advertising a little bit more now, and then I'll go back to other questions that I had. Godrej has its own internal agency now, a Lightbox. Why did you feel the need to do that?
I think, we realized that India is a great talent hub for advertising. I think Bombay is probably one of the world's top 5 centers, if not the top 3, in terms of advertising talent. And we thought that, we need to find the most efficient way of doing this so that we can get Indian advertising talent out across the world. So, and also, so I think the first thing is India is an advertising talent hub, and it genuinely is. I think the second thing is that, in the past, Godrej over the last decade or so has had its own internal design house, where we've been doing a lot of our design in-house. A lot of companies go out to external agencies, and we've been very happy with the output of our design team. So we thought, why not take this into advertising? And we also thought that, in the last 20 years, technology has changed a lot. And perhaps as an internal agency, we could be more responsive to technology changes and sort of use technology faster and better if we had this in-house. So that's why we sort of decided to go in-house with Lightbox.
Okay. I was hearing one of your speeches of late, Sudhir, from an event in Mumbai. You spoke about Mumbai, and I agree with you about the talent in Mumbai. But you focused on revitalization of the advertising and the marketing industry. You were extremely practical in your approach when you said spend more time with non-marketing stakeholders, develop a unique perspective, communicate it effectively with numerical data, have the fundamentals of putting one's product out there changed in the digital times that we live in? And my second part of the question, in the chaos of the virtual marketplaces, what is an effective approach to advertising?
No, I think, the advertising, the principles of advertising haven't changed for the last 150 years. It is to get a powerful message that communicates why people should buy your product and to make the message available at the lowest cost to the maximum number of people. This is the principle of advertising. It doesn't change. Now, with digital media, you now have another option to reach consumers at relatively low costs. So there is no, my general view on marketing is there is no ideology in any of this. You got to find the cheapest way in which you reach consumers. So you got to have an eye on reach. You got to have an eye on cost, and you got to marry it. So, we're quite open to doing rural wall paintings, urban hoardings, digital advertising, TV advertising. We are, in fact, bulk of our advertising still as a company, and we're one of the top 5 advertisers in India, not just FMCG. So GCPL is kind of 4th largest advertiser in India. Vast majority of our advertising goes on to TV channels like yourselves. So,
yes.
And the reason we do it is TV still has mass reach, TV still is cost competitive. So my sort of general view on marketing is not to get moved by what's happening, which is new, not to get overtaken in by things like AI, things like social, these come and go. Stick to the principles and adapt the technologies that are available to the basic principles of marketing.
Fantastic. Advertising models, have also changed so much. The models have changed, of course. Sometimes there's a fear of a boom by fly-by-night operations that make big bank in the moment, but don't have a brand building exercise, Sudhir. We are seeing this more and more. How does one approach that? And also, can brand building and product advertising be separated? And how are the approaches of one different from the other?
Okay, there are a couple of questions here, so let me answer them one by one. And if I've not, just ask it for me again. I think one of the things in marketing which is very, very underrated is consistency. See, people have you own a very small part of real estate in consumers' minds. Godrej, Goodnight, Republic TV, all of us own very small parts. And we mustn't have any dissonance with the real estate we already own in consumers' minds. So the cornerstone of good marketing is actually consistency, brutal consistency, week after week with the same message, the same positioning. So these are the kind of slightly underrated things in marketing, in marketing these days. What was your second question? Sorry.
Okay, my second part of the question was, can brand building and product advertising be separated, and how are the approaches of one different from the other?
I don't think so. I don't think brand building and product building should be separated. I don't think there's any major difference. It's something different people have different views on. My view is your product has a story to be told. You have to tell it in an interesting manner. So you can't tell an interesting story and then tell your story of the product in an uninteresting manner differently. So I'm of the firm belief that product stories have to be told interestingly. There's only one communication. Stick to it for decades together, and you'll reap the dividends over a period of time.
Okay, I'm going back to some basic questions now. Moving away from advertising for a bit. You've spoken about glimmer of green shoots on the back of the monsoon that we are witnessing now. How long do you think it will take for the rural economy to bounce back?
I don't know the answer to that question. I think there are a couple of green shoots, and monsoon is one part of it. Two is, as I think that we have actually in an extended post-COVID cyclical downturn, then it's time that downturn changes. Three is, I do think that the government will spend more on rural infrastructure and rural welfare now. I do think that will happen. So a confluence of these three things means that we should see a rural recovery pretty fast.
Okay. There's so much going on within Godrej to speak about, Sudhir. For example, there was a report a few days ago about Godrej's global manufacturing footprint and the changes there. I'm not getting into the specifics of it, but one of the big takeaways was the focus on Atmanirbharta, the Make in India mindset and the environment impacted by the trajectory of even big companies like your own, which have gone from an import focus to an export aspirant approach? Is that correct?
I think so. I think, we are setting up 2 mega factories, one a greenfield site in Tamil Nadu and one, doubling, or in fact more than doubling our capacity near Gwalior in Madhya Pradesh. So 2 mega lighthouse factories we want to set up. We work very closely with the Madhya Pradesh government and the Tamil Nadu government. We've been really pleasantly, I wouldn't say surprised, but it's been a great experience working with the bureaucrats and the politicians there, because everyone in India is very industry focused. And we do feel that with our global business, even when one looks at it coldly through the eyes of economics, India becomes a fantastic manufacturing hub for the world. Costs are low, efficiencies are high, ports are well run now. So there are just so many things going on in India as a manufacturing hub that, just from an economic point of view, India is a very, very attractive proposition for global manufacturing. Yeah.
Recently, you've spoken about, that is GCPL has announced that it has developed, I hope I get it right, the pronunciation, Renoflutrin, a patented mosquito repellent molecule that integrates it in its household insecticide products. Now tell me, Mr. Sitapati, how much of your resources and internal assets get into the scientific R&D at Godrej?
So I think just a bit of background on the Godrej Group. We're a 127-year-old group, and I think the genesis of the group was in innovation, and our founder really, came up with a leverless lock. Because in India, levers would rust and locks would stop working. And so the group's DNA has actually been on innovation. And Godrej GCPL is a flagship company in the Godrej Group now. We have done several innovations in the past. I think a lot, even if you speak to analysts and so on, they'll find that's what's different about us. This takes it a step forward because a lot of the innovations have been on product and design. This one is on molecule innovation. You see, usually most of the molecules in the household insecticide categories have been developed in Japan and Europe, and we sort of import them, they get off patent, and then it's bulk made here. This is the first molecule that we have co-developed with a partner, which is being developed in India. So the patent is in India. It's an Indian molecule right from scratch. So it's not a bulk drug. I mean, household insecticide is similar to pharma. There's an active. So similar principles as well. Over a decade or 2 decades, mosquitoes develop resistance to actives, and you've got to keep innovating and getting better actives. I think it's a landmark because it's relatively hard to get molecules designed in India. And I think it talks a lot about the R&D capability that we have in India.
Okay. Some questions on the larger picture as we are running into the budget day on the 23rd. We've seen some heavy lifting on investments being done by government, with private sector investments still slim. What, according to you, needs to be done to bring in private capital into the economy?
See, private capital will only come, it's a chicken and egg. Private capital will not come if domestic consumption doesn't go up. So unless you trigger, if there's no demand, there will not be, there's not going to be any supply of private capital, right? So we are seeing the household sector, the housing sector, there's demand is going up, and therefore the, allied industries will do well. But there's a lot more in the economy than the housing sector. So as you start cranking up demand in sectors, and that's why getting money in the hands of consumers is important, because it's a simple Keynesian thing, right? You've got to dig trenches and fill them up. So you've got to start the economy, you've got to start domestic consumption, then private capital comes, then consumption goes up, it gets into a virtuous cycle. So I think we need to kind of consciously get into this virtuous cycle build demand first, supply will follow.
Yeah. Despite, of course, being the fastest growing major economy in the world, and we just saw the IMF projections a few days back, still up there, there are issues about job growth, which has become both a political, a social issue, Sudhir, apart from being, of course, an economic one. What, according to you, should be done to bring in more jobs to the market?
Look, I'm not really an expert on employment in the market. I sort of have a better sense of domestic consumption, but I would venture that if, the private sector has to create the jobs, and therefore private sector investments have to come. And private sector investments won't come if the demand doesn't go up. And demand won't go up unless the government gives a fillip to domestic consumption. So all this will start off, I'm repeating the point, but all this will start off when consumption starts going up.
Yeah. Indian stock markets, want to put in a question there of them being at an all-time high. Many observers in the markets, off the markets, believe that it's already an overheated zone, Sudhir. Do you feel the markets are running ahead of the real economy? And if you think so, why?
Look, I'm not an expert again on these matters. And so these are slightly beyond my understanding of why the stock market is doing so well. But look, the Indian economy overall is doing well. So, I think there's no question about the fact that the top 20% of Indians are doing well. Almost 100% of Indian savings reside with the top 20%. So if the top 20% does well, there's a lot of surplus savings there, and they're investing it perhaps in the stock market, in real estate and other assets. So asset creation is not a consequence of overall GDP growth. It's a consequence of the GDP growth of the top 20%. I reckon, by the way, that the top 20% of India may be growing in real terms at 10 to 12%. If the Indian economy is growing at 8%, this is what my reckoning is. And this is perhaps a reason, but it's not an area that I really understand well, to be honest.
I get that. I understand that completely. Okay, and I had a couple of more questions. One on the global supply chains. They remain disrupted. China is in a slow growth mode, even though it is growing much faster than the rest of the world. Supply lines disrupted by wars in the Middle East and Europe. There are some global threats that could affect economy. What, according to you, or in your view, should the finance minister or the government be doing to shield India from these global headwinds? Just wanted to get an industry perspective.
I mean, look, as a business, we do face some, the global shipping market has been very volatile. Timelines have been high, costs have gone up because of the Red Sea issues. I'm not quite sure what the government, it's a global issue, I'm not quite sure what the government can do about it. I think the government, has done a lot to make manufacturing easy in India. I think our ports, are a lot better than they were a couple of decades ago. Our ability to set up factories, governments are, all state governments and central governments are, waiting for people to invest. So I would say that on that front, certainly, as industry, we're very happy with the supply side enablers. We're little less happy with the demand side enablers, but we're more happy with the supply side enablers that we have.
Fantastic. It's been a fantastic conversation with you, Sudhir. And I want to ask you, anecdotally a question, because you're from Godrej, and I can tell you, growing up, and I grew up in Bengaluru, and a typical, a middle-class family. My parents were engineers, and growing up, we use mostly Godrej products at home, from your Synthol soap. I still remember, it brings back memories. And from a market that was, you still dominate the market, but I still remember Synthol being, the soap that we all used. But today, you have so many brands out there. How do you keep that legacy alive?
I mean, look, we're also into a lot more categories than we are when you were growing up in Bangalore. And I must also tell you that Synthol is a very southern brand. It's not as much a northern brand. So sitting in Noida, you will have less exposure to Synthol than if you were in Bangalore or in Chennai. So I think, we have to consistently innovate and invest behind brands. There's no mantra to it. You got to constantly, we recently launched a Synthol body wash foam. So if you're a Synthol fan, do go and buy it off Amazon. It's a great product.
Interesting.
But you got to do two things actually in every business. You have to innovate and you have to advertise. If you do these two, your brands stay alive for a long time.
Fantastic. And I don't see a reason why Synthol can't also become a North Indian sort of a brand. I mean, it's got the potential to, I feel. I mean, that's my personal view.
So it does.
Okay. Sudhir, thank you for speaking to Republic TV. Fantastic conversation. Thank you. Look forward to speaking to you
again.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Creating a world using sapphire to power change. Manufacturing semiconductors by resident Indians. India, pushing boundaries of possibility and innovating a brighter tomorrow. Semiconductors from India, now from Polymatic.
get me right. We always thought that it's the Kashmir Valley which is the terror hotbed. But it's the Jammu region which has gone hot this summer. With 6 of the 8 terror attacks happening this year, happening after Prime Minister Modi took oath for the 3rd time. Is there a China angle also? And conspiracy theories galore in the United States on those 9 seconds of Donald Trump's brush with death. Let's take a deep dive.
A grateful nation thanks Vice President Joseph R. Biden Jr. for his lifetime of service on behalf of the United States of America.
Vice President America's ever had, Joe Biden. This also gives the internet one last chance to talk about our bromance. We can end this shutdown. A whole bunch of families, not just here in Washington, but all across the country, will have the certainty that a patient.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Bangladesh Prime Minister cancels overseas trips as deadly protests escalate. Amid turmoil, nearly 1,000 Indian students return to India through land ports. BJP MLA files complaint in Lokayukta against Siddaramaiah in Muda scam. Amid heat on Khedkar's, Manorama Khedkar's Pune office sealed. Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi reaches Jammu to review security. NTA announces NEET UG exam results, city-wise, centre-wise results out. Ladies and gentlemen, Bangladesh has imposed a national curfew and the army has been deployed after 105 people died in a violent clash. A communication blackout has been in place since Thursday, including the suspension of mobile data and text message services. Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina's government is facing one of the sternest tests of her 15 years in power. Here's a report detailing what's exactly happening in Dhaka.
As anti-quota protests rage in Bangladesh, 39 people have been killed. The rage among students against the Sheikh Hasina government has not calmed yet, which led to a nationwide curfew. Meanwhile, as many Indians remain stranded in the neighboring country, the Indian High Commission issued an advisory amid the violent tensions. The Indian High Commission advised the Indian community members and students in Bangladesh to avoid travel and minimize movement outside their living premises due to current circumstances. Further, it offered multiple emergency numbers and 24-hour Indian assistance to around 7,000 Indians in Bangladesh as per the High Commission's website. Following this, at least 70 Indian students have been rescued and brought back to India through Meghalaya's Dauki integrated checkpost along the Meghalaya-Bangladesh border. The protests, which started over demands for reforms in the government job quota system for descendants of the 1971 Bangladesh war, have seen widespread clashes, including attacks on police and the burning of public property. In response to the escalating violence, Bangladeshi authorities have imposed a day-long ban on public rallies in Dhaka. Further, in Dhaka, authorities heightened the security measures in and around the Indian High Commission as violent clashes escalated. Meanwhile, a media center in Bangladesh has been set ablaze by the student protesters. The situation has led to a near-total internet blackout in the country, with significant impacts on communication and daily activities as the country remains in turmoil.
Breaking news coming in, 37 Indian students have been rescued a short while ago from Bangladesh after overnight talks between the centre, the Meghalaya government, the Indian High Commission in Dhaka and the Bangladesh government. The rescue efforts come after the Eastern Medical College and Hospital in Bangladesh's Comilla district issued a notice telling all residential foreign students not to leave. This is the latest input coming in from violence-stricken Bangladesh. The talks between the Meghalaya government, centre, the Bangladesh government have enabled the escape of 37 students who were studying in the Eastern Medical College and Hospital in Comilla district. I am being joined by Mr. Naba Bhattacharya, advisor to the government of Meghalaya, who is helming the rescue operations of the students from Bangladesh. Mr. Bhattacharya, welcome to Republic. Thank you for speaking with us. What is the latest that you are getting on the rescue efforts that you have carried out overnight with the Meghalaya government and the High Commission in Dhaka?
Actually, it's not me who's been at this. Our Chief Minister is monitoring the entire situation. And this process has been ongoing right since day before night. And the task force is headed by the Additional Chief Secretary of Meghalaya, Mr. Shakil Ahmed. My intervention was limited to this Eastern Bangladesh Medical College and Hospital, where there are about 39 students from Meghalaya who are studying in different semester in the college. So with the situation in Bangladesh, they wanted to be released from the college, but the college refused them initially till yesterday. But today the Meghalaya government and the Indian High Commission has taken up with the Bangladesh government because as you are aware that the curfew has been imposed all throughout the country in Bangladesh, so no security was being guaranteed to them to go from Kumilla, where the college is located, to the border outpost in Sonamora, which is only about half an hour from the college. But subsequently, good sense prevailed due to the intervention of the Chief Minister and the government of India with the Bangladesh government. And at around 3 o'clock, you'll be happy to note that the Bangladesh government and the college made arrangements for buses. And about 10 minutes back, all these students with some interns have reached the Sonapura outpost. They are now at present going through the legal formalities. And we expect them in half an hour time, they will cross over to Agartala in India. And the government of Meghalaya has made arrangements for their repatriation from Agartala to Shillong by 5 numbers of buses. And we expect them to reach Shillong by tomorrow morning. So that will be the last tranche of students evacuated from trouble-torn Bangladesh.
Mr. Bhattacharya, we tried to reach out to the CM of Meghalaya, Conrad Sangma. He is currently traveling. He was unable to join us. He's unable to join us, but we would like to know from you, what are the challenges for Meghalaya in the context of what's happening in Bangladesh? Meghalaya shares the main border with the country. Kindly share your insights on the same.
Yeah, it's quite a delicate situation, but as of now, the situation in the bordering areas, we have not received any reports of any untoward incidents or any issues impinging on the border areas of Meghalaya. We have more than about 500 kilometers of border, both in the Khasi Jaintia Hills region and the Garo Hills region. So, but the only affected people were the students, because a large number of students from Meghalaya and other northeastern states go to Bangladesh for pursuing their medical studies mostly. So it's economically viable, and a lot of students go there. So the evacuation with these 39 students will more or less be complete.
Mr. Bhattacharya, are these students from across Indian states, or are they primarily from northeast Indian regions? If you could.
Mostly from Meghalaya only. There are few from the northeast who are studying there. We do not have the figures as far pertaining to other states. But as far as Meghalaya is concerned, yesterday 80 students were evacuated, and today about 39 students and few interns are being evacuated. So hopefully they should reach Agartala in another half an hour or an hour's time. Our Chief Minister is continuously monitoring the situation at his personal level right from yesterday, day before. And it is headed by Mr. Shakil Ahmed, who is the Additional Chief Secretary of Meghalaya. And till the parents, naturally, you will understand, they were very much disturbed and perturbed about the efforts. So this college was not was not very cooperative, but anyway, at the end, better sense prevailed on them, and they've allowed the students to leave the campus.
Mr. Bhattacharya, the notice that was issued by the Eastern Medical College and Hospital, we read in the notice that they had advised students that should they leave, they will not be able to join back. So does that essentially mean that the future of these students is hanging in the balance? Will they be able to? Yes,
I don't think this notice is relevant anymore when they themselves have allowed and arranged the buses and all must be from instructions from Dhaka at the insistence of Meghalaya and the government of India.
Thank you, Mr. Bhattacharya, for sharing those details. We will keep coming back to you. We will also, through you, would like to connect with the Meghalaya government to get a closer look at the situation in Bangladesh and the situation of Indian students and the rescue efforts. Thank you so much for joining. Viewers, the anarchic underpinning in South Asia has led to unprecedented surge in the violence in the country. We are getting to know that several students have died. The clashes are still underway, and meanwhile the curfew and military deployment is in place. We are not sure what is happening on the ground though, because there is no connectivity. We have also tried to reach out to our own sources in Bangladesh, but we have been unable to speak to them because of the suspension of the internet and communications. Viewers, the anarchic underpinning in South Asia is experiencing an unprecedented surge. The death toll in Bangladesh is continuously rising. Internet stands suspended as of now, but we at Republic continue to raise the same question. Is there a foreign hand in what's happening in Bangladesh? Are there stakeholders with malicious interests? Let me take you through an explainer for a better understanding of the foreign hand question in the current Bangladesh unrest. First, we have the American aspirations at play. And there are several factors in here. Americans hate the world nationalism whenever it is practiced outside of their own borders. What are America's interests in Bangladesh? Let's have a look. Military base. Sheikh Hasina's unwavering stance against the creation of an American naval base in the Indian backward has angered the Americans, and we are suspecting this very anger leads to this destabilization campaign. The second factor we believe is, in the past we have seen Pakistani ministers as literal puppets of the Americans. Are they eyeing for the same in Bangladesh? It's a question we cannot rule out. Muhammad Yunus seems to America's choice for the next Bangladeshi Prime Minister. The third factor we are looking at is America is not being able to digest the fact that South Asian countries are looking at either India, primarily India, or China instead of them. They seem to be strongly looking at countering India's and China's influence in the region. The fourth factor we are looking at is, of course, destabilization, which serves their interests. The members of the Bangladesh Nationalist Party have already started calling upon Hasina to resign. The fifth factor we are looking at is China's growing geopolitical and geo-economic influence, which is also a factor that irks the Americans. Now, there is also a stake in China for this in Bangladesh. Viewers, next we will be looking at Chinese aspirations in Bangladesh. China has emerged as the big Asian expansionist, revisionist apparatus, and their hunger for influence seems to have no end. Let's have a look. The first factor for China here is Chinese cannot take the fact that India and Bangladesh have shared long-standing diplomatic relations, be it Nepal, Sri Lanka or Maldives. They want to counter India everywhere. The second factor, China's claim of being politically benevolent is a big sham. They are constantly trying to influence the internal politics of South Asian countries, including Bangladesh. The third factor for China could be for the success of its flagship economic plan, the Belt and Road Initiative. Having control over Bangladesh is extremely necessary for Xi Jinping. Fourth factor could be China might likely push for influence over the infrastructural development of the Teesta River, which is indeed a massive concern for New Delhi. The fifth factor we are looking at is to maintain maritime hegemony in South Asia. Influence over the Bay of Bengal remains integral for the Chinese. The sixth factor could be Xi Jinping and Sheikh Hasina signed 28 agreements. As an aftermath, more Chinese loans will be directed, which again is a concern for India. The seventh factor, China is using social media to incite unrest. They often use social media to conduct India out campaigns and also to spread fake news. The eighth factor could be she cannot take the fact that Hasina prefers Modi over him, and clearly Chinese attempts to disrupt this camaraderie are on the rise. The ninth factor we are looking at is Bangladesh being a geographically close to India. The Chinese definitely want to build considerable military influence there. The 10th factor, debt diplomacy. Last but not the least, the debt trap diplomacy strategy has been used by the Chinese time and again. They provide loans on unequal terms and try to gain assets in that particular country. This is happening everywhere in Africa, happened in Sri Lanka, is happening in Bangladesh. Is it happening in Bangladesh next is our question.
Protesters was killed while dozens others sustained multiple wounds following in an incident of firing at a peaceful rally in Banu districts of Pakistan's Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province. We will get more detail on this after this short break. Keep watching Republic TV.
Years of Kargil Vijay Divas. Let's remember the brave souls who stood tall in the face of adversity, defending our nation with unmatched valor. Their sacrifices will always be a beacon of inspiration for all of us. Today and always, saluting our real heroes. Jai Hind.
Let me start with Saurabh, because he's a content creator. You're a content identifier, if I can call you that. Saurabh, ये बताइए कि is being a content creator better than a 9-to-5 job? Let me ask you why. Why I'm asking you that question, right? Many of the people we hire, and let me tell you that our newsroom, the average age of our newsroom these days is anywhere between 23 and 25. It's getting younger and younger and younger, right? And most of the people who come into our newsrooms, first as interns and then they join us as trainee reporters and then reporters. What happens over time is, they start comparing. It's a very bad practice, but it happens all the time. People compare salaries, right? And then the first thing they do is, they ask you, sometimes they ask me question like, sir, is it better to make reels and make money? I can make more money off the internet than work in a newsroom, right? I've seen that question being thrown at us many times, Saurabh. So how? I mean, is it better than a 9-to-5 job?
If you're asking, like for me, yes. Because honestly, I can't do a 9-to-5 job. ये मुझे अभी realize हुआ है because I'm doing. So being a content creator is not a 9-to-5 job, but it can be a 24-hour job also.
Yeah.
Like ऐसा है कि someday I'm working on a Sunday and doing nothing, sleeping on a Monday.
हाँ.
क्योंकि हमारे we are our own boss basically. हम ही decide कर रहे हैं कि भाई हमको क्या करना है, how are we going to do this, like किसी के अंडर नहीं काम कर रहे हम लोग. So that's a like big plus for us कि we don't have to be stressed and all. होता है stress तो होता है, वो content का होता है, but ऐसा नहीं कि रोज उठ के जाना है, मेरे को 9 बजे पहुंचना ही है, कहीं नहीं पहुंचना है, उठना है बस मेरे को टाइम पे और बस content बनाना है. So yeah, people compare because this is a creative field. अभी कभी कभी मुझे भी ऐसा लगता है कि भाई अगर यही करना था तो भाई इतनी पढ़ाई क्यों की, ऐसा लग रहा है भाई जितनी पढ़ाई की उतनी वेस्ट हो रही है, क्योंकि यही करना था मेरे को. ये मुझे काफ़ी लेट रियलाइज हुआ, लेकिन तब तक तो हो गई थी आधी पढ़ाई मेरी, तो छोड़ नहीं पाया मैं ऑब्वियसली. तो फॉर मी 9-to-5 तो मैं कर नहीं पाऊँगा, और ये मेरा पैशन है, तो इसमें मेरे को आई कैन डू दिस 24 आवर्स ऑनेस्टली. मैं ये कर पाऊँगा, इसमें मैं इतना टायर्ड फील नहीं करूँगा. लाइक मेरे को ये प्रेशर नहीं होगा कि यार मेरे को वो होता है यार कल भी करना है, आज भी करना है, कल काम पे जाना है. आई डोंट थिंक सो. इस ये फील्ड में मुझे तो ये कभी नहीं लगेगा. सो फॉर मी 9-to-5 इज दिस मेकिंग रील्स एंड क्रिएशन कंटेंट इज वे बेटर देन अ 9-to-5 जॉब.
आई एम गोना आस्क यू मोर डिटेल्स. कितना पैसे बनाते हैं मैं बाद में पूछता हूँ. Let me get to that later.
Yes.
Okay, Vishy, how do you filter the most talented content creators across India? Because I can tell you, sitting here and knowing how we all function in India, there are over 500 million content creators. I mean,
Correct.
Everybody who has a phone is today
Correct.
a content creator, right?
Correct.
So how do you identify the most talented ones?
See, so we started like 10 years back, right? Now it's been almost like we were the first one who created a lot of talent through content, right? So us, TVF, and a lot of those basically companies who are core content creators, we call ourselves also content creators before the whole influencer bit and the creators bit popped out, right? So a lot of talent, they look merit in coming to us and working with us because we have a platform that can make you or amplify your followers and make you a content creator. Easier for us to identify because they also reach out to us and work with us. Yeah.
Right. Saurabh, what is your approach to, let's say, generate creative content? I mean, when you wake up, how do you know this is the kind of reel I'm going to make? Ye video banana hai aaj. What is my subject? How do you go about it? How do you hit that thought?
So honestly, I have like 500 topics which I have already written down. So basically what I do is I observe things.
Like you wrote these topics down when you started?
Right, yeah, since forever.
And then you just think that, okay, these are the topics I'm going to go off.
So whatever I observe, मैं कुछ अगर देखता हूँ तो बस ये नोट डाउन कर लेता हूँ कि हाँ भाई कभी तो इस पे कुछ मैं बना दूंगा रील, कभी तो इस पे कंटेंट बनाऊंगा मैं. बट ऐसे बहुत सारे जो मैंने 4-5 साल पहले लिख के रखे, लेकिन अब तक कुछ, क्योंकि बस वो आइडिया आया मुझे कि हाँ भाई इस पे कुछ कर सकता हूँ, लेकिन क्या करना है ये अभी तक मेरे को उस पर इफ़ आई सिट डाउन एंड टू राइट देन आई थिंक. सो मेरा प्रोसेस वही होता है कि जो भी मैं नोट डाउन करता हूँ, सडनली मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि चल आज इसमें से कुछ तो बनाता हूँ. आई टेक 3-4 टॉपिक्स आउट और इसमें से आई स्टार्ट राइटिंग वो टॉपिक पे कि हाँ चल इस पे आज कुछ बनाते हैं अपन. वरना ट्रेंडिंग अगर कुछ होगा इंस्टाग्राम पे, जैसे चलते ही रहता है, कुछ ना कुछ तो आते ही रहता है नया नया, तो उठ के पहले वो देखने का कि हाँ भाई ट्रेंडिंग क्या है, तो उस पर कुछ सोचते कि लेट्स नॉट फॉलो द ट्रेंड बट कुछ अलग करते. ट्रेंड ही करना है बट कुछ अपने अलग वे में करना है कि सो दैट लोगों को वो पसंद आए, नॉट जस्ट फॉलोइंग द ट्रेंड, यू नो. तो मेरा प्रोसेस वही रहता है कि यार जो भी एक तो मैं ऑब्जर्व करता हूँ एकदम लाइक एवरी स्मॉल सिचुएशन जो भी होती है, इसलिए लोगों को रिलेटेबल भी लगता है, क्योंकि अगर ये मेरे साथ हुआ है तो ऑब्वियसली और 10 लोग के साथ भी ये चीज़ हुई होगी. कोई भी चीज़ छोटी चीज़ होती है तो वो मैं उस पर ही मोस्टली कंटेंट बनाता हूँ. दैट्स माय होल प्रोसेस यू कैन से.
You spoke about trending. ये हमारे साथ it just happened to us because after Republic TV, Republic Bharat, Republic Bangla, and we recently launched Republic Kannada. And I sit in Bangalore and I work with the team there. Something happened recently, okay? This is an anecdote. An actor called Darshan, you must have heard the story. Darshan is an actor who got arrested for murder. He's the most followed actor in Karnataka. He got arrested for murder, along with another female who's also an artist, right? So there's a sequence where somebody known to Darshan is walking to jail to see him in jail. And they look at all the reporters and they ask our reporter in Kannada, Madak bere kelsa ilva, which means, don't you guys have anything to do to the media, right? And that really riled up, all of us journalists. And there's a moment where our primetime anchor, his name is Jayaprakash Shetty. And Jayaprakash Shetty says, and then he repeats, he says, you think we don't have any other work? Come to the shed. When he said come to the shed, he meant where the murder took place.
Oh.
And then he said something like that, which became so viral. In the last 2 weeks, if you go to Instagram and just search for shed reels, at least 10 crore views of reels that have been made using that one comment and that layer of music. So it's fantastic how things can just go viral because of one moment or one trending subject, right? And then brings me to that subject of, how do you keep a tab on sensitivity? If I can ask Saurabh and then I'll come to you, Shetty. How do you keep a tab on sensitivity of the content you create? Because kai baar controversy ho jata hai. Do you stay away from political subjects? So how do you decide what works?
So yeah, obviously there's a thin line, very thin line. और मैंने मतलब आज तक सेंसिटिव टॉपिक्स पे इतने वीडियोस बनाए नहीं कभी. पॉलिटिक्स ऑब्वियसली कुछ ऐसे टॉपिक्स है जिससे दूर रहना ही बेटर होता है क्योंकि वो काफ़ी
ज़्यादा लाइक्स मिलता है कि नहीं?
मिलता है, बट यू नेवर नो वो कि कैसे वापस तुम पे आ जाए.
तो न्यूज़ में है, हम ऐसे टाइप कंटेंट क्रिएटर देखते हैं कि रोज न्यूज़ में रहना है, हम कंट्रोवर्शियल सब्जेक्ट्स ही उठा लेंगे, रिलीजन ही उठा लेंगे.
नो बिकॉज लोग होते हैं. हाँ होते नो डाउट. बिकॉज आई एम अ कॉमेडी कंटेंट क्रिएटर. नाउ आई नो कि मैं 2-3 बार पहले ऐसे हुआ है कि मैंने मस्ती में बना दिया इस पे, बट देन बैकलैश बहुत आया उसकी वजह से. बिकॉज देन आई रियलाइज कि या मे बी समवेयर आई वाज रॉन्ग बिकॉज आई वाज किसी का तो सेंटिमेंट मैंने किसी वे में हर्ट किया है. भले इट वाज मस्ती, इट वाज अ जोक, एनीथिंग, कुछ भी हो, बट कोई ना कोई हर्ट होता है. सो नॉर्मल से नॉर्मल आजकल कुछ भी चीज़ पे लोग ऑफेंड हो जाते हैं और 2 ओपिनियंस हो जाते हैं.
विशी, आई डोंट नो where India compares when you look at the kind of content that is uploaded on the social media. It'll be very interesting to get that statistic. But I'm sure when you look at the number of Indians who are creating content, I'm sure we're right up there.
Yeah, of course.
Maybe with the Chinese, I don't know where the Chinese figure, but I'm sure we are right up there, right?
Yeah.
And they say that the mission of Pocket Aces is to become a global culture creator. Can you explain what it means and how you're doing it?
See, we talk about culture creator, right? So it starts from content, right? Whether our talents are putting it out or we are putting it out. We want to create an impact in the society in a positive way. That's basically our core. Now, how do we do it? We do it by people watching our content and smiling when he's sad. That's also basically something that we want to reach out to our audience and make them feel better. We have our creators basically who talk positive and like how Saurabh just mentioned, right? How you have to be very, very crucial about what content you're putting out and you're not getting a lot of haters, but be right there and basically talk positive always. So that's largely what we do in terms of what the audience is watching and how do you make progressive content, right?
Yeah.
That's where basically our core lies, and that's what we also when
but there's also an industry, that gets activated during elections when there is a campaign.
Yeah.
Do you?
Of course.
How big is that industry? I'm just curious. How big is that industry? How much money is at stake?
So, see, it's a choice that we have consciously taken to stay away from it.
But it's a big market, right?
Yeah, of course it's a big market. But see, consciously we don't want to get into that market is what we're very, very clear. So we want to be...
I'm trying to understand how deep this market is and how much money they make off political parties. I'm just curious as a journalist.
Yeah, I don't want to comment on it, frankly. Yeah. So the conscious choice is to stay away from it, frankly. So we don't want to be neutral, talk about good things that are happening in the country, spread basically good awareness about a lot of things. We do talk about depression, we do talk about mental health, a lot of those stuff, right, across platform. during COVID, there are a lot of like jobs at stake. Content was not being created. We made sure that working from home also, we created content and we put it out there on our platform. So yeah, that's how like things work at Pocket Aces, frankly. Yeah. So that's about.
So I'm coming to the interesting question that I wanted to ask. So you know, we see a lot of youngsters getting into content creation industry nowadays. I mean, this real menace is so insane. I mean, there are stories that we do every day. I mean, last night, I left Bengaluru last night, and when I was discussing the news list, you know, reels come up on the news list because someone has lost their life trying to do something silly, and they're crossing boundaries, right? And then I mean, you have extremes when it comes to the content creation. Many people are doing it, of course, to get that quick buck, quick recognition,
Correct.
like lots of followers. How many of them actually succeed in making money?
Yeah. So see, while like also Saurabh said, right, and also the founder who was here before the panel, he said even starting a business is about making money.
Yeah.
So everything is about making money.
Yeah.
Frankly, 9 to 5 job is also about making money. So everything is that. I would say it's not an easy job, right? 9 to 5, you know, it looks like greener on the other side when you say कि अरे मैं भी creator बन जाता हूँ. It's like it's a difficult job altogether. Not everyone succeeds, right? The hard work that Saurabh would have put when he started like creating his own channel and the day he became famous was a long journey for him, right? To be smart, what do you want to do? Of course, you start your journey by being a creator because the barrier is, there is zero barrier to become a creator, right? Today you have a phone, you can start uploading, shooting, there is zero barrier. So for everyone, the start is that, and then you should have to pivot to where you see your success lies and make money.
Saurabh, when did your content start making money for you? How many months or years did it take for you?
So I started making content in 2016 when I was 16. So पहले 4 साल तो मैंने 1 रुपया कमाया नहीं. In fact, I was investing मम्मी से पैसे लेके, डैड से पैसे लेके in camera और phone और mic ये सब stuff में invest कर रहा था. तो पहले 4 साल तो 1 पैसा भी नहीं कमाया.
Till 2020.
Till 2020. Even 2020 के दिसंबर में जाके I got my first you can say brand deal. जब मेरे कुछ 60-70 के फॉलोअर्स तक मैं पहुंच गया था, तब जाके मुझे एक पहला ब्रांड मिला एंड आई डिडंट नो कि इसमें कैसे होता है, हाउ डज इट वर्क, कितने पैसे मिलते हैं. लाइक मेरे को आके ब्रांड बोला कि भाई ये प्रमोट करना है और कितने चार्ज करोगे. मुझे पता नहीं था, तो मुझे जितना पॉकेट मनी था उतना प्राइस में बोल दिया. और वो खुद सामने से वो अच्छा था, इसलिए वो बोला भाई तेरे इतने फॉलोअर्स है, यू कैन चार्ज मोर. तो मैं बोला अरे थैंक यू भाई.
And how much was that?
So मैं तो ऐसे ही मैं बोल दिया क्योंकि मेरे कुछ थे तभी 50-60 के. तो मैं बोला कि 4000 दे दो चलेगा. तो क्योंकि मुझे आइडिया ही नहीं था, तो बोला कि 4 नहीं भाई, तेरे बहुत फॉलोअर्स है. तो उसने मेरे को बोला 20. तो मैं बोला एक रील डालनी है ना 15 सेकंड की, तो तभी 15 सेकंड्स के रील्स थे. तो बोला कि हाँ, तो उसके 20 में फिर भी मैं कंफर्म किया कि वे 20. हाँ 20 में बोला ओके ठीक है, 20 तो 20. फिर मैं घर पे मम्मी को बोला कि मम्मी एक वीडियो डालने के मेरे को 20,000 मिल रहे. तो मम्मी बोली
2020.
was in 2020.
My God, हाँ.
जब भी मेरे वही बोला 50-60 के फॉलोअर्स थे. एक्चुअली बाद में मुझे पता चला कि 20 के was also less for that.
करेक्ट. मैं बर्निंग क्वेश्चन पूछूं?
हाँ.
आप कितना बनाते हो monthly? No, it's okay. I mean, because it's about content creation. I'm sure a lot of young people want to know what's the scope? कितना बना सकते हैं?
See, मैं बोलूँगा अगर एक क्रिएटर के 100 के भी फॉलोअर्स है, तो वो बंदा महीने के नहीं बोल के आराम से 2-3 लाख तो कमा.
2-3 लाख?
2 लाख तो कमा.
With 100k followers?
With 100.
And how many followers do you have?
I have 2 million.
2 million?
Yeah. तो ऐसा कैलकुलेशन मत लगा.
Simple math.
Simple maths नहीं है.
Also, you are not looking at the struggle that he had to reach to 60k followers.
It's worth it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But for 4 years, he was at it. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So it's not as easy as it looks.
Do you manage him?
Yeah, we manage
him. Let him speak, no? You're jumping in.
But it's not that simple. मतलब ऐसे मैं बस बोला एग्जाम्पल के लिए कि इतना मिल सकता है. But कुछ महीने ऐसे होते हैं जहाँ पर ओके आई एम अर्निंग टू मच, कुछ महीने ड्राई भी जाते हैं. अभी कंपटीशन बहुत हो गया क्रिएटर्स में. बट है पैसे तो है यार, ये फील्ड में If you're doing good, if your content is good, if you have good followers, engagement, views सब है, तो पैसे तो है भाई.
हमारे दर्शकों को ये भी बताइए कि आप ऐसा एक वीडियो बनाया है. Tell us about one special video that you made which got maximum traction and why it got traction.
Yeah, so there's one video which made me kind of famous तभी. It was in same 2020 के end में ही था दिसंबर में. So तभी आई जस्ट
कोविड टाइम पे था.
कोविड टाइम का जब लॉकडाउन खुल गया था, जस्ट फर्स्ट वेव हो गया था. और तभी मैंने जस्ट 100K फॉलोअर्स हिट किए थे और मैंने ऐसे वीडियो बनाया था लाइक हाउ रिच पीपल वेक अप, लाइक ऐसा एक वीडियो था जिसमें ना मतलब यू नो मूवीज में दिखाते कि एक टेबल है जिसमें ब्रेड वेड रखा है, जैम रखा है और एक ऑरेंज जूस का ग्लास होता है. तो वो लोग कोई ऑरेंज जूस को टच भी नहीं, कोई नहीं पी रहा है, कोई ऑरेंज जूस पी रहा ही नहीं है. तो मैंने ऐसा वीडियो बनाया था कि यार कोई एक एकदम रिच आदमी है, उसका हाउस हेल्प उसको आके बार बार ऑरेंज जूस दे रहा है, वो एक सिप लेके रख देता है. ऑरेंज जूस को मतलब भाव ही नहीं दे रहे. मूवी में भी दिखाते, सीरियल में भी देखते कि ऑरेंज जूस होता है लेकिन पी रहा कोई है नहीं. तो मैंने ऐसे वीडियो बनाया था क्या वो रिच पीपल वेकअप. तो उसमें ना जो हाउस हेल्प है ना वो आके मतलब वो जो रिच मैन है उसको आके बार बार एक एक्सेंट में ऐसे बोलता है सस ऑरेंज जूस, सस ऑरेंज जूस. तो ऐसे आके वो बोलता है ना, वो मैंने रैंडमली बनाया था. इट वाज अ वेरी रैंडम वीडियो. पर लोगों ने वो इतना, ऑडियंस ने, मेरे फॉलोअर्स ने इतना उसको पिक किया कि लोग मुझे ही ऐसे बोलने लगे. हर वीडियो में कमेंट करते थे ऑरेंज जूस बोलना भाई, ये वीडियो में भी ऑरेंज जूस बोल तेरे. और आज तक वो उस चीज को भी 4 साल हो गए, आज तक उसको लोगों के दिमाग में है और लोग मुझे देखते तो बोलते ही है इफ दे फॉलो मी, इफ दे नो मी, कि भाई ऑरेंज जूस बोल के बता. एंड वो नाम के ऊपर हमारा अभी ग्रुप भी है. लाइक हम साथ में 6 लोग कंटेंट बनाते हैं जिसका नाम ही अभी ऑरेंज जूस गैंग है, क्योंकि वो लोगों ने ही रख दिया. ईच एंड एवरी फॉलोअर नोज दैट ऑरेंज जूस थिंग. एंड बस वो मेरा एक यही बन गया, मुझे लगता है आईपी बन गया एक मेरा.
So I mean, speaking about trending topics, what kind of subjects are trending currently, in the market, and do these trends change?
So of course, the creators are like the ones who latch on to trends immediately, then a publication or like a channel like us, right? So so what I see, it's a full circle, right? So what started earlier? So if you see, of course, you guys do like Vox Pop. Now it's become like the thing where
it's really popular.
Yeah, it's really popular,
on social
right?
Media
Correct. Now you guys have been doing this like for ages.
Because we can't.
Of course. I'm just giving you an analogy. Yeah, but that's what, right? So a lot of non-fiction series, right, is again coming up. Fiction, a lot of people have seen. So reality format, which largely is on TV, we haven't seen like a bigger IP on social media, right? You'll see it on OTT platforms or on TV, where a lot of people like look onto it. But that's how. So it keeps changing. Vox Pop is something which has come back. Of course, there are like trending topics, which largely, what my theory is, it comes from TikTok international and then it like gets full blown away in India. So so that's how it is. Long format is coming back. So a lot of your web series which people used to watch.
Is that a requirement now, long format, because you want that's a requirement, right?
So see, it's not
because platforms want you to engage them for a longer period.
See, we also have an OTT business where basically a lot of our shows like Ghar Vapsi, little things have gone on Netflix and stuff like that. So that's another business. But in the whole consolidation bit, that business has also gone down. But from an audience perspective on YouTube, a lot of people are watching reels for sure. But they also want to watch a little longer format content, like a web series or sort. So demand for that is also coming up, which in between, because of the whole spike of influencers, had like taken a backseat. But now people want to watch that also. So these are the formats that keep coming up.
What's your advice, Vishy, to the youth who get influenced by this glamour?
So see, I think there is a fine line to like, how do you want to be perceived in the audience that follows you, right? Eventually, the end objective is somebody should follow me, right? So I think sometimes there is this desperate attempt of like crossing that fine line and doing something extra just to get followers. I think that's the core of it, right? And as a creator, everyone should be very cognizant of the fact, right? Like, there are people who are following you. If you are a big influencer and doing like crossing the line, it becomes a little difficult, right? For the audience who's watching you. And of course, there are like a lot of norms, guidelines now, which are coming into place when it comes to creating content, putting out there, what are you and I'm assuming there will be a lot more regulatory bodies who will be getting involved in the content that is being put out, right? So I feel don't cross the line. Do what you do best, and try to appeal to a niche audience who wants to follow you, and don't get swayed away by what the influencer is doing to the normal youth, right? They are trying to get new users on their platform. So they are trying their best. But from like how Saurabh said, it is the content creator's job to be mindful of what content he's putting out there, and in a way it will influence them. So there's a fine line that nobody should cross.
Okay, my last question, and I'll ask the question to both of you. What is the future of mobile content creation, let's say in the next 5 years, right? How big is this industry? Just to give the students, the viewers an idea of how big this content creation / influencer industry is.
So I'll tell you, in terms of number today, it's 25,000 crore.
25,000 crore?
From a revenue point of view, right? It's that big a business right now.
I can tell you it's much bigger than the TV advertising business.
100%. Because there are n number of influencers, right? Yeah. Every region, everywhere. That's what the estimate is. Like that we will reach, this industry will reach, like to that number. So that how big it is, right? And for a lot of consumer first brands, influencers have now become a go-to vertical in their basically media plan, right? Yes. So earlier they used to, and even today, basically a lot of ads go on news and GEC and stuff like that. From a digital budget perspective, it's mandated. Now I feel everyone does, even if it is a small 5 lakh budget or a 10 crore project, everyone want to do influencers. And it's very niche. Even if you are at home, you're watching something else. Your wife will be watching something else. Your kids will be watching something else.
Saurabh, 5 saal mein, where do you see yourself? What next after becoming 2 million followers? What's the limit? I mean, do you have like a career goal? इसके बाद retirement?
नहीं, ये फील्ड में वही है कि रिटायरमेंट का कुछ सीन ही नहीं है इसमें. Because you are 25 right now, I can still create content. If I'm 60, I can still create content. Because content बनाने का कुछ एज है ही नहीं. But yes, this is just going to get bigger क्योंकि अभी इतना बड़ा है ये 25,000 करोड़ तो नहीं पता था मेरे को. मैं तो 20,000 दिमाग में रख के आया था कब से. But yeah, this is like a big industry now और इतने लोग हैं और बढ़ने ही वाले, ये कम नहीं होने वाले. Because everyone is ये प्लेटफॉर्म भी सबको इतना हेल्प कर रहा है, सपोर्ट कर रहा है कि अगर आप में टैलेंट है, आपका कंटेंट अच्छा है, कोई भी कंटेंट हो, कुछ भी हो, इट इज़ गोइंग टू, एक टाइम लगेगा लेकिन वो आगे जाएगा ही. मतलब यू आर गोइंग टू ग्रो इवेंचुअली और ये बड़ा होने ही वाला इंडस्ट्री. एंड 5 साल में लाइक इफ यू आर आस्किंग मी, माई टारगेट गोल, फॉलोअर्स का तो कुछ ऐसा गोल नहीं है कि भाई जितने आए वो कम ही है, मतलब ऐसे देखने जाए तो 2 मिलियन हो, 4 मिलियन हो, जितना भी हो. बट या माई टारगेट गोल वॉज टू डू अ मूवी. वो भी हो गया, मैंने वो भी कर ली. तो ऐसा अभी टारगेट गोल है नहीं, अभी वो सेट करना है मेरे को कि अभी और क्या करना है. बिकॉज यू हैव टू एक्सपांड. अभी रील्स तो चलेगा बट बस फॉर्मेट अलग, जैसे लॉन्गर फॉर्मेट भी लोगों को चाहिए लेकिन आजकल बहुत कम लोग बना रहे. वेब सीरीज़ तो बन रहे बट यूट्यूब पे भी आजकल व्लॉग्स ही चल रहे हैं या कुछ ऐसे ही बना रहे. बट क्राउड है, ऑडियंस है, दे आर रेडी टू वॉच. बट येस, जस्ट हैव टू एक्सपांड नाउ. अभी रील्स भी कर रहे तो एक लॉन्गर फॉर्मेट यूट्यूब पे भी चले जाए और बस एक्सपांड करने की बात है अभी.
Okay. Fantastic session. I had fun interacting with the both of you.
Same here.
Okay, can we get a round of applause for Saurabh and Vishy, please? Thank you.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Bangladesh Prime Minister cancels overseas trip as deadly protests escalate. Amid turmoil, nearly 1,000 Indian students return to India through land ports. BJP legislator files complaint in Lokayukta against Siddaramaiah in Muda scam. Amid hit on Ketkar's, Manorama Ketkar's Pune office sealed. Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi reaches Jammu to review security. NT announces NEET undergraduate examination results, city-wise, centre-wise results out. Hello and welcome you watching live and breaking at 5 p.m. with me, Shavan Sen. We're starting with some breaking news now coming in with the situation currently in Bangladesh as the communication lines have been completely snapped. The latest now coming in with regards to the rescue operation that has been carried out. Let's just take you through what we know so far. With the protests now entering day 6, remember there have been about 105 lives that have been lost in the protests that have taken place. In fact, that has also resulted in... Let me also take you through some of the details that we're getting in right now with regards to the breaking coming in from Pakistan with the army garrison which has been stormed by protesters. In fact, the latest now coming in is with regards to a terrorist attack that has also taken place. We'll take you through some more details, images that you see right now on your screens that came in earlier in the day. Let's take you through some of the details pertaining to the attack that has taken place. This is in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, which has resulted in the death of 4 individuals. In fact, the demonstrations is a repeat of what we saw after Imran Khan stepped down. A similar sort of protest has now also taken place with the army at the receiving end. Now, there are about 4 images that have come in. One with regards to the army garrison involving the Pakistani army. Remember, this is the very garrison which is essentially used by the battalion for further training in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, where what you see right now on your screens These are the latest images now coming in of the gunfight that has taken place. Also, this at a time when a terrorist attack has also taken place in Balochistan. So, two areas that the Pakistani army essentially finding it difficult to tackle at this point in time. We'll try and also go across to my colleague Kaswar, who's joining us from Islamabad. Kaswar, this is yet another attempt that has been made by the protesters to storm inside the army garrison. First, with regards to more details that are emerging, where exactly did the attack take place and how significant is this? We'll try and reconnect with Kaswar, a reporter from Islamabad, getting us the latest details. Remember, in the last 48 hours, we have witnessed two such attacks that have taken place in Pakistan. Now, as far as Khyber Pakhtunkhwa area is concerned, remember, this remains a major challenge for the Pakistani army for the number of attacks that have taken place and the fact that these are new terrorist groups that have emerged. Now, the Pakistani army essentially has carried out what they are saying a cleanup operation. But the fact here is that these images that you see is coming in from an army garrison where we're being told roughly about 50 to 60 protesters this morning around 11:30 when they stormed in. The situation still remains volatile because remember they haven't been able to control the situation. The latest that we have got from our reporter in Pakistan suggesting that in fact we have also been told that they've been able to bring in additional reinforcement. Kaswar, first help us understand where did the attack take place? How significant is this area for the Pakistani army? Kaswar, if you can hear me, the question that I was asking you is with regards to how important is this place for the Pakistani army and the fact that they've managed to breach yet another garrison. What does it essentially mean?
No.
We seem to be having a problem connecting with Kaswar right now, who's joining us from Islamabad. In fact, we'll try and connect with him in a short while from now. But also another developing story that we are tracking at this point in time comes in from the neighboring country in Bangladesh, where the situation still remains extremely fluid. 105 people have lost their lives. It all started with the quota war in Bangladesh, with Sheikh Hasina bringing back the quota system. The allegation that has been leveled against Sheikh Hasina's government is that they brought in a quota system which has only helped her loyalists in the Awami League. Essentially, the Prime Minister once again remaining defiant, saying that this is a quota system which has actually benefited family members of the freedom fighters. Now, what has basically provoked the protesters is when Sheikh Hasina has addressed many of these protesters as Razakars, which essentially means that those who have been on the side of the Pakistanis during the liberation war. What you see right now on your screens, we're going to just play out some of the images coming in from Dhaka. And the current situation right now, what we know so far is that communication systems have completely collapsed in Dhaka. In fact, Sheikh Hasina, who was supposed to leave from Spain earlier in the day, has also cancelled her trip. This at a time when protests are taking place not just in Dhaka, but several other prominent cities in Bangladesh. Here is a quick recap of what we know so far. We'll also take you through the evacuation operation that has been carried out by the government of India. Remember, there are over 15,000 Indians who've been residing in Bangladesh. We'll bring you up to speed in a short while from now, but take a look at this consolidated report.
As anti-quota protests rage in Bangladesh, 39 people have been killed. The rage among students against the Sheikh Hasina government has not calmed yet, which led to a nationwide curfew. Meanwhile, as many Indians remain stranded in the neighboring country, the Indian High Commission issued an advisory amid the violent tensions. The Indian High Commission advised the Indian community members and students in Bangladesh to avoid travel and minimize movement outside their living premises due to current circumstances. Further, it offered multiple emergency numbers and 24-hour Indian assistance to around 7,000 Indians in Bangladesh as per the High Commission's website. Following this, at least 70 Indian students have been rescued and brought back to India through Meghalaya's Dauki integrated checkpost along the Meghalaya-Bangladesh border. The protests, which started over demands for reforms in the government job quota system for descendants of the 1971 Bangladesh war, have seen widespread clashes, including attacks on police and the burning of public property. In response to the escalating violence, Bangladeshi authorities have imposed a day-long ban on public rallies in Dhaka. Further, in Dhaka, authorities heightened the security measures in and around the Indian High Commission as violent clashes escalated. Meanwhile, a media center in Bangladesh has been set ablaze by the student protesters. The situation has led to a near-total internet blackout in the country, with significant impacts on communication and daily activities as the country remains in turmoil.
Let's get you some more details with regards to the evacuation process that has been carried out. In fact, 37 students have been rescued so far. This is through the land port in Meghalaya, in Dauki land port, where we're being told that 37 students have been brought back. The operation still continues. Just a short while back, Ministry of External Affairs also brought us up to speed with the number of students that they are currently in touch. We're looking at roughly about 700 Indians who were brought back from different land ports. The maximum number of students that are being brought in is from Dauki. Remember, this is the border that Meghalaya shares with Bangladesh. In fact, we're also going to try and go across to the Chief Minister of Meghalaya, who's going to join us on this broadcast, getting us more details. Remember, it's also challenging at this point in time because what the Indian government is essentially planning to do is taking help of the Bangladeshi government. Let me also bring in Meghalaya Chief Minister Conrad Sagma, who's joining us on this broadcast. Mr. Sagma, thank you very much for joining us on Republic TV. We've got the images from Dauki where the rescue operation was carried out. Could you bring us up to speed with regards to what's the current situation like? There are certain challenges that the Indian government still faces, especially keeping in mind that there are not much resources that can be activated right now in Bangladesh.
Yeah, of course, the situation is quite tense out there. And in fact, in between, we were quite concerned because there was a curfew that was imposed. But through the gap, in the sense, the period gap when things were slightly better, slowly and steadily, most of the students and other citizens who are stuck there, including citizens from Bhutan and Nepal, have also managed to come through the Dauki port into Meghalaya and have safely again gone forward to their respective areas. And just about half an hour or 1 hour back, we also got some more positive news that students who were studying in the Eastern Medical College in Bangladesh, which is bordering Agartala, they have also managed to cross the border just about half an hour back. So that's another good news. So, everybody has been working. We're very thankful, in fact, to our Indian High Commission. They've been very, very active and supportive. At the same time, even the deputy commissioners in the respective districts and officials, even exporters, I must really appreciate their work. They've really, facilitated the entire process. So it's been a lot of teamwork, and I'm happy that we're seeing really that, that we've been managed to safely bring our citizens back.
Mr. Sagma, the other concern that many would have right now, because there are several Indians who are still stranded in Bangladesh. Is there any estimated number that you're looking at, and by when could we expect the entire rescue operation to be completed?
No, we don't have an estimated number because obviously it's at a national level. It's impossible for me to have a number because there are, in fact, many individuals from other states also who are there. But as I said, as of now, we have roughly a figure of about 500 plus from both sides, from at least from Tripura and from Meghalaya, who have already crossed over. And a lot of them are actually, as I said, citizens from Nepal and Bhutan also, and many are from other parts of the country. So we don't have an estimated number, but whatever information we got regarding the stranded students and citizens, whoever have contacted us, we have been able to bring those individuals back now. But as of now, no further information is there as such, and no actual count of numbers. But whoever has contacted us and whoever has approached us, the parents especially, those we have managed to successfully bring them back.
One final question, Mr. Sangma, before I let you go. I believe that there is a preliminary report that has been prepared. What is the assessment that your government has made about the current situation in Bangladesh? Primarily, what the students who have come back, what is it that they had to say about the current situation?
No, we have not been able to speak to the students. I have not been able to speak to them directly yet. So it will not be possible for me to give you that reply. But obviously the High Commission and the Government of India External Affairs will be in a better position to tell you. But whatever we are hearing is that, of course, situation is very tense still. And that's why the curfew also was imposed just, I think, last 24 hours back. But we were very happy, as I said, that en route, the concern was that during the travel, if some incidents would happen. So luckily, after getting proper intel that, the situation is under control, the students were then brought out. So it is still very, very, I should say, fluid, and we can't say what will happen. I'm not in a full position, of course, to comment on it. External Affairs Ministry and the Indian High Commission, they would be in a much better position. But as I said, for us, what we are doing our best to ensure that at least the people from Meghalaya, and as far as possible, because we share 443 kilometers of border with Bangladesh. So obviously, whatever can be done from our side to help other citizens, including from other nations, as well as from other parts of the country, to have a safe passage, we are there, and they can always contact us also and inform us, and we'll be happy to support the entire operation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sangma, for joining us on this broadcast. Government of Meghalaya, part of the rescue operation that is now being carried out. In fact, the estimated number that we're really looking at could go more than 500. But remember, the Indian government also making it very clear that as far as the rescue operation is concerned, it is not going to be limited only just to Indians. A short while back, Meghalaya Chief Minister also confirming that citizens of Bhutan as well as Nepal, they too have been rescued and have been brought in through the land port in Meghalaya. Let's also take you through some more breaking news now coming in with regards to train services that have also been shut. Remember, there are several cities, not just in Dhaka, but there are other cities too, where the operations, particularly regarding transport, that has been stopped. Let me just take you through some more details now coming in. The first response coming in from the service provider in Bangladesh.
बांग्लादेश में कोई गंडगोल हुआ है, इसीलिए अभी यात्री कम आ रहा है और मैत्री एक्सप्रेस काल से बंद हो गया है। बांग्लादेश में कर्फ्यू जारी हो गया है, इसीलिए अभी बांग्लादेश बहुत गंडगोल चल रहा है। अभी यात्री बहुत कम हो गया, इधर जनवाहन सब टोटली बंद हो गया, ट्रेन बस बंद हो गया। या बांग्लादेश में कोई गंडगोल हुआ है, इसीलिए अभी यात्री कम आ रहा है और मैत्री एक्सप्रेस काल से बंद हो गया है। बांग्लादेश में कर्फ्यू जारी हो गया है, इसीलिए अभी बांग्लादेश बहुत गंडगोल चल रहा है। अभी यात्री बहुत कम हो गया, इधर जनवाहन सब टोटली बंद हो गया, ट्रेन बस बंद हो गया।
A story that we are tracking very closely as the situation still remains volatile. Let's take you through the other news that we are tracking at this hour. Prime Minister Narendra Modi received a congratulatory telephone call from New Zealand Prime Minister, who warmly congratulated him on his re-election following the general elections in India. Amid nationwide protests over job quotas, Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina has cancelled her scheduled foreign trips to Spain and Brazil. The decision underscores her government's focus on addressing the escalating domestic unrest. Following job quota controversy, Karnataka government is now proposing a 2% cess on movie tickets and OTT subscriptions. This comes after increased taxes in the IT sector, which is likely to impact moviegoers and OTT platform users. Pune Municipal Corporation has sealed Manorama Ketkar's office, declaring it an illegal building in a red zone. PCMC officials stated that no permissions were granted for the establishment. UPSC Chief Manoj Soni has tendered his resignation, stepping down 5 years before his term was set to end. According to DOPT, Soni's resignation has not been accepted as yet. Congress Sonipat legislator Surendra Panwar has been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in connection with an illegal mining case.
Another shocking hit-and-run video has gone viral. Watch how the speeding car hits a bike on the Ahmednagar Kalyan highway in Pune district. In this footage, the car hits the bike at a riveting speed. The couple on the bike were immediately flung in the air before hitting the ground.
भयानक एक्सीडेंट हुआ है, ये अहमदनगर और कल्याण हाईवे पे हुआ है। दोनों जो बैठे थे कपल वो काफ़ी घायल हुए हैं, उनका इलाज चल रहा है और पुलिस का कहना कि इस मामले की जांच शुरू कर दिया है। ड्राइवर को पता कर रहे हैं, लेकिन अभी तक पता नहीं चल पाया है। साथ ही जिस रफ्तार में ये एक्सीडेंट हुआ, ये पता लगाया जा रहा है कि जो ड्राइवर है कहीं वो शराब तो नहीं पिया है। सारी चीज़ों को लेकर पुलिस जाँच कर रही है।
The couple is undergoing treatment in the hospital. Their condition is said to be stable. In the meanwhile, the police have registered a case against the car driver and an investigation is ongoing. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Karnataka government is planning to introduce a cess on movie tickets as well as OTT subscriptions, and the bill has already been tabled in the Karnataka Assembly. Amidst much outrage from many of these film aficionados too, will this particular bill stand the test of the time? Do they have the numbers in the council for this bill to be passed as well? Is something that needs to be seen. All this and much more on the other side. Stay tuned.
A major fire broke out on a container cargo merchant vessel about 102 nautical miles southwest of Goa. 2 Indian Coast Guard ships have been dispatched from Goa to carry out the firefighting efforts. Well, in fact, what you see, these are the latest images now coming in with regards to the rescue operation, which is already underway. We are being told that the Indian Coast Guard has sent 2 vessels to carry out the operation. As of now, there's no word with regards to whether at all there are any casualties at this stage.
In this week's edition of Get Me Right, we always thought that it's the Kashmir Valley which is the terror hotbed. But it's the Jammu region which has gone hot this summer. With 6 of the 8 terror attacks happening this year, happening after Prime Minister Modi took oath for the 3rd time. Is there a China angle also? And conspiracy theories galore in the United States on those 9 seconds of Donald Trump's brush with death. Let's take a deep dive.
International Monetary Fund has upgraded India's FY25 growth forecast to 7% and has maintained the status of the country as the fastest growing economy. The IMF has also highlighted risks related to inflation, currency volatility, and trade tensions, emphasizing the importance of prudent policy decisions and multilateral cooperation. In this backdrop, the Union Budget 2024 is a crucial pivot for the economy and its growth over the next decade. I am Sharmila Bhaumik, and joining me on this episode of Nation Wants to Grow, we have with us Ms. Nirupama Soundararajan, founder and partner, Policy Consensus Center, Mr. Jyoti Malhotra, Managing Director, Volvo Car India, Saurav Kumar, Vice President, India of Global Energy Alliance, and Rajat Tandon, President, India Venture and Alternate Capital Association. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Republic Business on this pre-budget roundtable discussion. Nirupama ji, starting with you, the sentiment of the economy is really upbeat this time, but what exactly is the country expecting from the finance minister as the budget is about to roll in a few days from now?
Thank you. I think the biggest ask would be in terms of employment. I think there's been a lot of discussion about whether the growth that we are seeing is compounded with the kind of employment requirement that we have. And I think the biggest criticism has been that we're not probably generating as many jobs as we need to. And I think that will have to be a very, very big focus in this budget. And I hope that the finance minister will therefore look at certain kinds of sectors, particularly within the manufacturing sector, that can help generate growth.
Because the other answer to the employment question is entrepreneurship in India. So what is the entrepreneurship climate as you see it today in India?
The role of the private capital, the recognition of the role of the private capital, which is going to foster up the entrepreneurship in India, is going to be very critical. And that is where the ask for this asset class or for this from this industry of IVCA will be, more and more recognition of the facts. And I'm happy to get into some of the asks as well as we go along. But yeah, entrepreneurship is what we have to nurture, and we have to make them to stay in India and make for India.
So entrepreneurship critically drives aspiration. It's, as you would agree, that India is increasingly becoming an aspirational country.
Right.
And we get to see a lot of that in how Indians are increasingly buying automobiles. So Jyoti ji from Volvo can add into that India's consumption of automobiles has been on a steady rise. But even as we see that, there is a certain inclination towards EVs, and that is also the country's ambition to become more and more, energy efficient. So what do you see? Where is the trend going?
As far as budget is concerned, and I'm talking from an automotive industry perspective, I think we talked about manufacturing. Automotive contributes almost 50% of the manufacturing sector, right? And there is a clear, I would say, movement towards EVs globally as well as in India. And for India, I don't think there is a choice, because I think if you look at the data, I think more than 40 among the top 50 most polluted cities are from India. So we need to make change faster than anybody else. And EVs are a solution. I think EVs have come to a stage where they are commercially viable, and with the support that government is giving. So EVs are being adopted, government support or otherwise. I think EV is the future for us. So if I talk about cars, I think close to we sold 4.1 million cars last year in India, which is like third largest. But 2% of that is only right now electric. But it is double than what it was last year. I think this will continue. It will continue to grow at a much faster pace. But if you see different segments, the segment which we operate in, it's already 8%. If you look at three-wheelers, it's already very high. So I think different segments within the industry are adopting it at a very fast pace. But there are a few things which are still, I would say, create a bit of a hassle. For example, charging infrastructure. I think this is one of the key things I would say from the government side, because we want to reduce our dependency on oil imports, and EVs is a big solution for that. And I think one of the investments that we expect or support that we expect from this budget is, number one, I would say EV policy continuity. And second, I would say is about, I think, putting a lot of infrastructure support on the charging, setting up the charging infrastructure.
Saurabh, you are from the Global Energy Alliance. As Jyoti was just saying that EVs are in the interest of the country's growth forward. Does it also aid India's interest in energy conservation?
India does not have a choice at this point in time. Let me just begin by saying why this issue is so very important. If you look at, we have set ourselves a target that by 2047 we will be a developed nation. Now, if you look at the growth trajectory of any country, including China, as far as development is concerned, they have used cheap fossil fuels to develop. What India is trying to do and will do for sure is that we are doing this development, economic development with clean energy. Now, this has 2-3 very major critical issues that we, first of all, there is no way, there is no background to this, and India has to learn to do this on their own, which I think we are very much capable of. And if you look at the policies of the government in the last 10 years, it demonstrates this thing. Number two, we also need to make sure that we become a role model for the global south. And I'm absolutely conscious that positive that this will actually create a new paradigm for all the global south to follow.
So India, as we know, that has the advantage, as you just said, that to not replicate the errors of the West. So, and along with that, energy, I perceive that sustainability in its goals and where it outlays its capital is important, and we have the time. Nirupama-ji, where do you think, even as our capex has been very liberal over the last couple of budgets, where do you think the government should concentrate?
See, I think in terms of allocation, it is very clear. You still need your main manufacturing sectors, which are going to be in terms of infrastructure, your roads and your ports and all of that. And I don't think you're going to see any change there. But in terms of new infrastructure, I would have to actually agree with Saurabh here. Because you see, when you're looking at growth, we already have a target of net zero by 2070. So I think to transition from, being carbon, well, at least towards a more carbon neutral kind of infrastructure will be important.
Another thing, Rajat, and startups are already giving this feedback for some time now. We're not taking this seriously enough. Even as India is speaking, India is very ambitious about its technological growth, and you may be witnessing it very closely. Do you perceive there is a lot of skill gap? There is a lot that we need to do in addressing, in skilling our young manpower?
So I think it's all a package, right? So first is the availability of capital. And what we have to recognize right now, while your markets today, the public markets are getting close to about $6.5 billion per year, the private capital is close to about $30 billion, $30 to $40 billion, right? Which is absolutely required for development in this country.
So funds is not a problem, is what you're saying?
Funds is not a problem, but we still have, in terms of the opportunity to get funds more is what we need to look at, right? So now in terms of what we need to do is, there are certain elements which we need to take place that first, the understanding that this particular asset class is very much part of the ecosystem growth, right? So the nation development activity is being taken place. Now, as an investor, it's just not capital which is invested into these, as you say, startups, but today I would say a lot of focus has to come on the scale-ups as well, because that's what's going to get your country to go to the next level and areas where we can discuss across. So certainly it's not just the money, but there is development activity, right? So there is nurturing of these people, of how to go to market, right? How to build your companies, how to scale your companies, how to efficiently manage these companies, how is the governance going to be in your setup. So there's a lot of skill which comes on along with it, which needs to be packaged together. So just to give you one kind of a number, like every rupee, every 1 crore, which is put into this asset class, is kind of generating close to about 5 crores of revenue, right? Okay. With about 5 jobs, right? And if you multiply by the and even the taxes are about a 1.2 crore. So those are some of the statistics, and if you multiply by 34 billion, right? So what is that you're looking at? It's a very large amount of opportunity for the country. Scaling, yes, as the opportunities come in, right? We know that AI today is the buzz where we're talking about. Years ago, we were talking about MALI, right? So before that, FinTech, EdTech. So India has been health tech. India has been a pioneer in all these elements, right?
Sort of taking you slightly beyond automobiles, but to the larger context of manufacturing in India. We see that India has a great opportunity because the world is looking for a China plus one option. Now, we've seen Apple doing so well already, and we've seen a slight movement in the semiconductor industry. The government has its intention in the right place in boosting the manufacturing sector, but still, why are we not catching up on speed? Is it the lack of private capex? Is it the lack of correct channeling of funds? What exactly are we lacking?
No, so obviously I think government has very clear intentions of Make in India. I think government really wants to. They have come out with a lot of PLIs and a lot of other supports which are already existing here. But if you see, it has started to make some difference, but not to the scale and level we would have expected. I can talk from automotive perspective, for example.
But I second you with that. Clarity, consistency, and transparency seem to be the topmost ask for even our industry.
Absolutely, for anyone.
Yeah.
If you are putting money, see, it's for business and it's for long run. And if things change, I think every industry probably has a horizon on which they can really work on. And a continuity of policy is always important. So I think if there is any support or any policy which has been announced, if there is a sunset clause, okay, this policy is going to last till so and so time, it will make it much more certain. That is number one. So I think that sort of assurances is very important. We are talking about budget, and I think on one side, we look forward to budget to come with some new policies and new announcements. But if you see from a global investor perspective, they want continuity. So they don't want any disruptive changes or something big come in. And I think when it comes to manufacturing and investment, to attract more investments, what we need is this sort of very clear policy which continues for a long term. Talk to the industrial body and then make it in such a way that it sort of really attracts everyone and makes practical sense to come in and invest in India. Everybody, you're right, everybody wants to come China plus one. Yes, everybody is interested to come to India. But you have to make it more conducive for them to come here and make a difference. So I think continuity and listening to what the industry needs will make a big difference.
So political stability also leads to continuity, and we have that. Currently is my study of the situation. But what do you think is the world looking at India? What is the world's response to India when it comes to how our manufacturing sector is growing? Are we doing the right things, or we still have scope for improvement in certain things, especially when it comes to robust manufacturing growth?
So I think, look, given the fact that China economy is slowing down, for sure, and in the requirements of particularly the clean energy equipments or EVs or is growing not just in India but globally. And therefore, India is becoming an investment destination. I mean, we also have USA coming out with policies like the Inflation Reduction Act, which is attracting manufacturing there. But largely, India has the cost advantage as compared to any other nation. Also, one more thing I would add to what Jyoti said is that a lot of manufacturing, regardless of the PLI, has not happened because you have not generated demand domestically. And that's really important. I'll give you an example for the battery where there is a PLI for advanced cell chemistry. Now, there is not much demand for energy storage in India still. You cannot, as a manufacturer, while policy stability, etc., is important, but my demand generation is also important. This is not a retail product. This will either go to an OEM like Volvo, or it will go to stationary storage. This country, if you want to go towards clean energy, needs a lot of storage. All these new technologies, new ways of working in particularly energy and any other sector needs that kind of a skilling. So I'm looking at all these announcements, hopefully in the budget next week.
Right. Nirupamaji, you started with the unemployment conversation, but everyone in India is currently talking about the rate of inflation Unless the inflationary conditions in India are tamed, even the accelerated growth may or may not drive the sort of impact that we want to see in the cost of living, etc. So where do you think the dangers lie?
Generally speaking, I don't think it's too bad, given that your growth rate is also pegged for 7%. There is growth that is happening. So I don't think inflation currently is as big as an issue. But it's something that one has to constantly keep an eye on. You have a new generation of people today who like to spend on themselves.
Yes.
You see, so the kind of spending pattern has also changed. I think the basket of goods has also changed. One, because of economic conditions, but two, also because there's been a generational difference in terms of how one approaches. But having said that, savings is important, and I think there is a lot that is being done to encourage savings.
Is that how India is increasingly going towards the capital market? The sheer number of, the number of demat accounts which have opened up in June. So from a savings economy to an economy which loves to invest, that's a huge transformation.
Yeah.
And how did this come about, Rajat? If you
I think you had set the tone right when you said, look, there is a basket of goods and availability. Yes, we all love saving in the beginning.
Yeah.
But I would say this is the time for wealth creation. All right. Today, at least when I speak for the alternate or the private investment asset class, 85% of the money is still global. Right, and one day this will go back. 15% is only domestic. Now, we have to make sure that the access to investments or access to this asset class is more widely for the domestic folks as well. If we have to be the 10 trillion, we need about 5 to 6% of the GDP coming into this asset class for us to grow. And I think what my message is, yes, this is the time that we should be creating wealth for majority of us and help to broaden the pyramid of taxation so that there are more wealth created.
If I can just quickly also add, and I think you make a good point. See, with capital markets, and if you look at how capital markets have evolved in India, I think it's only been in the last 5, 6 or 7 years that you've actually seen capital markets leading to capital formation.
Right.
In the sense, it's moved beyond just trading and wealth creation at that level to a larger perspective. And I think that's also important from funding growth in India. You see, for growth to happen and for funding to actually take place, we're still an economy that largely depends on banks.
It's beautiful to see the Indian markets overall, the economy maturing so well and immediately showing its impact in the aspirations. So everybody in the manufacturing sector or in the consumer sector are saying that people in India are now keen on a premium experience because the wallet size is good and they don't mind shelling the extra buck for a good experience, and who better can shed some light on that than you, Jyoti?
No, for sure. I think India, as we know, we talk about all the time about the demographic dividend. I think India is a young country and all the young people are ambitious, and as we heard, I think they are consuming in a very different way. They want experiences. I think their priorities are very different than maybe when we were growing up. Now it's very, very different, which is good because this boosts a lot of consumption. Aspirations means that more demand generation will happen on different segments. And one of the key drivers, in my view, ultimately, we are talking about becoming 5 trillion economy or third biggest economy, but I think that the key is GDP per capita, right? We need to ensure that it's not just the quantum which grows, but per capita, I think we really need to grow. Because what we have seen, if you compare, I can talk about, let's say, from cars per capita versus GDP per capita, there's a direct correlation. And we are still, if you look at, we see a lot of cars around us already, but the real thing is that we are still, in terms of per capita cars, we are very, very low, even now. We are far behind many other countries whom we cannot think of. But right now we are around $2,500 GDP per capita. Maybe, I think one of the goals we should have is not just talk about the top end, but I think GDP per capita. Because then we can really unleash these ambitions of younger generation. And I think I can, for example, let me tell you about the luxury cars. We sold over 4.1 million cars last year overall, but luxury car is only 1%, which is a direct reflection of, I think, wealth in the country. 1% customers are buying a luxury car, but this can grow.
So the mood is upbeat ahead of this union budget. Nirupama, I would ask you for your 3 quick wishes for the Finance Minister for Tuesday.
I think largely I'd want, on the macro level, I'd want something where you're concentrating on basically your sustainability, net zero targets, and building infrastructure there, and on employment. Very specific 2 things that I want, which I think are important from a sector-wise. One is I want the government to look at your crypto and virtual digital asset sector a lot more in detail, especially creating a risk regulatory framework, because that has a direct impact on your Web3 technologies and what we can do them.
Correct.
The second, because it's an area of interest that I have looked at, which is gold and import duty on gold, and gold being such an important asset in India, I would really hope that the government now brings down the import duty for gold.
Rajat.
Firstly, I'll absolutely, be part of the discussion around, in the budget 2022, the Honorable Finance Minister had announced blended financing for deep tech sectors. So fund of fund structures should be created for that. Now it's been kind of coming to us. It's very important, whether it's for climate tech, space tech, defense tech, biotech, agri-tech. These are the some of areas where the government can put in next, and there are very successful pooling models where the government can participate. Whether it's, SIDBI did a fantastic work on this front. SRI, has also done a phenomenal work. So similarly, more opening up such fund of fund structures is just an ask from beginning.
Jyoti.
So first and foremost, obviously, I think government has had a clear focus on EV. I need that continuity. I think I was just repeating myself, but yes, I think EV policy continuity, there is a lot of, tailwinds or support which is there. I think that should continue without trying to suddenly change course and put some money or something else. So I think that's very important. And related to that, obviously, government has been, I think our government is known for building roads for the last few years. Continue to build roads because they are good for automotive, good for the economy. But I think within those roads, I think most of those new, we say that we are late in building roads, but we can now make them EV friendly. So I think I would say that India should now put aside a substantial budget, identify, let's say, 100 highways or highways where we can set up 100 charging parks, which are like multi-theme, we have restaurants and charging and everything. So this range anxiety just goes away. I think that, and there are solar powered. So I think put some money for that is, I would say, something very, very important. And third, I believe, and I'm talking now from a larger perspective, I think we need to further support people who are buying EVs.
As our viewers would agree that India is steadily aspirational and it wants to grow. And our panelists today join in that idea and have put forward some interesting points for the government of India as it begins to prepare to roll out the Union Budget 2024. Thank you for watching. Nation Wants to Grow. Please stay tuned for more interesting news right up.
In the India Today Best Universities 2023 survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
Creating a world using sapphire to power change. Manufacturing semiconductors by resident Indians. India, pushing boundaries of possibility and innovating a brighter tomorrow. Semiconductors from India, now from Polymatic.
I'm here with...
Hello, my name's Inspector Ray Nichols. I'm the East Leeds Neighbourhood Police Inspector.
There is an ongoing situation currently in Hare Hills. We're aware of that. The police is here. We are asking everybody in the area to please stay at home at this moment in time.
Yeah, so if you can all just stay where you are, stay in your houses. We will manage this, and if you're out in the crowd, I'll just ask you to go home, please, so we can keep everybody safe. Thank you.
And we will endeavour to keep local residents informed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, my money is gone! Oh, my God! No way! No way! What is this?
Indian students rescued from Bangladesh. Radical separatist called detention extreme. IS trainee mother in soup. All this and more on Across the Republic at 6 p.m. today.
In this week's edition of Get Me Right, we always thought that it's the Kashmir Valley which is the terror hotbed. But it's the Jammu region which has gone hot this summer. With 6 of the 8 terror attacks happening this year, happening after Prime Minister Modi took oath for the 3rd time. Is there a China angle also? And conspiracy theories galore in the United States on those 9 seconds of Donald Trump's brush with death. Let's take a deep dive.
Indian students rescued from Bangladesh. Radical separatist called detention extreme. IS trainee mother in soup. All this and more on Across the Republic at 6 p.m. today.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Bangladesh has been cut off from the world since the past 2 days. Protests are underway. We do not know what the current situation on the ground is. Last what we found out was there has been a nationwide curfew and military has been deployed across the country. The second story we are bringing you today is Amritpal Singh has challenged his detention under the NSA Act, calling it extreme. A radical separatist calling the NSA detention extreme. The third story we are getting to you is Karnataka tax on OTT. It has caused a furore amongst moviegoers, amongst the youth who are stuck to their phones, to Netflix. It's going to have an impact on content consumption. More on these and other top stories of the day from our Noida studios. I am Pragya Bakshi Sharma bringing you the top stories of the day. Bangladesh is on the boil, no end to unrest in the country. Sheikh Hasina now cancels all her foreign trips. Centre steps up efforts amid Bangladesh turmoil. More than 1,000 Indian students repatriated.
Train services from Kolkata to Dhaka stand suspended as unrest continues unabated. After back-to-back terror attacks, high-level security meeting held in Jammu, Army Chief present. Trouble mounts for Khedkars after Pune office was razed. Manorama's police custody extended. Pakistan police cracks down on peaceful Hindu protesters demanding action in Priya Kumari abduction case. Hello and welcome viewers. We are bringing you the story from Bangladesh where unrest, turmoil has taken over the streets. Several students have been killed in the protests and we are getting some latest breaking news from Pakistan right now, viewers. Karachi, where police used brutal force against peaceful protesters from the Hindu community. They were staging a protest demanding action in the Priya Kumari abduction case. The Karachi police has been accused of wielding batons on the protesters. These were peaceful protests, ladies and gentlemen, and Priya Kumari has been abducted about 2 to 3 years ago. The child is still missing. This comes in a spate of attacks, of abductions, atrocities on the Hindu minorities, especially Hindu girls in Pakistan. The status of Priya Kumari is still unknown. We had learned from our sources a few days earlier when we covered the case that Priya was found, but she was still not back with her family. The status of Priya Kumari is unknown. We have Kashwar live from Islamabad bringing us the latest on this story. Kashwar, what is happening in the Priya Kumari abduction case? She has been missing for years now. These were peaceful protests. Why did the Pakistan police use batons on the peaceful protests on Hindu community?
Well, it's a sad story coming out of Karachi, the former capital of Pakistan, and also the capital of the Sindh province. And it's a sad story that Priya have been missing for last 4 years, but finally the police got the clue, and family of Priya Kumari was also informed about the recovery of Priya Kumari as well. But the sad story, the sad episode of this story is she has not been connected with the family since then. And these protests, let me tell you, these protests have been continued in the capital of Sindh province for a week and a half. But today, the police doesn't charge the crowd, doesn't charge these Hindus community. And this is what the latest, and this is what we are getting from Karachi as well. Let me tell you, this is not the first time that the police in Karachi and other parts of the Sindh province where the Hindu community is living in abundance, it was not the first time that they were subjected to torture, but in the past, same stories have been emerged and we reported as well. Let me tell you about today's story is that I have talked to some of the members of Priya Kumari's family. They claim that since police claim that she has been found, but why she is not repatriated with the family? And that is why they blocked the road, main artery in Karachi, And according to the police, I have spoken to some of the police officers over there, deputed over there. They claim that since the main artery have been closed just because of the protest, that is why they have to use force to disperse the crowd. But everybody is on the same page that she must be repatriated with the family. And let me tell you, the Hindu community is living in Sindh and Tharparkar as well. They have been subjected to same kind of terror for a long time. Remember that we wrote story last year that even a seminary, the head of a seminary there in Karachi province, he has been on rampage to abduct the Hindu young women, and also this same cleric is known to forcibly convert these Hindu women, Hindu girls to Islam as well. So this is a sad story coming out of Karachi, and today the peaceful protesters were subjected to charge, but no one is claiming responsibility. Who ordered from the Sindh province to pattern charge these peaceful Hindu protests? Rather than repatriating Priya Kumari with the family, the police pattern charge and subjected the crowd, peaceful crowd, to the charge, and no one is taking responsibility of this charge.
Kashwar, thank you for that information. Thank you for confirming that she has been found, but it is appalling that after having been found, she is still not united with her family. I would like to know from you, we have seen several news reports come out of young girls who were abducted once upon a time, and they have been found only after they were converted and forcefully converted. So is that threat looming on the life of Priya Kumari? And the second question that I want to ask you is, what is the process when someone goes missing in Pakistan? What is the process after they are found? Do authorities run checks, investigate, and only then do they hand over the missing person to the family? How does it work? Please, your response on both these questions.
Well, let me tell you, regarding your first question, yes, there has been reports that a number of the Hindu girls, especially the young women, have been lured, have been abducted, and they were later on forcibly converted to the Muslim just to marry the Muslim families as well. As I told you earlier, that a saint and a custodian of a saint, a dargah in Karachi, that is infamous to convert the Hindus, young women and the young female, to convert to Islam. And then they are forcibly married to the Muslim people as well. And everybody, not only in India, but everybody across the world know it. And regarding your second question, the process is really very simple. Whenever the child or even the woman is found, the police or the authorities conduct a DNA test, match the DNA test with the parents or even with the guardians as well. And after the matching of the DNA test, they are found with the families as well. But in this case, not that DNA was conducted, but also the sad story is she was found, the family was told. But after that, the family never ever heard either from the Sindh police or Sindh provincial authorities as well. That is why this family was protesting along with their relatives and friends in the heart of Karachi city just to get to know the whereabouts of Priya Kumari. So far, according to my information, so far the police or even the provincial authorities have not uttered a single word either on the recovery or on the unification of Priya with the family as well. And that is perhaps the fact that served as basis to protest against the provincial authorities and also to the provincial police as well. Nobody knows if she has been found, where is she living now, which place is she living now, what is the process of reunification with the family. So these are the questions that family wants to know, but nobody is there to answer the question.
Thank you so much, Kashwar, for those details. We will closely keep tracking this story. We hope for the safe and sound and earliest return of Priya Kumari and that she be united with her family as soon as possible. Moving on, viewers, on to the developments from Bangladesh, where recently 37 Indian students were returned. We are tracking the turmoil and uncertainty in the country. The echoes of unrest in Bangladesh resonate across borders. Thousands of Indian students caught in the midst of chaos are returning home to safety, leaving behind a country gripped by violence and tragedy. Let's have a look at this report.
Students return home in thousands. After a massive unrest in Bangladesh that has killed more than 50. The Indian government is leaving no stone unturned to rescue Indian students that were stuck in Bangladesh. The Meghalaya government has rushed to quick action. Meghalaya is planning to create a portal for its students abroad in cases of future emergencies. About 405 Indian students were evacuated through the Dauki integrated checkpost. Meghalaya's CM Conrad K. Sagma is in close contact with the Indian High Commission in Bangladesh.
Unfortunate, number one, it shouldn't. And obviously there are a lot of students from many parts of the world who are in fact studying there. So therefore, a lot of the students have been affected. But as soon as we got this information, we have immediately moved into action, and almost close to about 405 students from India have been evacuated from Bangladesh through Dauki.
Indian students are extremely concerned after seeing such a massive unrest. A district collector from Assam furnished more updates about the plan of action.
यहाँ पे जो बांग्लादेश का बॉर्डर है, लगभग 100 किलोमीटर का बॉर्डर है, तो उसको ऑब्जर्व करने के लिए हमने मजिस्ट्रेट डिप्यूट किया है हमारे कस्टम्स पोर्ट पे, और साथ साथ एडिशनल एसपी also deputed. So any law and order situation is developing in the border, as well as for coordinating with the Indian students who are coming from Bangladesh.
Students seem thankful to the Indian government. The Ministry of External Affairs had earlier issued a travel advisory for Indians in Bangladesh.
Convey that we see this as an internal matter of Bangladesh. All our Indian nationals are safe there. They are all safe and sound, and we are in touch. They are in touch with our High Commission, with our Assistant High Commission as well. And we are regularly keeping in touch with them to render all assistance.
As the situation in Bangladesh remains fluid, what measures will governments undertake to ensure the continued safety of students?
Amid graft heat on the Karnataka government after the arrest of Congress leader B. Nagendra in the Valmiki Fund scam case, shocking new details have emerged about how money meant for the welfare of scheduled tribes was channeled to shady shell accounts. Here's a report with all the latest details.
Fresh details have shed new light on the mega swindle of public funds from the Valmiki Development Corporation. The Valmiki Corporation has records of financial transactions with 18 accounts, many of which belong to shell companies. The new revelations have put the Congress government further on the dock after the arrest of former ST Welfare Minister Nagendra in the mega swindle case. According to the new details that have emerged, ST funds amounting to rupees 89 crores were transferred to these 18 accounts through shady channels. One of these shady transactions shows the transfer of 4.53 crores to a firm named Happiest Minds on March 6th this year. However, speaking to Republic, the Vice President of the Happiest Minds denied receiving any funds.
The account number which is there in the media doesn't belong to us, and we have a clarification from RBL that this account has not been opened by us. As far as company is concerned, we have released clarifications in the media and to the stock exchanges and all. But since the investigations are undergoing, both CID and ED office are involved, and we have been investigated there as well, and we have produced required documents to their satisfaction that we are no way connected with this scam and all.
Meanwhile, weighing in on the new developments in the case, Karnataka leader of opposition R. Ashoka accused Chief Minister Siddaramaiah of giving a clean chit to Nagendra and his fellow Congress colleague MLA Basanagowda Dadal even before the probe is over. The BJP leader vowed to continue protests, alleging that the government looted money meant for the welfare of Dalits.
Siddaramaiah given the clean chit to Nagendra and Daggal. Means this government is avoiding. They want to close the 187 crores of Dalit scandal. Dalit amount gone to Hyderabad, Telangana. They want to close it. That's why yesterday CM given the statement. It is wrong. They looted. Congress government looted this Dalit amount. Will not leave.
As new details emerge in the mega fund swindle case, the image of the Siddaramaiah government continues to take a beating.
Forced to roll back its proposed bill guaranteeing 100% reservation to Kannadigas in the private sector, in the face of a furor, the Congress government is readying a new draft legislation aimed at filling its dwindling coffers. Watch this report.
Even as the dust is yet to settle on the row over the proposed bill to grant 100% job quotas to Kannadigas in private firms, the Karnataka government has kicked up a fresh storm with another proposed legislation. The Siddaramaiah government is reportedly considering presenting a bill proposing a 2% cess on movie tickets and OTT subscriptions. According to government sources, the Cine and Cultural Activist Welfare Cess is aimed at the welfare of artists associated with the showbiz industry. With the government forced on the back foot after protests over the proposed job quotas, the new draft legislation is a fresh attempt by the government to fill its coffers and pass on its fiscal burden to the people.
Karnataka government is planning to introduce a cess on movie tickets as well as OTT subscriptions, and the bill has already been tabled in the Karnataka Assembly. Amidst much outrage from many of these film aficionados too, will this particular bill stand the test of the time? Do they have the numbers in the council for this bill to be passed as well? Is something that needs to be seen.
The BJP hits out at the Congress government, calls proposed legislation as the latest example of its khatakat loot. The government, which is struggling for funds to meet its poll guarantees, earlier faced massive protests for hiking the petrol and diesel prices in the state. BJP national spokesperson Shehzad Poonawalla says that the government is finding new excuses to loot the people.
पानी, बिजली, दूध, पेट्रोल, डीजल, बस के दाम बढ़ाने के बाद अब कर्नाटका कांग्रेस ने तय किया है कि आपके सिनेमा हॉल टिकट के भी और ओटीटी सब्सक्रिप्शन के भी दाम बढ़ा देंगे। उस पर भी सेस चार्ज किया जाएगा। बहाने कुछ भी दे, सेस चार्ज होगा, आपकी जेब से कटेगा। कटेगा क्यों? क्योंकि इतना लूट किया है और सारी तिजोरी खाली कर दी है। मूडा स्कैम 5000 करोड़, वाल्मीकि स्कैम 180 करोड़, चावल स्कैम 120 करोड़, तथाकथित गारंटी में सारी तिजोरियां खाली। मैं नहीं कह रहा हूं, चीफ मिनिस्टर के एडवाइजर कह रहे हैं। तो अब लगातार पेट्रोल, पानी, डीजल, दूध, बस के दाम बढ़ाने के बाद टिकट के भी दाम बढ़ाने वाले हैं। यही है खटाखट लूट मॉडल।
With the proposed job quota bill now on the back burner, it is to be seen if the bid to tax moviegoers and OTT subscribers in the state meets the same fate.
Trouble has mounted for Manorama Khedkar, the mother of entitled trainee IAS Pooja Khedkar, who is already behind bars in an Arms Act case. In the latest development, the police have seized a luxury car registered in her name, along with her licensed firearm and 3 bullets. A building linked to her has also been sealed for flouting environmental norms. Here's a report.
There is simply no respite for entitled trainee IS Pooja Khedkar and her kin, as the Pune police has now piled on the heat on her arrested mother Manorama. In the latest, the police have seized her luxury car along with a licensed firearm and 3 bullets in the Arms Act case she was arrested in. The firearm seized is the same that she used to intimidate farmers in a viral video earlier.
पूजा खेड़कर के साथ साथ पूजा खेड़कर के परिवार की मुश्किलें लगातार बढ़ती जा रही है। जहां पुणे पुलिस कार्रवाई कर रही है, वहीं पुणे महानगर पालिका ने भी कार्रवाई करना शुरू कर दिया है।
Adding to Manorama's woes, the Pune Chinchwad Municipal Corporation sealed a city-based company linked to her for flouting environmental norms. PCMC engineer Makarand Nikam said that the building came up in the red zone without necessary clearances from the civic body.
वो सर्वे नंबर 53 तलोड़े है, वो रेड जोन में आता है। वो रेड जोन में कोई भी बांधकाम अलाउड नहीं है और हमारे कॉरपोरेशन से तो उन्होंने कोई ऐसा बिल्डिंग परमिशन पहले भी नहीं लिया है, तो जाहिर है कि वो एक इलीगल बिल्डिंग है। आज की डेट में तो इलीगल बिल्डिंग है। कोई भी इलीगल बिल्डिंग हो तो उसको पहला नोटिस दिया जाता है। नोटिस देने के बाद उनका कुछ है, उनको बताना है तो वो बता सकते हैं। कुछ डॉक्यूमेंटेशन देना है तो डॉक्यूमेंट दे सकते हैं। उनका सब स्क्रूटनी करके फाइनल ऑर्डर हो जाएगा। उसके बाद में जो एक्शन होता है वो 2 टाइप का होता है। एक तो FIR किया जाता है और वो बिल्डिंग डिमोलिश किया जाता है। आज तो ध्यान में आया है कल से ही कि वो अनऑथराइज्ड बिल्डिंग है। अभी बाकी का कार्रवाई वो एज पर लॉ हम शुरू करेंगे।
After briefly evading the capture, Manorama was arrested from a lodge in Raigad where she was said to be lying low. An official order was issued earlier cancelling the training of Pooja Khedkar for faking disability certificates to secure a posting and pushing for perks she was not entitled to as a trainee. With her firearm now seized, Manorama now finds herself deeper in the clutches of the law enforcers, even as the news tightens around her daughter for faking disability papers and defrauding the UPSC.
Well, these were the top stories in this bulletin. Thank you for watching. I am Pragya Bakshi Sharma. But do not forget to tune into our show at 6:30. Nation wants to grow, the latest from the business world. Thank you.
we mark the 25 years of Kargil Vijay Divas, let's remember the brave souls who stood tall in the face of adversity, defending our nation with unmatched valor. Their sacrifices will always be a beacon of inspiration for all of us. Today and always, saluting our real heroes. Jai Hind.
In the India Today Best Universities 2023 survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
A grateful nation thanks Vice President Joseph R. Biden Jr. for his lifetime of service on behalf of the United States of America.
Best Vice President America's ever had, Mr. Joe Biden. This also gives the internet one last chance to talk about our bromance. We can end this shutdown. A whole bunch of families, not just here in Washington, but all across the country, will have the certainty that a patient.
Thank you, Rani, for coming and being with us. Let me start by asking you, how did you discover Rani?
First of all, thank you very much for having me here. And I've had a wonderful relationship with Republic. And I have been an ardent fan of your conversations. So I consider it a privilege and an honor to be sitting here in front of you. My father will be very happy. Certain times I want to draw attention to what a celebratory moment it is for us as a community to be, as the transgender community in India is the oldest transgender community in the world. So when people ask me, you know, what is this? You choose one gender. You know, why are you so confused? Why is it shaking your gender if I'm living my gender? You know, so I always tell them that the relevance and जो transgender communities हैं हमारे भारत में in India, they've been there since time immemorial. Since the time in history, in cultural references, in scriptures, everywhere you see. So actually, जो transphobia, homophobia बोलते हैं ना, the first of all, homophobic is not कुछ आपने कोई तीर नहीं मारे हैं. It's actually an irrational fear. By definition, homophobia is an irrational fear. So when we talk about homophobia or transphobia, we're basically talking about your lack of knowledge and ignorance to an entire community of transgender people that has been there for very long.
Yes.
And I'm not saying कि मैं transgender हूँ तो आप भी बनिए. My thing is that I don't understand this one thing, that when I accepted, or I see so many of my sisters who accept themselves for who they are, suddenly some men and some women start quaking. They start shivering like this. But we don't shiver when you are in the room. So is my gender weak, or is your gender shaking because of my presence? You know, so your manhood should not be affected if you're such a man. You know, and they'll be like, why don't you go to default settings? Well, I was in my default settings for 30 years of my life, and I did pretty well for myself. I'm a double master's in psychology. बड़ा अच्छा लगता है ना जब ऑडियंस ताली बजाती है और हमारी तालियों से डरती नहीं है. Whenever I'm on stage, when you know I was sharing the stage, the same stage that Beyonce, Rihanna, in a sari, I am in a sari or I'm in a ghagra and I'm doing my thing. और मैं अपनी रीजनल म्यूज़िक को रिप्रेजेंट करती हूँ अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पे, तो कौन से जेंडर में रिप्रेजेंट करती हूँ वो छोड़ो ना, आप आंख बंद करके गाना सुनो. It's that. So when I became Rani, I realized that, well, if you don't understand why I'm a certain way, you don't have to. I don't know how to fly a plane, but I got to Delhi from Mumbai. I sat at the back and I got here. I don't have to understand everything, but I can respect it from a distance. So I thought that, you know, when I became Rani, it was meant to be. And I guess when you see yourself in the mirror, जब आप अपने आप को देखते हैं, and you're like, ये कुछ तो, you know, कुछ तो है जो मतलब only I can evoke that out of myself, and that was Rani. And I think everybody has a Kohinoor inside them. It's about time to evoke that and celebrate it.
Tell us about your struggles. I mean, some of the toughest points in your journey to becoming Rani Kohinoor where you are today.
When it comes to transgender rights, it's human rights before politics. I think that policy making is a part and parcel of it, but at the very base of it, what are we asking you for? We're asking you for education, healthcare, and jobs.
Respect.
And of course, and with that would automatically come respect. But initially, what we need to understand is that there are many intersections. Even within my community, we also have many communities that are even more sidelined, based on caste, based on, you know, many.
There's casteism even.
Of course.
Wow.
My dear, we cannot ignore the fact that it's an abomination that we're dealing with for many years. Casteism, not just in my, in my community, in yours, and as in men and women, everywhere.
Course, yeah.
And I think that that's something that we need to put forward. Like, I'm privileged because my parents didn't throw me out of the house. Otherwise, I would not be on the hoardings. I would be under them, selling myself.
Yeah.
And I think that's why if I have got a safe net, मगर मेरे माँ बाप ने मुझे नहीं निकाला घर से, तो मैं मेरी कला के द्वारा I will provide that safe net to my kids. You can be whatever you want. What was that struggle when we were doing those debates? There were people who used to say stuff to our face on national television.
I remember.
Yeah, but where are they now?
Yeah.
You know, here I am, putting India on the global map time and again, in a wonderful sari every time. What are they doing? Still crying about what my... Now, come on, now the government has understood, the Supreme Court has given us, a recognition on paper as transgender people. So what do they want? तो मैं वापस transgender नहीं बनूंगी आपके वापस बोलने से ना, मैं तो हूँ. So that's nothing what you're telling me. You're describing me when you use these words in a derogatory way. I don't take it in a derogatory way. So you're making a fool out of yourself. It's like saying, "Ye mard." If I say that to you, you'll be like, "Okay, so वो तो मैं हूँ." तो अगर आप मेरे को हिजड़ा, किन्नर, trans बोलोगे, but I'm also successful. I'm a wonderful singer. I'm a wonderful friend. I'm a mother. I have started my career as a drag artist in a bar, and I have no shame.
Is that in Mumbai?
I have no shame. It's all over. I in fact started in Delhi, in New Delhi, and then I went to Mumbai. Then I went to Kolkata, in Bangalore, Hyderabad, Chennai, Darjeeling, everywhere. I've gone literally in Jammu. So I have performed everywhere in this country majorly. And I'm so proud that people, ठीक है, people will be like, क्या है, अब ये कौन है, खुसरा है, छक्का है, they'll say all of that. But when I start singing, art has no gender.
True.
Art has no gender.
Well said.
So I thought, like, look at the audience. मैं गांव खेड़े में जाके गाती हूँ, अभी उनको क्या फर्क पड़ रहा है कि मेरा मेल फीमेल या अदर में टिक मार्क है. आप अच्छे सुर लगाओ, आप उनको नचाओ, आप उनका दिल जीतो, बस. That is my job as an artist, and for me to see my audience happy, बस मुझे और कुछ नहीं चाहिए. So I have realized that this is it.
I'm sure in everyone's journey there's someone who's your inspiration, a rock, and and how important has that been for you, and who has been that person / people?
When I'm lucky to be born to my parents. मेरे माता पिता इतने अच्छे इंसान हैं. मैंने कुछ पुण्य किए होंगे जो मुझे I got to be their child. So my mother and father for sure. And then my children, because they gave me the privilege to be a mother. My kids and my parents, I keep saying that I'm in the middle of two generations. I'm always in the middle, just like my gender, you know. I'm always so blessed. I feel considered so blessed to have such a wonderful kids, wonderful parents. And I just want to make sure that every parent who's watching this knows कि please आप अपने बच्चे को अपनाएं, उनको प्यार दें, give them love, unconditional love, because they will make you so proud. That's the one thing they want. And they want you to, you know, give them that reassurance that love, and it should be unconditional. It's not like I will love you because you're this.
Yeah.
I will love you because you're that. Because then you're not parents. आप सिर्फ एक मर्द और औरत हो. आप माँ बाप नहीं कहला सकते क्योंकि only a child will give birth to a parent. बिना बच्चे के आप क्या हो? आप ठीक है, आप मर्द या औरत हो ना. You're not a parent. So I would like to give that message to parents and be better, do better. You're in 2024, you can do better.
Yeah. I mean, I can't imagine having a conversation on a stage at a platform like this in 2010, for example. I'm just giving you an example. So
we used to, but
you used to, but in debates. In debates, right? What kind of changes do you see, Rani, in society's perception towards the LGBTQIA plus community now? Has it improved over the years? Is it better?
I would say it's better. In terms of certain policies that are made, I would like to celebrate the fact that India is one of the only countries that has a national portal for transgender people, where you can, kahin se bhi, anywhere in the country, you can go on this national transgender portal and you can fill in the form and get your transgender certificate, which is a documentation required to change your Aadhaar card and your documentation. It's a very easy process. So there are certain policies, I think we've come the NALSA judgment of 2014, I think not even the United States, not even any European country has given that level of respect in 2014 to a community which is a marginalized community based on gender. So there is every year, if we've seen the gender budget that comes out. Now the lop side of it is that policies are made. Are they implemented? Maybe not as far as or as much as we would like. And that is shown to you how कि आपको मेरे जैसी ट्रांसजेंडर जो इंसान हैं आपको बहुत कम दिखेंगे जो मतलब स्पष्ट शब्दों में आपसे बात कर सके. They can be as articulate in many languages because of their education or the lack thereof. Why do you see so many of my sisters on the street? Do you think that they like to do that? Would you like to stand on the street and beg every day for a living when you know you are much more than that? Or would you like to do that? None of us would like to do that. And none of us would like to see our children do that. So they are also children of this country. We have to take accountability of it. You're not here to create ghetto cultures. You're here to provide for them. And we have, you know, the National Institute of Social Defense doing wonderful work, and the Social Justice Ministry also has been doing wonderful work. But we have to come together to create an awareness in the people. People are what make a country. So if we are going to pretend like, okay, yeah, they're there, but you're going to feel bad, please don't feel bad for me. Please, I pay a lot of tax. I want my daughters, sisters also to be capable of being productive members of society. एक तो ये होता है कि ये ट्रांस है, ये तो वहाँ पर कितना पटपट इंग्लिश में बात करती है. You know, why not?
Has anybody said that to you?
Yes, of course. When they see me in a sari, they look at me, and you know how they have this preconceived notion, because Bollywood has done us no favors till very recently by casting us to play those roles. And I think you need to have a spine to actually call them out and say, you've made absolutely rubbish content, which is why your audience doesn't know about us. Once they understand us and once they understand our journeys, और उनको भी यही ये लगे कि हमारे भी माँ बाप है, हमारी भी आशाएं हैं, हम भी वही चीजें करना चाहते हैं जो आप करना चाहते हैं. But that's it. Once you understand you are as normal and human as you, then the conversation changes.
On this debate, when you spoke about the government taking steps to ensure there's inclusivity, right? And I saw a few comments on social media, people saying, India's, this is a very dangerous woke route that we are taking and we should be cautious. How do you respond to those people?
I don't respond to them.
But do you think it's important
for my mental health?
But do you think it's also important to respond to such people? You
I
need
don't
a debate
think so.
around that.
They're not paying my bills, na? Why should I respond to them? Now, I may not like this conversation. I'm allowed to not like it. To question what I am, please question. You're not getting the answers. I'm not going to be answerable to you. How about you go and cry in a corner? You don't like me, you're not supposed to. But if you like me, please sit and enjoy my art. Please sit and enjoy the conversations I would love to have with you. If you don't, you know where the doors are.
You have a huge following on social media. How do you connect with people from the LGBTQIA community beyond work on gender-related topics? How important also is it to do that?
I live my life very authentically. मैं अपना देखती हूँ और अपने में ही अगर मैंने मेरी दुनिया ना इमीडिएट जो दुनिया है, मेरे बच्चे हैं, मेरे माता पिता हैं, मेरे दोस्त हैं, मेरे कॉलीग्स होते हैं, मैं उनको खुश रखने का जिम्मेदारी लेती हूँ, उनको खुश रखने की जिम्मेदारी लेती हूँ, बाकियों का नहीं ले सकती, बिकॉज इट्स अ वेरी डेंजरस प्रीडिस्पोजिशन दैट यू आर एक्सपोजिंग योरसेल्फ टू. अब मैंने सबका ठेका लेके रख दिया, even in the community. I don't take the ठेका of everyone. I can't. One person cannot do that. So therefore, even for example, one single person cannot hold an entire country together and every department. So therefore, you have cabinet.
Yes,
you have a cabinet. Therefore, you have different portfolios. So therefore, even in your personal life, you are supposed to designate that work to people. To, for example, I may not be able to do certain things in my house. I would require physical help, or I would require mental, spiritual help for some certain things. So when I make my content, अब मैं तो गाना गा रही हूँ ना, मैं थोड़ी मर्द औरत है ट्रांसजेंडर गाना गा रही हूँ, मैं तो वही सुर लगाती हूँ जो मर्द और औरत भी लगाते हैं, शायद उनसे 2-3 और ही लगाती हूँ, But the thing is that when I sang, for example, with Sunidhi ma'am, my debut song in Bollywood was with Sunidhi Chauhan. अब ना उन्होंने थोड़ी मेरे को बोला कि नहीं मैं रानी के लिए गा रही हूँ. I performed the song. I was the first trans person to perform a song, sing and act in the same film, and recreate a song like Pari Hu Main. Okay, with Sunidhi Chauhan. Do you think that I sang a trans version of the same song in the same studio next to her? और उसने औरत वाला परी हूँ मैं गाया और मैंने हिजड़ा वाला गाया या मैंने ट्रांस वाला गाया. ये क्या, कहाँ से आते हैं ये सवाल ही कहाँ से आते हैं? गाना गाना है, कला कला है. आप कला को एंजॉय कीजिए. कलाकार को जज करने का आपको ना किसी ने हक दिया है, ना आपका किसी को मतलब फर्क भी पड़ता है. आप कला को एंजॉय कीजिए, आंख बंद करके सुकून से बैठ के मेरे गाने को एंजॉय कीजिए. That's what I do.
Rani, I mean, you are the drag queen of India. So how's that journey been, and has there been any inspiration or a style icon for you?
Rekha ji. I think Rekha ji.
You dress a lot like Rekha ji.
Do you think so?
I think so.
She has gifted me 2 Kanjivaram saris when I was on Big Boss, and I defeated the girls in a dancing competition on her songs. So I did Salame Ishq, and with her, जो कलाइयों में एक वो नज़ाकत होती है ना कलाइयों में, वो मैंने सिर्फ in from that generation, and in the eyes. There's nritya, and you know, so with her, and in our culture, in Indian culture, we've got such wonderful dance forms, traditional, folk, classical. So Rekha ji is an amalgamation of, you know, little of everything. Yeah. And I think that she has been a style icon for me.
Have you gone through like really low moments? I mean, why don't you speak about them as well? I think it's important to
I
hear.
think so.
Yeah.
Yes, because there are always going to be like the waves. There are highs and lows, like the tide, right? So, and in life also, there is always going to this. It's never all the time good time. It's not always a party. It's not always rainbows and butterflies.
Of course.
No. But I think that once you understand that that is part and parcel of this journey, it becomes easier. You start otherwise looking at people, you know, please don't take, you know, people who only show you a colorful thing on the internet and all that. I'm very honest. Last month, my house burned down.
In Mumbai?
Yes.
Okay.
My house burned down to ashes. And I have to start again from scratch, right? At 34 now. And after spending 18 years in this industry as an entertainer and an artist. But I'm not going to sit in a corner and sulk because immediately I gave myself time. I took trauma counseling. I did that. I spent time with myself. I cried for 2 days. And then I realized, okay, I finished. You're finished. You're done crying. Now you have to wear your big girl pants and go to work. It's that. You have to still have to put food on the table.
Yeah.
You have to put food on the table. So lows and highs will happen.
Yeah.
You have to celebrate the small wins. आप जिंदा हो, आपने 2 waves महामारी की मार के आप इधर आए हैं, इधर बैठे हैं. You all are safe and sound. You all have defeated 2 waves of a world pandemic. You all are great. You know, by itself. So you imagine the trauma that we have all gone through as a. It's not like my trauma is more than yours. You also must have gone through struggles, but we all have to deal with it. और क्या करें? हम लोग कितना ही हमारे दोस्तों के साथ उनको बिठा के, you know, ऐसे एक मतलब 2-3 पैग लगा के कितना ही बैठेंगे. You know, it's like, how much are you going to sulk? You have to get moving. You have to keep it moving.
Yeah. What would you advise the youth sitting here for their following of unconventional dreams? Many of them, you know, because they had questions on careers, on content creation, but to take that unconventional, to tread a new path, what's your message to them?
See, this another thing is I don't consider myself unconventional or what I do unconventional, because when I started studying psychology, I got an industrial and organizational behavioral psychology degree. Then I went into counseling psychology. Then I went into emotional writing and intelligence. And then I went into research methodology. So my father was like, "ये कब तुम इस्तेमाल करोगी इसको? तुम कमाती तो नाच गा के ही हो." So मैंने बोला, "But I understand my audience, na? I understand." My thesis for my master's degree was on how product packaging affects consumer buying behavior. Now, when you look at me, you'll be like, my God, she knows all this? I was like, yeah, because I like reading books more than reading people. So I think it's fun. And my favorite subjects were RM, research methodology and statistics. But when people look at me, they're like, and my first job was as a quantitative and qualitative, both researcher in a market research agency. So, but that was my first job. And I enjoyed it. I loved coming up with new, like, you know, computations of, you know, variables and stuff. So for me, that fascinates me. But it doesn't have to fascinate everyone. And nothing is unconventional. I think singing is the most conventional, organic thing that could have happened to my life. If I wouldn't have sung, imagine. And for that, that's why I say that, you know, you can do whatever you want and not call it unconventional. Do whatever you want. I can't give you advice. Honestly, I'm nobody to give you advice because I am not some, you know, final word on anything. You have to choose what you want to do in life, and you have to concentrate on that and do it. Forget about what people might think about it.
But I feel Rani Kohinoor is an icon, you know, from the LGBTQIA community, and that is the reason why I asked you that question. We've seen you on TV, in music videos, and you're all over social media. Tell us a little more about your upcoming projects and any surprise?
Yes, today my web series, which is a crime thriller, has released on Sony Live.
Okay.
And it's called 36 Days. And I'm very happy that I've got a wonderful web series under a very big banner and on a show where I used to watch on a channel. Sony is been, of course. So for me, it's just a very big a moment where I can celebrate my artistry with wonderful co-actors. Like Amruta Tai Khanvilkar is somebody who when I met her on set, I was just like, and then my director is like, nahi hoga isse. Ye bol hi nahi rahi hai iske dialogues, because I was just smitten. I've only seen her on screen and we've only danced to her songs. But I have done, in my opinion, my mother, who's my biggest critic, said that I've done a fairly decent job. So I think you all should watch it.
A big round of applause, please.
With that, I would request Niranjan to please felicitate.
In the India Today Best Universities 2023 survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School, Bengaluru.
A grateful nation thanks Vice President Joseph R. Biden Jr. for his lifetime of service on behalf of the United States of America.
Best Vice President America's ever had, Mr. Joe Biden. This also gives the internet one last chance to talk about our bromance. We can end this shutdown. A whole bunch of families, not just here in Washington, but all across the country, will have the certainty that But I just wanted to get some folks together to pay tribute to somebody who's not only been by my side for the duration of this amazing journey, but somebody who has devoted his entire professional life to service to this country. The best Vice President America's ever had, Mr. Joe Biden. Yesterday I traveled to New York City, and along with some of the 9/11.
Cardiff. I'm here with...
Hello, my name's Inspector Ali Nichols. I'm the East Leeds Neighbourhood Police Inspector.
There is an ongoing situation currently in Hare Hills. We're aware of that. The police is here. We are asking everybody in the area to please stay at home at this moment in time.
Yeah, so if you can all just stay where you are, stay in your houses. We will manage this. And if you're out in the crowd, I could just ask you to go home, please.
Park-sponsored terror resurges in the valley. Anti-quota protests hit Hasina's government. Former Foreign Secretary Harsh Shringla joins us live tonight at 7 p.m. in This Is Exclusive.
This is Republic and you're watching This Is Exclusive with me, Shavan Sen. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight our focus on two stories. One, what's really happening in our neighboring country in Bangladesh, and why should India be concerned about it? Tonight on This Is Exclusive, we have the former Foreign Secretary, who's also been the High Commissioner to Bangladesh, Harsh Shringla, who will be joining us. The question that we are raising, whether at all there is any sort of foreign hand in the protests that are taking place in Bangladesh. 105 people have already lost their lives. Who exactly is responsible for the deaths that are taking place in Bangladesh? And why exactly should India be worried about the current situation? That's our top focus tonight. And the other story that we're going to get to you tonight is with regards to what's really happening in Jammu. And whether at all there is a cause of concern, because if you take a look at the number of attacks that have taken place, particularly in the Jammu belt, there was a point in time that Kashmir was largely seen as a hotbed for Pakistani terrorism. But that has shifted gears and it has now moved to Jammu. We'll explain tonight on This Is Exclusive why there is a change in tactics, and also that one defining image that we are bringing to you tonight. The training that takes place in Pakistan, the weapons that are being used by the Pakistani army is also found with the same terrorists who were gunned down. All this and much more in this edition of This Is Exclusive. But first, let's take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour. After back-to-back terror attacks, high-level security meet held in Jammu, Army Chief present. Pakistan police cracks down on peaceful Hindu protesters demanding action in Priya Kumar abduction case. No end to unrest in Bangladesh. Sheikh Hasina now cancels all her foreign trips. Centre steps up efforts amid Bangladesh turmoil. More than 1,000 Indians repatriated. Train services from Kolkata to Dhaka stand suspended as unrest continues unabated. Ladies and gentlemen, in recent weeks, we have been seen back-to-back terror attacks that have actually taken place in the Jammu region. Now, as the Supreme Court set the deadline for the elections in Jammu and Kashmir, we see that there is a pattern that is taking place. Now, is it an attempt that the Pakistanis are once again making to foment trouble in Jammu and Kashmir? After the abrogation of Article 370, we saw that the number of terror activities in Kashmir, in the valley, has reduced substantially. Why is it that things are not really changing in Jammu? Why is it that it brings back memories of what we saw back in the 90s, particularly areas like Riyasi, Doda? These are places where attacks have taken place in 90 when terrorism was at its peak. So what has really changed? And how exactly is Pakistan playing
a role in all of this. Tonight on This Is Exclusive, we are also going to get you a visual proof of how the Pakistani army is responsible for the attacks that have taken place in Jammu. But before that, take a look at this consolidated report that we're putting together for you to understand the number of attacks that have taken place and a clear pattern that is actually emerging.
The recent spike in terror attacks in Jammu and Kashmir has become a nationwide cause of concern. The valley has seen over 50 casualties in the last 33 months, as constant ambush on army personnel and residents is becoming a standard modus operandi of Pak-based terrorists. Since Prime Minister Modi took office in his third term on June 9th, over 10 terror incidents have taken place in Jammu and Kashmir in the last 40 days. From Riyasi on June 9th to repeated attacks in Doda, Poonch and Kathua. It is the Jammu belt that is emerging as the new epicenter of Pakistan-sponsored terrorism. After forces neutralized 2 terrorists in the search operations and encounter in the Keran sector of Kupwara just 2 days ago, Republic has accessed undeniable evidence of Pakistani army's involvement in sponsoring terror attacks across the border. In the cache of arms the army confiscated from the slain terrorists were multiple bullets and grenades, an AK-47 rifle and an AUG rifle with scope, the same make and kind used by Pak forces. Just last night, Home Minister Amit Shah had chaired a high-level meeting to review the deployment strategy of forces in the valley. Sources say that the forces are set to make major change in operational tactics in Jammu region, which has fallen prey to many terror attacks in recent weeks. With possible additional deployments on the horizon in Jammu, sources report that forces are expected to deploy smaller counter-terror operations to contain collateral damage while operating in Jammu.
Let's now first take you through the timeline of the attacks that have taken place in this very region. We'll also try and help you understand which are the places that we're really talking about. Let's take a look at it. This area that you're taking a look at is an area which has got dense foliage. This was on 18th of July where 1 terrorist was killed, and that's in Doda. It's in Doda itself just a few days later where 4 army personnel, they were killed in action. That happened on 16th of July, again at the same very place. I'll try and tell you why it's happening all in Doda, and then of course there are other places also. Let's move to the other areas where it has come in. In Kathua, that was on 8th of July where 5 army personnel were killed in action. 4 of them were also injured. Let's take a look at the other places. In Kulgam, 6 terrorists were killed, 2 army personnel, they were killed in action. This was again on 6th of July in Kulgam. In Baramulla, of course, that changes, the tactics actually change, but that's in the valley that we're looking at. 2 terrorists who were killed, 2 army personnel, they were killed in action. I beg your pardon, they were injured. On 18th of June in Poonch area, there was an exchange of fire because this is where the sightings actually took place. Terrorist sightings took place. There was an encounter that took place between the Jammu and Kashmir police, the Rashtriya Rifles, and of course you also had the paramilitary force being involved. Again, goes back to Doda where there was a gunfire that took place. 1 police personnel was injured. This was on June 12th. So if you see, starting from June to about July, the number of attacks that have taken place have increased substantially. Now this is not very far away from Doda where 2 terrorists were killed, 1 Jawan was killed in action and 5 of them were injured. That's on 11th of June. 9th of June, Riyasi. 9 pilgrims were killed, 42 injured. Now, I'll just stay with this and I'll explain to you why Riyasi is very important. Now, back in the 90s, particularly in the year 1995 and thereafter, in Riyasi, the number of attacks that took place and some pockets where the searches were basically carried out, it never happened earlier. And there was an entire period where perhaps we did not see a single attack actually take place in Riyasi. But that has now completely changed. Now, in this edition of This Is Exclusive, we'll explain this to you too as to why Riyasi. Let's move on to the others that we have put together. Now, this is a consolidated report of the number of attacks that have taken place just between June and July. Now, let me also bring in my colleague Gursimran, who's joining us on this broadcast, and I'll also go across in a short while from now, take you through two images. Let's keep that ready. The image one is with regards to the training that is taking place in the Pakistani army base. We'll go full frame with that visual once that is ready. And the image that we've also accessed now, that is from Kiran sector, where the recovery was actually made, and you'll find that both the images are quite similar. Now, this that you see on your screen is Pakistani army training in one of their army base. Let's go full frame. Let's try and take this image, this video full frame, while Gursimran and I would be breaking it down for our viewers why we are showing this video, and then we'll take you through the other video that we have, the other image of the recovery that was made just about a few days ago. Now, let's put this into perspective, Gursimran. The image that we're putting out, this is of the recovery that was made. And the video that we showed a short while back, the same ammunition that is actually used, the same weapon that has been used by the Pakistani army is actually was recovered from Kiran sector.
Yes, Shravan, it is AUG satire that has been recovered from the terrorists of Lashkar-e-Toiba. To be very specific, they were PAF terrorists, that is an offshoot of Lashkar-e-Toiba, and they were in a bid to sneak into the Indian territory. 3 terrorists were attempting to infiltrate, 2 were neutralized, and from them, this AUG satire, which uses the ammunition as same as the M4 carbine, that is a US-made rifle, it uses the same NATO 5.56 mm ammunition. This has been recovered, and now another video has surfaced that we have got to know from our sources within the establishment that this is the same weapon that the Pakistan's SSG uses. SSG is Special Services Group of the Pakistani Army, that is the trained commando, and also there are certain reports that have emerged that the terrorists that are fighting, that are in the upper reaches of the Doda as well as in Udhampur and Kathua, they are also SSG trained commandos. So it is very likely that the Pakistan is either sending the SSG commandos or the SSG trained commandos into the Indian territory, and the group that has been eliminated in the Kiran sector of the Kupwara based on the intelligence input of the Jammu and Kashmir police, that was also the same group, possibly the trained by the Pakistani SSG or itself an SSG commando that was trying to sneak in. This has been the modus operandi of the terror groups, that the group commander always carry a sophisticated weapon, be it M4, because the history of the M4 is something that the Jammu and Kashmir police saw for the first time in 2017 when the nephew of Masood Azhar was killed in the Pulwama. It was first attempt, it was the first major operation of the J&K police after revival of Jaish-e-Mohammed after 4 to 5 years in the Kashmir Valley. And then they saw that the terror groups are changing their modus operandi. They are no more restricted to the AK series rifle but are shifting to the advanced weapons. And yesterday also, after the recovery of the AUG Steyr, when we spoke to the officials in the Indian Army, they said that the Pakistani terror groups are increasing their levels because they are getting a direct patronage from the Pakistani Army. If you remember, Shravan, it was on the 14th of June when we broke down the details that the Pakistani Army's, Pakistani Air Force and Pakistani Navy's official communication said the micro communication device was recovered from the terrorists that were killed on 13th of June in the Kathua district. Both were the Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists, and when they were neutralized, it came into being that they were getting the active support from the Pakistani Army as they were holding the communication device of the Pakistani Army. So this entire modus operandi to destabilize Jammu and Kashmir, putting focus on the international border for Jaish-e-Mohammed line of control for the Lashkar-e-Toiba, Pakistani Army is trying to push as many as terrorists into the Jammu region so that they can disrupt the peace and can send a message that all is not well in Jammu and Kashmir. Shravan.
Well, thank you very much, Gursimran, for getting us the latest details. We have put out the visual evidence of the Pakistani link. The same very weapon which is used by the Pakistani Army for their training was found with the terrorists who were gunned down. Let's now take you through what's really happening in our neighboring country in Bangladesh. 105 lives have been lost in protests that have been taking place over the last 1 week. Protests are not only taking place in Dhaka but several other cities in Bangladesh. That's got a direct impact as far as India is concerned, where the rescue operation is also being carried out with about 50,000 Indians residing in Bangladesh. Roughly about 900 Indians have already been rescued. But we'll also look into the politics of it. Now, how exactly did the protests actually begin? Who is really behind it? Is there any foreign hand? All of this perhaps would be explained in a short while from now by the Foreign Secretary, former Foreign Secretary Harsh Shringla, who's also been the High Commissioner to Bangladesh. He'll be joining us in a short while from now. But before that, take a look at this report.
Nearly 1,000 Indian students evacuated from Bangladesh after protests over quota system in government jobs took a dramatic and violent turn. This led to a standoff between authorities and protesters, following which police resorted to using tear gas and batons to quell the protest. The protest began in Dhaka on 15th of July and within 5 days has resulted in an internet shutdown and thousands fleeing the nation. Meanwhile, 200 students from India, including 39 from Meghalaya, are being repatriated through the Sonamura border from Bangladesh. They are expected to arrive in Shillong by tomorrow morning. Following this, Republic spoke to Meghalaya Chief Minister Conrad Sangma. Listen to what he had to say.
Slowly and steadily, most of the students and other citizens who are stuck there, including citizens from Bhutan and Nepal, have also managed to come through the Dauki port into Meghalaya and have safely again gone forward to their respective areas. And just about half an hour or 1 hour back, we also got some more positive news that students who were studying in the Eastern Medical College in Bangladesh, which is bordering Agartala, they have also managed to cross the border just about half an hour back. So that's another good news.
Amid the escalating protests, train services between Kolkata and Bangladesh have been cancelled. The protests, which began on July 15th in Dhaka, have spread across the nation, taking a violent turn, forcing Sheikh Hasina to deploy the military and announcing a nationwide curfew. Earlier today, officials announced that Sheikh Hasina has also cancelled a foreign visit to Brazil and Spain. Over 113 people have been killed during the protests in Bangladesh. As per reports, at least 300 police officers have been injured in the clashes in Dhaka. The action of the protesters have made it very clear they want to end the quota system and they are determined to continue the protest. Will Sheikh Hasina accept the protesters' demands and abolish the age-old reservation policy? Or will these escalating protests add to Hasina government's mounting troubles?
Getting at some more breaking news on this story. Chief Minister of Meghalaya has now put out the latest update with regards to the rescue operation. 37 Indian students have been brought from Bangladesh through the Sonamura border. In fact, these are images that have been put out by the Chief Minister, and he says that medical students from Bangladesh have safely crossed Sonamura border in Tripura. So just to understand, is there at all a foreign hand behind these protests? Let's understand one thing, that can these protests really be spontaneous in nature? However, having said that, Bangladesh in the past has also seen, as many would say, rich student protest, Bhasha Andolan to begin with, and several other protests that have taken place. But what's the nature of the kind of protests that are taking place and the quota protests that we're talking about? We've seen the kind of face-off that Sheikh Hasina's government has had in the past too, in her previous term, as far as bringing back the quota is concerned. For more on this, I'm also joined in by our former Foreign Secretary. He's also had a rich experience in Bangladesh, served as the High Commissioner to Bangladesh. Mr. Harshvardhan Shringla is joining us on this broadcast. Mr. Shringla, thank you very much for joining us on Republic TV. Let me straight away begin by asking you the political nature of the protests that are taking place in Dhaka. It goes way beyond than what meets the eye right now of students being on the streets. Not to forget that, can we really look forego the fact that the BNP and the Jamaat could also be behind it, the fact that there could be a foreign intervention, and I'll elaborate that in a short while from now, but I want your first preliminary understanding of what's currently happening in Bangladesh.
Thank you for having me on your show, Shavon. Now, to understand what the current situation is, I think we have to go back not just 5-6 days ago, but a couple of years ago. Students' protests have been happening in Bangladesh on various issues. One was on road safety. More recently, it was on the quota issue. And at that time, the government had given an assurance that quotas would be removed. But that order was stayed by the High Court, and now the matter is sub judice before the Supreme Court. So 5 or 6 days ago, students really came out and what seems to be a very spontaneous protest to say that, look, it's 53 years since the independence struggle of 1971. And while it was understandable that, a certain number of seats were reserved for descendants of freedom fighters at that time, but it's time now to have a more level playing field, and it's time to do away with these quotas. Altogether, 56% of government posts are reserved for various categories. 30% for descendants of freedom fighters, 10% for backward districts, 10% for women, 5% for ethnic minorities, and 1% for physically challenged people. And so I think the protesters want to do away with all except the last two categories. And the government did, I think, understand where this was coming from. They were receptive to the concerns of the students, and they said, look, we will do away with the quotas. And the other day, Sheikh Hasina actually addressed the nation, in which she said that we are with you on the removal of quotas, but the courts have intervened, and we are obliged to go by the decision of the Supreme Court, which is expected to come out shortly. More recently, we heard that that decision might come as early as tomorrow from the Supreme Court. And of course, government has also offered a dialogue to the students. So what actually started as a genuine movement for students escalated into violence, has now become a larger movement. And I think elements that are inimical to the government, starting with the opposition BNP. The BNP, as you recall, did not participate in democratic elections held earlier this year. They instead prefer to agitate and to come out in the streets in this manner. So this is their opportunity, and they have tried to seize the moment. You also have certain radical elements. The Jamaat Shibir, which is the youth wing of the Jamaat-e-Islami, which some of us would recall actually sided with Pakistan during the 1971 war, and are considered to be a very radical force in Bangladesh politics, have also come out onto the streets supporting the student movement. There's also reports that we get from Dhaka, and to what extent this is correct, as I've always said, has to be verified by the Bangladesh government itself. But clearly, fishing in troubled waters is something that a lot of intelligence agencies, especially those that are inimical to the Bangladesh government, would try. So it's not surprising that the ISI, our neighbor Pakistan's intelligence service, the ISI, has some interest in fanning the flames of this particular movement. So it's become a larger exercise, become more violent. And I think, honestly speaking, hasn't been handled very well on either side. But the fact of the matter is, today seems to be escalating into an issue, into a situation where others have got into the game, and those elements are not necessarily the original elements. The students, who we all know are a manifestation of the sensitive index of any country, they're the ones who come out first, and they're the ones who are more vocal in voicing the concerns, and they're the ones that have the most gain or lose, because obviously the quota system gave them only a certain number of seats to which they could access. So there are certain concerns, some of them are genuine, and the government seemed to be receptive, but today the situation has taken a different turn and has become, the dynamics have changed.
Can we really ignore Pakistan-China axis on this entire matter, given the fact that we have seen in the past too, how Pakistan has essentially tried to meddle with these issues. One of the reasons why Sheikh Hasina in the past had called those who were participating in the protest as Razakars. And with Razakars reference being brought in, there was a clear link or a clear hint that Sheikh Hasina was sending across to Pakistan. Let's not forget the significance of the word used by Sheikh Hasina in the past, particularly using the word Razakars for those participating in the protest.
Well, in 1971, while majority of the population were subject to Pakistani brutality, there was a small section that supported Pakistan, and those were referred to as Razakars. And actually, it is this section that was involved in some of the heinous human rights violations, killings, and crimes that were committed in 1971. The genocide of 1971 can be ascribed both to the Pakistani army and Razakars. And so, from that perspective, I think Pakistan's link to this West Pakistan element continues to remain even today. They have strong links with the Jamaat-e-Islami. They have strong links with the Razakar element. They have strong links with those who even today, have not lost the sentiment of being a part of Pakistan. And there is a section of that country which is also associated with the BNP, the opposition party, which I think really has pro-Pakistan interests in mind. And I think Sheikh Hasina was referring to these interests, which are basically inimical to the country's growth, development, prosperity, and really don't represent the majority sentiment of the country. But they are capable of doing a lot of damage. They are obviously can marshal resources that are surprisingly intact even now. And I can only ascribe it to the support that they get from countries that have an interest in seeing this group now. And you have to also remember that Sheikh Hasina, when she came to power in 2008, from that time onwards, she has gone after these Razakars, after the pro-Pakistan element who have committed genocide in that country. And correctly so, because popular sentiment really felt that since 71, justice has not been served. So we're talking about retributive justice today. And she has really, ensured that a number of Razakars were tried for war crimes, and some of them were hung. Some of the main leaders were also executed. So they have a grouse, and this is their time to get even. I mean, both Pakistan and the Razakars.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Harsh Shringla, for joining us on This Is Exclusive and putting this into perspective, as many would say that this is not just a mere student protest that we are really looking at, but the fact that there could be a possible foreign hand, given what we have seen in the last few days and also just before the elections that took place in Bangladesh. That's all that we could pack in this edition of This Is Exclusive. As we also get you more details of what's really happening in Bangladesh and the direct impact that it has in India. We'll take you through all the details with our rolling coverage, getting you live reports all the way from Bangladesh. But that's all that we could pack in this edition of This Is Exclusive.
In the India Today Best Universities 2023 survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
there, good to be back. This week in Get Me Right, like I always do, two stories, one domestic and one from outside India, but both relevant. A lowdown to give you a sense of empowerment, clarity, and thoughts which make you feel you really know. You really, really know. Let's get started with the two in this edition. You would have seen a spate of terror attacks past fortnight in Jammu and Kashmir. Only that on closer look, almost all of them are in Jammu region, not the Kashmir Valley. Traditional thought was that it is Kashmir which is hotbed of terrorism. Jammu, with its more balanced population composition, was peaceful. What's really happening there? What's changed on the ground? That's going to be our focus in the first story. And then for the second one, how can we miss the Donald Trump assassination bid? Did the Don get it done on himself to become a bigger hero? Or did the left fringe get it done to get rid of Biden? Conspiracy is hot. Those 9 seconds. From the firing of the bullet to taking down of the assailant, to Trump getting to speak to his supporters before being taken in his car, have unleashed conspiracy theories on both sides of the political divide in the United States. Stay with me as I bring to you that tragicomic takedown of the American society through those Trump assassination bid conspiracies in our second story. First up, Jammu. A dangerous game is getting played out in Jammu and Kashmir, more specifically in the Jammu region of the Union Territory. This month and the last, July and June, have seen 6 terror attacks that have killed 9 Hindu pilgrims and 9 soldiers, including an officer, Captain Brajesh Thapa. Fighting irrelevance in the Kashmir Valley post the abrogation of Article 370, a desperate Pakistan has shifted its attention to the peaceful region south of the Pir Panjal ranges. While the success might be temporary, it has brought under focus a security deficit that had been in the making for some time. Stay with me for the next few minutes as I explain to you in some detail what is happening there on the ground in Jammu and Kashmir. The move of the Modi government in August 2019 to scrap and relegate to dustbins of history the Article 370 of the Constitution, thus taking away the special status of J&K, was a hemorrhagic shock for the Pakistani deep state. Pakistan was completely paralyzed with the deftness of India's move, flawless execution on the ground, and complete grip over the narrative globally. So isolated was Pakistan that it could not get a resolution passed in the Organization of Islamic Countries, the OIC, against India's decision on Kashmir. Post-abrogation crackdown on terrorism infrastructure and the ecosystem that supported it in the valley has resulted in Kashmiris reaping peace dividends. Ritualistic stone pelting after Friday prayers is a thing of the past. The valley youth increasingly realizes future is with India. The tremendous turnout of voters in Kashmir, with Baramulla beating Borivali in percentage of votes polled, is proof of absence of terror and fear, and consequently the irrelevance of Pakistan. While the indicator was blinking left, the battle turned right, with China launching the offensive in Galwan Valley of Ladakh in April 2020. Remember, as much as Pakistan was affected with India's Article 370 move in POK, China was equally impacted vis-a-vis Aksai Chin. India responded with perhaps its biggest peacetime mobilization after Operation Parakram of 2001, moving 3 division strengths of forces to Ladakh. With focus on keeping a tight control over the Kashmir Valley, the choice of troops for this provisioning of the garrison to Ladakh fell predominantly on the peaceful Jammu region, which had been sitting on its own peace dividends post-Operation Sarp Vinash of 2003. But I would come to that in a bit. With troops moved out of Jammu, including some of those fantastic Rashtriya Rifle units, Pakistan got an opportunity to infiltrate and resurrect the terrorism ecosystem over the last couple of years. It is that infiltration, with sources suggesting anything between 50 to 60 terrorists, all of them of Pakistani origin, which is behind this latest spike in terror attacks. In what seems like a very well executed operation, the group of terrorists has divided itself into two cells of 25 to 30 each, one operating along the border districts of Poonch and Rajouri, and another in south of Pir Panjal ranges that divide Jammu from Kashmir, the districts of Udhampur, Doda, Kishtwar. Each terror attack is carried out by a small unit of 4 or 5 of these terrorists. There are other contributing factors which have added to the intensity of the attacks. The terrorists are carrying better weapons and ammunition, many of them of American vintage, like the M4 carbine machine guns and steel-piercing bullets. Sources tell me that the weaponry is from what Americans left at places like the Bagram Air Base while withdrawing from Afghanistan as Taliban took over that country. There is another reason why the terrorists are succeeding in giving the impression of success. While the entire focus was on Kashmir, Jammu suffered from a bit of neglect. It's like you lose the muscle you don't use.